Chapter 2247. In other words, this carriage could traverse the 100 realms of Mo in a day. Did Yi Xian hear wrongly, or did they name it too casually? It was clearly a powerful flying treasure, but they called it a carriage? In the 100 realms of Mo, even if Yi Xian used the teleportation array, he could only traverse 1 or 2 realms in a day. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 2, 4, 68, 10, GG. But now, the 3-clawed golden dragon carriage in front of Yi Xian could traverse the 100 realms of Mo in a day. All right, Yi Xian was convinced. Perhaps what he had seen in the 100 realms of Mo could be discarded here. This was definitely not an existence that the 100 realms of Mo could compare to. However, when he heard the owner say that this thing could only be considered an intermediate carriage, Yi Xian gave up on the idea of buying it. If he wanted to buy, Yi Xian wanted to buy the best. If that's the case, I'll just rent it. How do I rent it? Sir, please tell me where you want to go. I want to go to Hui West City. Yes, this was Yi Xian's choice after weighing the pros and cons. He would not join the Heavenly Jade sect. Yes, Hui West City is not far, just 1,000 realms away. How about this, sir? You can just give me 50,000 divine crystals, of which 40,000 will be a deposit. When you reach your destination, the other 40,000 will be returned to you. 10,000 divine crystals could traverse the 1,000 realms. All right, let's do that. Yi Xian nodded. After being shocked so many times, Yi Xian was already used to it. Yi Xian and Fian both sat on the carriage. When they were actually on the road, he realized that although the name of the carriage was a little old-fashioned, its function was not simple. QWPM, the Heavenly Key Sect, the Heavenly Jade Sect, and the Heavenly Brilliant Sect were the 3 5-star sects of the Kunlun Divine Domain. Yi Xian had a letter from the Heavenly Jade Sect in his hands, but Yi Xian was not prepared to join the Heavenly Jade Sect. This was because Yi Xian had his own path, and Yi Xian had his own choice. Yi Xian had casually placed these 3 letters in his devouring space. At the very least, Yi Xian had no intention of using them at the moment. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at Hui West City. He had come here because there was a 3-star school in Hui West City. Yi Xian was preparing to join this school. Just as Yi Xian had understood, there were no requirements to join a sect. As long as you were willing, you could join. However, Yi Xian, who did not have a letter, could only listen to the arrangements. Yes, the middle 2nd stage Profound God Realm is enough. All right, the registration is complete. You can go to the Desolate Ancient Pavilion to receive guidance. When you arrive, someone will be in charge of receiving you. The total is 100,000 divine crystals, which will be your expenses for the next 3 years. Yi Xian nodded and did not say anything. He paid the divine crystals and was considered to have joined the Radiant Moon sect. Brother, are you here to sign up too? Suddenly, a youth came to Yi Xian's side and casually patted Yi Xian's shoulder. Yi Xian calmly dodged and said with a smile, "Yes. Why are you here too?" Yes. My family wants me to receive training in the Radiant Moon sect so that I can find a way to join the army. But why are you going to the Desolate Ancient Pavilion? The Desolate Ancient Pavilion is the most chaotic place in the entire sect. Yi Xian did not know this, so he pretended to be casual and said, "Isn't it the same wherever you go? You have to rely on yourself anyway." The youth looked at Yi Xian in shock and said strangely, "Come on, when did you start thinking like that?" The Radiant Moon sect has 3 training pavilions: the Desolate Ancient Pavilion, the Great Flood Pavilion, and the Yuming Pavilion. Needless to say, the Yuming Pavilion is exclusive to aristocratic families. We can't enter without special permission. But the Desolate Ancient Pavilion is prepared for those subordinate forces and commoners. As long as you pay, anyone can enter. There's almost no management. Looking at your token, you're also a noble. Why'd you choose to go there? So, it was because of this. The token given to Yi Xian was actually an identity token in the Kunlun Divine Domain. It represented one's family background and other circumstances. Without this, it could be said that one would not be able to move an inch in the Kunlun Divine Domain. In the Kunlun Divine Domain, there were aristocratic families, great nobles, and commoners. Of course, all of this depended on one's strength. However, it was no longer an individual force, but an entire family. The Kunlun Divine Domain was a completely foreign place to Yi Xian. It seemed that Yi Xian still had a lot to understand. However, he knew his own situation. Yi Xian had no foundation here, so choosing the desolate ancient pavilion might be his best choice. Under that person's puzzled gaze, Yi Xian directly brought Fian to the desolate ancient pavilion to report. After that, Yi Xian prepared to buy a manor with Fian. After all, Yi Xian did not even have a place to stay. Huiwa City could only be considered a medium-sized city in the Kunlun Divine Domain. Therefore, although the secret realms were all very strong, there was still a huge difference. At this time, Yi Xian came to the outside of a merchant association. This place specialized in manors. Hello, young master. Are you preparing to buy a manor? Yes, of course. What do you have? Price is not a problem. I want the best. Yi Xian said generously. All right, young master, please take a look. Our merchant association currently has more than 170 manors, and among them, these are the best. They're definitely the best. The attendant waved his hand and projected a few manors, then briefly introduced them to Yi Xian. Young master, please take a look. This manor has its own secret realm. Although it's only the size of a realm, it can increase one's cultivation speed by 10 times. It's definitely a premium item. Young master, please take a look at this one. This manor also has its own secret realm. Moreover, it's a space of 10 realms. Although the continents in the secret realm are developed, isn't this a good opportunity for young master to seek novelty? The more Yi Xian listened, the more shocked he became. Good lord, these manors actually have their own secret realms. Moreover, there were so many realms of space. The range of a realm was equivalent to a continent. It would not be a problem for billions of people to live on it. But here, it was just a manor. Yi Xian's first reaction was that he probably could not afford it, even though Yi Xian had nearly 100 million divine crystals in his pocket. However, Yi Xian still had to ask about the price. Tell me, what's the price? Hee, if young master wants to buy, then this shop can give you a 10% discount. As for the two manors you're looking at, one will cost you 30 million, and the other will cost you 34 million. What do you think? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. It was indeed very expensive. Yi Xian had Mo Shang Ge's many years of savings. But now, it seemed like it was not much at all. A pauper has such high standards. If you can't afford it, then don't look around. Suddenly, a piercing voice reached Yi Xian's ears. Chapter 2248. Yi Xian didn't think much of it at first. After all, Yi Xian wasn't the only one who had come to buy a manor. 1357924 6810 G. However, the voice's next sentence made Yi Xian certain that the guy was talking about him. Hey kid, haven't you heard of the saying, a good dog doesn't block the way? This time, the voice came directly from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned around and saw a youth standing behind him. The youth seemed to be staring at the ceiling and didn't even bother to look Yi Xian in the eye. Behind him were 4 attendants. Are you talking to me? Yi Xian looked at the person and asked directly. What? Are there any other poor bastards here besides you? Sure enough, he was talking to him. Yi Xian was slightly angered. Yi Xian didn't want to cause trouble when he had just arrived in Huiwa City, but if someone dared to provoke Yi Xian, then there was no need for him to be polite. What did you say when you dared? I didn't hear you clearly. Yi Xian looked at the person and prepared to give him another chance. Did you hear that? I've seen people asking to be scolded, but I've never seen someone asking to be scolded like this. You poor bastard, a good dog doesn't block the way. Hurry up and get out my way. Yi Xian's side was extremely empty. It was obvious that this person was looking for trouble. Yi Xian smiled, the corners of his mouth rising high. Very well, it seemed that this guy was looking for death. Scram! Suddenly, Yi Xian made a move. One punch, just one punch, sent the person flying. Yi Xian didn't even bother to check the person's cultivation base. Regardless of his cultivation base, he had to pay the price for provoking Yi Xian. Boom! A berserk power erupted as the person was sent flying by Yi Xian's punch. As for the 4 followers beside him, they didn't even have time to react to what had just happened. You, how dare you hit me? That person stood up from the ground, and a divine talisman on his chest turned into dust. Yi Xian also noticed that when he punched out just now, although this fellow wasn't on guard in the slightest, the divine talisman on his chest automatically condensed into a divine shield. Damn it, don't you see? This guy dares to attack me. Kill him for me. That person was flustered and exasperated, and directly ordered his followers to attack. Ding. Target has been set. Peak domain enlightened God. Ding. Target set. 7th stage profound God. At the same time that person gave the order, 2 of his subordinates pounced on Yi Xian. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. 6-syllable mantra, cripple, poo-pee-you. With 2 muffled sounds, the arms of the 2 people who were charging towards Yi Xian turned into a bloody mist at the same time. They were instantly crippled. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent as everyone looked at Yi Xian. Actually, there was probably no one present who didn't know that young man. Surprisingly, that young man was the young master of the Lin clan, one of the 4 great clans of Huiyue City. He was usually arrogant and despotic, but in reality, the merchant association that Yi Xian was currently in was the Lin clan's property. Yi Xian had actually offended the Lin clan, one of the 4 great clans of Huiyue City, by being the first one to arrive at the city. Of course, even if it happened again, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate to attack. Speaking of which, Yi Xian was rather displeased that he'd been brought to such an unfamiliar environment for no rhyme or reason. It would have been fine if no one had provoked him, but since someone had come knocking on his door, then Yi Xian didn't mind venting. You dare attack me? You dare attack me? The young man looked at Yi Xian, his eyes half filled with fear and half anger. However, Yi Xian didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to him. Yi Xian had crippled the 2 of them and vented some of the anger in his heart. After all, he had come to an unfamiliar place, so Yi Xian didn't want to provoke any trouble. Of course, he had already provoked them now. All right, let's continue. My requirements aren't high. It doesn't matter if the secret realm of the manor is small. What I need is a manor that can increase my cultivation speed by at least 50 times. Do you have that here? Yi Xian's cultivation relied on devouring, but Fei Yin still needed to cultivate. Of course, Yi Xian could absorb Fei Yin into his devouring space, but Yi Xian didn't intend to do so. Therefore, the cultivation space required by this manor was naturally prepared for Fei Yin. All right, young master. We have a set that meets your requirements. Look, it's this one. The secret realm of this manor is very small, not even 1% of the size. However, this manor has set up a special spirit gathering seal, so it can increase your cultivation speed by 50 times. Are you satisfied with it? Logically speaking, Yi Xian had made an enemy of the Lin family's young master. This merchant association was the Lin family's property, so even if they didn't immediately deal with Yi Xian, they shouldn't continue to give Yi Xian things. However, the Lin family was a business-oriented family. They had always followed the principle that whoever entered was a guest. Even if they immediately attacked Yi Xian after he walked out, as long as Yi Xian was still in their shop, they would treat him as a guest. This was one of the Lin family's characteristics. However, even so, the Lin family's reaction was still a little strange. This was because at this moment, the Lin family's young master was forcefully pulled away by an expert, as if deliberately preventing the young master from continuing his nonsense. Yi Xian didn't care about this. He looked at the manor and nodded. All right, this will be it. What's the price? Yes, this is a cheap set. I'll give young master a 10% discount. 12 million divine crystals will do. Don't worry, young master. If young master doesn't need it in the future, you can still sell it, so young master won't lose out. Yes, all right. Then this will be it. Yi Xian was in the front hall of the manor, but in the back hall, the Lin family's young master was being reprimanded by an elder. Immerse, how many times have I told you? Why won't you change your nature? Why are you still causing trouble every day? Sooner or later, our Lin family will be harmed by you. Third uncle, what do you mean by that? It's fine if you don't help me teach that brat a lesson, but you're actually scolding me? I was bullied in your shop. Are you still my third uncle? Immerse, It's fine if you usually bully those commoners, but today, you even dared to provoke someone from the Divine Master family. Are you trying to kill our Lin family? Someone from the Divine Master family? Third uncle, what are you saying? That brat is just a minor aristocrat. It's not like I didn't see his identity token. He's just a minor aristocrat. Do you really think his identity token is that simple? Could it be that you didn't see what material that token was made of? Although on the surface, it looked like an ordinary, small, noble token. Could it be that you didn't see that it was made of the divine Kunlun stone? Who in the entire Kunlun divine domain has the divine Kunlun stone? Chapter 2249. The divine Kunlun stone was not a special treasure. In fact, it had no other use other than its sturdiness. 135-7924 6810 GG. However, the divine Kunlun stone was only produced in one mine in the entire Kunlun divine domain. It had always been the symbol of the Divine Master's family. Of course, how could something made by a sovereign be so ordinary? Those who knew their stuff would naturally know what it was. Those who did not would not have a right to know. Fortunately, their Lin family was quite knowledgeable and was able to recognize Yi Xian's command medallion. The youth's eyes were filled with fear, but there was also a hint of killing intent hidden deep within. So what if he had the divine Kunlun stone? Death. Yi Xian did not know this. In his eyes, what happened just now was just a small interlude. After buying a house in the manor, Yi Xian bought a few more things, and now he had a home in Huiyue City. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Before he knew it, Yi Xian had already stayed here for 2 months. The sect was very liberal. Every day, countless powerful cultivators would give lessons on all kinds of knowledge, from the creation of seals, to the creation of pills and treasures, to the creation of mystiques, and so on. There was even information on how to find special materials, and so on. Yi Xian spent the past 2 months in a very fulfilling manner. Yi Xian could devour and level up quickly, but the title of Front Crown was not something that could be obtained by devouring. On this day, Yi Xian continued to listen to lessons as usual. However, the system's sudden notification made Yi Xian ecstatic. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Front Crown. Ding! Host is currently a 2nd grade warrior, middle grade profound god. In the Kunlun divine domain, there were some people who had obtained the title of Front Crown. From the beginning, Yi Xian had suspected that there was a way to obtain it. After listening to a few lessons in the sect, Yi Xian finally sensed that it was comprehensive strength. Yes, the way to obtain the title of Front Crown could be obtained by increasing one's comprehensive strength, at least for the warrior, general, and king ranks. How could those so-called secondary professions be so unbearable? What Yi Xian had seen and heard in the 100 territories of Mo was misleading. In the 100 territories of Mo, Yi Xian saw people with special occupations. They generally had high statuses, but their realms were not high. As for those with high realms, they didn't have many secondary professions. Only when Yi Xian was constantly receiving new knowledge in this place did he finally comprehend it. In fact, any secondary profession was actually a type of strength, not just a divine ability or realm. For example, Yi Xian often used restrictions in battle. Pills could also be used in battle, and beast taming could also be used in battle. All of this depends on whether you can master it. Of course, many people didn't know this at all. And even if one knew, without sufficient talent, it was impossible to say that one could learn all of them. But Yi Xian was different. Yi Xian had the system. As long as he heard something, he could quickly learn it. In just 2 short months, Yi Xian had actually obtained the title of champion of the warrior rank. What was a genius? This was a true genius. Because of this, Yi Xian became more attentive to all kinds of powers. As long as he could come into contact with something, no matter what it was, Yi Xian would learn it. Anyway, with the system, Yi Xian didn't have to worry about not being able to learn it. Yi Xian seemed to have transformed into an eager student, constantly learning. Until another half a year passed. This half a year could be considered the most peaceful half a year Yi Xian had ever been in the God Realm. At one point, Yi Xian even felt that perhaps he could live a peaceful life in the God Realm like this. But the God Realm was the God Realm after all. It was a world where the strong were respected, where the weak were the strong. It was impossible for them to have the peace they wanted. Silence and tolerance would only be seen as incompetence. On this day, Yi Xian prepared to listen to a Grandmaster Beast Tamer class, as usual. But halfway there, he was stopped by someone. QWPM, is this the kid? Yes, that's right. I've been observing him for a long time. Don't be fooled by his honest appearance. He's actually a rich man. At first, we actually misjudged him. I heard that he's a minor noble. Oh, minor noble? A noble actually came to our ancient desolation hall. Let's go and ask him for some pocket money. What do you want? Yi Xian looked at these people. Perhaps his peaceful life had been too comfortable, so much so that Yi Xian's hot-bloodedness had been obliterated. We don't want to do anything. It's just that we've been a little tight lately, so we wanted to ask you for some god crystals to spend. It's not much, just 500,000. 500,000 is nothing to you. What do you think, brother? They actually dared to rob Yi Xian. Even if I have them, why should I give them to you? Yi Xian looked at these people. It had been a long time since he fought with someone. Was this peaceful life too comfortable? What? You're not going to give them? If I'm not giving them, what are you going to do about it? Good boy. How dare you be so impudent in front of us? Go, teach him a lesson. These people actually attacked without hesitation. Moreover, they wanted to steal Yi Xian's interspatial ring. You're all courting death. Yi Xian's figure moved as he directly pounced forward. Yi Xian didn't want to kill anyone, so he didn't even use the God Slayer. However, with just one punch, the person in front of him died, just like that. Murder. Someone killed him. Following this shout, more than 30 people appeared around Yi Xian in an instant. Moreover, all of them were at least mid-level mystic gods. A trap. This was a trap. Someone wanted to frame Yi Xian. At this time, a youth walked out. Who else could it be but the young master of the Lin family? This guy had endured for so long and finally came to seek revenge on Yi Xian. It's you. Yi Xian's expression changed when he saw the young master of the Lin family. It seemed that peace on the surface could really numb people. In fact, if Yi Xian hadn't seen this guy again, he would have forgotten about what had happened. Good boy. How dare you kill someone in the sect? I think you're courting death. Everyone go, take him back for punishment. Although they were shouting to be punished, these people all took out their Dharma treasures. Obviously, they wanted to kill Yi Xian. System, check that guy's cultivation level. Ding. Target set, low level 8th grade, Mystic God. Low level 8th grade, Mystic God? Then he was courting death. 6-syllable mantra, die. A mysterious power was activated. The young master of the Lin family didn't even have time to react before he died. Yes, Yi Xian's one sentence had taken the life of the young master of the Lin family. Young master is dead. Someone shouted in horror. In an instant, everyone rushed toward Yi Xian. 1,000 beast sword servants. Flower god sword servants. Of course, Yi Xian couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He immediately summoned 2 great sword servants. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 god-class mounts appeared, along with flower goddess Many Flowers. Chapter 2250. Girl, hurry up and leave. Yi Xian sent a telepathic message to Fian. 135-7924? 6810 GG. There was no way Yi Xian could stay in the Hui West sect and Hui West City any longer. Yi Xian did not know much about the past half a year, but he was very clear about the young master of the Lin family and the strength of the Lin family. While the 1,000 bee sword servants were blocking those people, Yi Xian did not care too much and rushed out. Indeed, as soon as Yi Xian left, several experts rushed over. All of them were true immortals. Yi Xian did not dare to hesitate and ran for his life. As he ran, Yi Xian was filled with regret. He did not regret killing the young master of the Lin family, but his own carelessness and laziness. Yi Xian, did you really think that you could live a peaceful life in the Kunlun God domain? Without strength, you would only be trampled on no matter where you went. Today, it was the young master of the Lin family. Who would it be tomorrow? Damn it, I was slacked off by a peaceful life. Yi Xian was infuriated. After such a long time, he had not improved at all. Although he had obtained the title of champion, It could also be said that he had obtained it by accident and not through Yi Xian's own hard work. It could even be said that Yi Xian had not thought of this when he first joined the sect. He wanted to leave Huiyue City. No, to be precise, he wanted to leave all cities. Yi Xian did not belong in the city at all. Yi Xian did not have the right to enjoy it yet. Luo was waiting for Yi Xian to rescue her. Yi Xian had not completed the system's mission, and even the system had not been fully repaired yet. Looks like I have to thank the young master of the Lin family. If he had not beaten me awake, perhaps I would really be living such a peaceful life. Lin family? Huiyue City? Yi Xian will return one day. Don't worry, it won't be long. After Fian teleported to Yi Xian's side, Yi Xian began his plan again. During this time, Yi Xian had gained some understanding of the Kunlun God domain and collected some maps. Now, Yi Xian's temporary choice was to go to an ancient ruin. It was said that many people would come here to explore, but no one had ever entered it. It was said that it was extremely dangerous and had powerful illusions. Yi Xian wanted to see what was so mysterious about this place. Soon, Yi Xian came to a place. Was Yi Xian immortal? The immortal god, immortal Amon, was immortal, was the immortal, mortal Amon. An immortal. One of them was mainly used for killing and was guarded by countless divine beasts. It could be said that many people would be trapped to death by the main illusion. As for the last one, it was the pressure which was so strong that it could destroy the godhood of anyone who entered. Yi Xian had chosen the path of slaughter. Divine beasts? Yi Xian lacked the corpses of divine beasts. Just like before, Fian only waited outside while Yi Xian entered alone. The moment Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the White Valley, he saw a divine beast blocking in front of Yi Xian. Ding! System notification. Target is high-level Heavenly God. Heavenly God stage? Yi Xian smiled and killed him with a casual swing of his sword. He did not even look at the corpse before swallowing a whole. It seemed that all the divine beasts here had their own territories. As long as Yi Xian did not enter their territories, these divine beasts would not attack. Therefore, Yi Xian benefited. Along the way, Yi Xian did not care what cultivation level the divine beasts were. He killed and swallowed all of them. Ding! Host is broken through. Current level 3, middle level, profound God stage. The long-awaited notification finally sounded. Finally, he had broken through. However, this was just the beginning because Yi Xian was about to start a new round of crazy leveling. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. A powerful divine beast is detected ahead. Please take note. The system actually gave an early warning. It seemed that he had really encountered a powerful divine beast. Yi Xian raised his guard and continued forward. Soon, Yi Xian found a divine beast. At the same time, the system notification sounded again. Ding! System notification. Target is peak high-level profound God stage. Ding! System notification. Special high-level devouring beast detected. It was actually a devouring beast. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. No matter what, Yi Xian would not let him go. This guy was not only a devouring beast, but a special devouring beast. In other words, once Yi Xian was killed, not only would he be able to obtain devouring points, but he would also be able to obtain special materials. Peak high-level profound God stage. It was indeed a little tricky. However, Yi Xian still had a title now, even if it was only at the warrior level. The title would be refreshed, but it would be refreshed once for every level. In other words, as long as Yi Xian did not level up to the high-level profound God stage, then, as long as he was at the middle-level profound God stage, his title would still exist, and he would be able to obtain a boost in strength. At this time, although Yi Xian was only at the middle-level, third-level profound God stage, it was not that he did not have a chance to kill this divine beast. Of course, it was necessary to make some preparations in advance. Yi Xian's figure moved, and resources were constantly being used, and restrictions were being set up one after another. Yes, since this guy was so strong, Yi Xian would borrow the power of the restrictions. At the same time, Yi Xian also created a few small self-destructing restrictions. Self-destructing restrictions were similar to self-destructing magic treasures. They were one-time consumables, but their power was not bad. After the preparations were done, Yi Xian summoned the 1,000 beast sword servants and the deity flower sword servants. At the same time, he held the god slayer in his hand. Wei Zhentian, look at the new magic treasure form today. Wei Zhentian immediately flew out of the god slayer and transformed into his magic treasure form. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian liked the first one. Mountain breaking hammer. Every attack has a chance to stun the opponent. The effect was not bad. Although it was only a chance, Yi Xian liked the appearance of the sledgehammer. The divine beast was about 10 meters tall, and it was perfect to use the sledgehammer to deal with it. Go! In an instant, the 1,000 beast sword servants and the deity flower sword servants rushed out with the deity flower sword servants and the deity flower sword servants. The divine beast naturally noticed Yi Xian, but Yi Xian did not enter its territory, so it did not pay attention. Now that Yi Xian had barged in, it immediately roared and charged. Roar! The divine beast roared, and its body suddenly expanded several times. At the same time, its claws were already slamming down. Boom! At least 20 divine beasts were sent flying. However, the rest of the leveling mounts took the opportunity to pounce on it. Roar! Another deafening roar rang out as the divine beast whipped its tail and sent another dozen or so divine beast mounts flying. Amazing! Yi Xian watched from afar, but did not pay much attention. Chapter 2251. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. All of a sudden, Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, sending 7 rays of light towards the divine beast. 135, 7924, 6810. Yi Xian leaped into the air with the god-slaying sword in his left hand and the mountain-breaking hammer in his right. That was not the end. Under Yi Xian's control, 5 small seals were activated behind Yi Xian, pouncing towards the divine beast. Boom, boom, boom. 5 loud explosions rang out, accompanied by the sound of the god-slaying / hitting the divine beast. Die for me! Yi Xian struck out with both hands. Bam! The divine beast was sent flying by Yi Xian. However, it was not dead yet. After all, it was a divine beast of the upper-level profound god realm. How could it die so easily? Of course, his doomsday had already arrived. Devour spiritual sense. The divine beast was already injured. Coupled with the sudden attack of the spiritual sense, its body stiffened slightly. However, in that instant, Yi Xian's attack arrived once again. Boom! The mountain-breaking hammer smashed down. The divine beast was stunned again. It turned out that the mountain-breaking hammer's stun effect was activated. Good chance. Yi Xian threw out the 2 weapons in his hands at the same time. In midair, Wei Zhentian had already taken control of the god-slaying sword and launched a fierce attack. Of course, Yi Xian was not idle either. At the same time, he activated the seals that he had set up earlier. Violent attacks were launched in that instant. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 Devour points. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Divine Soul Fragment. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special material, the Heart of Fury. Haha! Yi Xian laughed. As expected, one's strength could only be improved through battle. Devouring Hand. The corpse of the devouring beast, naturally, could not be wasted. After all, it was still a divine beast of the upper-level profound god realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level profound god realm. Awesome. Yi Xian had not felt so good in a long time. Now that he thought about it, his days in the Radiant Moon School had never been as passionate as this. Continue forward. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian led the Divine Tear Mount and the Divine Blossom Sword Servants forward. Once again, Yi Xian killed and devoured many mythological beast corpses, until Yi Xian reached a door. Ding! Host has discovered a random hidden mission. White Valley Secret. Ding. System notification. If the host explores the White Valley, the host will receive a random reward. Huh? Did I trigger a random mission? Yi Xian smiled and swung the god-slaying sword in his hand, breaking the door open with brute force. Boom! The berserk power instantly shattered the door as Yi Xian walked in. However, Yi Xian's sword had created a huge problem. Just as Yi Xian entered through the door, several powerful mythical beasts suddenly rushed over. Furthermore, without exception, all of them were completely white. Could this be why the White Valley was called the White Valley? Ding! Host, please note that all mythological beasts of the White Valley have the title of Warrior Front Crown. Ding! System notification. Host has completed a random mission and received a fragment of the heart of transmission. Ding! System notification. Host is advised to leave immediately. Holy shit! Did I complete the mission just like that? Furthermore, even without the system's reminder, Yi Xian was already running away. They were all mythological beasts with the title of Warrior Front Crown. There was no way they could win. Fortunately, the moment Yi Xian exited the door, the mythological beast stopped chasing him. However, upon seeing this, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. Hey, these guys don't seem to be able to walk out of the door. Then, should I make use of them? Yes, seeing that the mythological beast could not walk out of the door, Yi Xian had an idea. Then, let's give it a try. Yi Xian quickly began to set up restrictions one by one. After he was done, Yi Xian carefully directed the 1,000 Beast Sword servants to move forward. Indeed, as soon as the 1,000 Beast Sword servants entered, several mythological beasts of the White Valley immediately charged towards them. This is the effect I wanted. Activate the restrictions. In an instant, Yi Xian focused all the restrictions on one of the mythological beasts of the White Valley. At the same time, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword and charged forward. A series of violent skills killed one of the mythological beasts of the White Valley. Devour. Yi Xian activated the Devour ability again. This time, Yi Xian did not level up so quickly. However, he still received a piece of good news. Ding! System notification. Host has devoured a Warrior Front Crown. The Devour ability has been upgraded. From now on, the system will devour the corpses of mythological beasts with the title of Warrior Front Crown. The experience gained will be increased, but the experience gained from the corpses of normal mythological beasts will remain the same. Yes, this was to be expected. One had to know that mythological beasts of the White Valley were not easy to deal with. Using the same method, Yi Xian continued to use the same method to kill more than 10 mythological beasts of the White Valley. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is middle tier 5 Mystic God stage. Another level up. Awesome. However, just as Yi Xian was about to continue, he heard a voice. Who dares to be so presumptuous? Do you want to die? Ding. System notification. Warning. Warning. Please leave immediately. Please leave immediately. Ding. System notification. Detecting the aura of a peak True God Stage Elite. Ding. System notification. Detecting the members of the Annihilation Organization. Holy shit. Yi Xian did not care so much. He ordered the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants and Deity Blossom Sword Servants to charge forward with their divine mounts and 100 Blossom Sword Servants. At the same time, he retreated rapidly. What did he just hear? Annihilation Organization. Annihilation Organization again. This haunting Annihilation Organization, was it really such a coincidence that he would meet them again so soon? The last time in the 100 territories of MO, although Yi Xian killed a member of Annihilation Organization and destroyed the puppet MO Shanga, the ancient demon god was still taken away by Annihilation Organization. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would meet someone from Annihilation Organization again in the Kunlun god territory? This was really haunting. Yi Xian did not dare to stay any longer. He ran far away in one breath before he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Obviously, that guy did not notice Yi Xian. Otherwise, Yi Xian would be in deep trouble this time. One had to know that Annihilation Organization was extremely mysterious. Once someone entered their territory, they would definitely kill to silence them. System Oh system, this time, Yi Xian had been tricked. What did it say that he had already completed the random mission? The biggest secret was obviously the Annihilation Organization. Yi Xian would not be going to the White Valley for the time being. However, he noted it down. If there was someone from Annihilation in the White Valley, then Yi Xian would definitely not let it go. After stopping, Yi Xian finally noticed the two special materials he had obtained this time, the Heart of Brutality and the Heart of Teleportation. He wondered what these two items could be used for. Heart of Brutality, special item, used for the Brutal Sword Servant. The Brutal Sword Servant's special ability is to fight to the death. Once a battle begins, it will not end until the target is killed. Furthermore, the Brutal Sword Servant has the ability to grow. The specific growth is unknown. Chapter 2252. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Although the introduction was simple, Yi Xian already knew that these two items were good stuff. 1357924 68 10 GGGGDA, Sword Attendant, and a Mystique. To be honest, Yi Xian was in need of sword attendants, especially those who could scout for Yi Xian. Previously, when he was at the 8th heaven, he had the invincible sword god's doppelganger to scout. However, after ascending to the 9th heaven, the system entered stealth mode and made mistakes. Now, every time Yi Xian went on an adventure, he could only do it himself. Hence, there were many records of him encountering danger. Unfortunately, without suitable materials, Yi Xian could do nothing. He put away the two special materials. Yi Xian called for the system. System, where should I go next? Ding. System notification. According to the information the host has, the host's best choice is to go to the ethereal floating island. The ethereal floating island. When Yi Xian was at the Radiant Moon sect, he had heard a rumor. It was said that in the Kunlun god domain, there was a mysterious race. The gods of this race did not have a fixed form because they were a type of spiritual god. However, this race produced a very special material, the ethereal divine stone. The ethereal divine stone was the best material for god talismans, and god talismans were much more convenient than seals. Seals were usually fixed in one place, and small seals were not powerful enough. However, god talismans were different. God talismans were easy to carry around, and they could produce all kinds of special god talismans. After all, using seals consumed too many resources, and it was very inconvenient. Hence, Yi Xian prepared to make god talismans as a support method. Anyway, with the system, as long as he had the materials, refining was not a problem. Hence, Yi Xian paid special attention to the ethereal floating island. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, this mysterious race had completely disappeared. Yi Xian could only look for the ethereal floating island and see if he could find some ethereal divine stones. Alright, then let's go to the ethereal floating island. System, maintain detection mode at all times. I'm afraid it won't be so easy this time. Ding! Detection mode has been activated. Target is ethereal floating island. Yi Xian nodded and quickly flew towards the legendary location where the floating island had last appeared. Young master, where are we going this time? Along the way, Flying Smoke asked Yi Xian. Oh, this time we're going to the ethereal floating island. I'm going to look for ethereal spirit stones to refine divine talismans. Ethereal floating island? Sir, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed this time. The ethereal floating island has actually disappeared along with the ethereal tribe. How did you know? After Yi Xian asked this question, he immediately reacted. Wasn't Fian from the spiritual god clan? Although it was different from the empty spirit clan, they were still from the spirit god clan. Perhaps Fian would know some useful information. Girl, what you know? Hurry up and tell me. Young master, as far as I know, the empty spirit clan has already gone into hiding. I'm afraid that you won't be able to find them. However, since young master is looking for materials for the divine talisman, there are many materials that can replace or even surpass the empty spirit stone. I suggest that young master go to the divine talisman tribe. Divine talisman tribe? What's that? Why do they still call it tribe? Young master, please don't mind. The Divine Talisman tribe is originally a foreign tribe, so it's not strange for them to have such a name. Moreover, their forces are spread throughout the entire divine realm. As long as you can find them, you might be able to obtain a great opportunity. Yi Xian frowned. It seemed that Fian didn't know the exact location of the Divine Talisman tribe. Girl, do you have a way to find them? Yes, young master. I once had the chance to meet a 9th grade talisman master of the Divine Talisman tribe. She left me a special treasure that is specially used to find the Divine Talisman tribe. As she spoke, Fian handed Yi Xian a strange leaf. Ding! System notification. According to the records of the ancient Divine Emperor's inheritance, the Divine Talisman tribe is a hidden tribe. Its members are spread throughout the entire divine realm, and every branch is constantly on the move. The Divine Talisman tribe is one of the top 10 talisman tribes in the divine realm and possesses countless mysterious divine talismans. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the chain mission, Divine Talisman Inheritance. Ding! This mission will reward the host according to the number of segments completed and completion rate. It was another random mission. His luck was pretty good. Yi Xian nodded. Since Fian and the system said so, then Yi Xian naturally had to find the Divine Talisman tribe. Fian, how do I use this leaf? Yi Xian took the leaf and studied it for a long time. However, he couldn't decipher how to use it, so he could only ask Fian. Young master, this leaf is actually a special sensing divine talisman. Young master, please pay attention to the golden line on the leaf. That golden line is the direction it points to. Needless to say, if it wasn't for Fian's reminder, Yi Xian wouldn't have noticed that there were countless thin lines on the leaf. Moreover, there are many different colors. Just the thin golden lines alone numbered over 100. However, after Fian pointed them out, Yi Xian realized that there was only one of these thin lines. No matter how Yi Xian changed his position, he would always point in one direction. Since it was like this, then Yi Xian didn't hesitate. He directly followed the golden line's guidance and walked forward. About 7 or 8 days later, Yi Xian arrived at a city. This time, he deliberately came. As for the reason, Yi Xian wanted to buy a carriage. Otherwise, it would be too slow to travel by himself. Yi Xian directly arrived at the city's relay station. After some negotiations, he chose a carriage that was not bad. Although it couldn't compare to the 3-clawed Golden Dragon carriage, it still had the speed of 50 realms of daily travel. At least, it was much better than Yi Xian traveling by himself. However, just as Yi Xian put away the carriage, he found that he was surrounded. It could be said that Yi Xian didn't have any enemies here. Then, who were these people? Have you confirmed the target? Yes, confirmed. According to the mission requirements, it is indeed this person. Okay, then let's do it. Kill him and complete the mission. Who are you? Yi Xian looked at these people. He couldn't figure out who they were. Haha, who are we? There's no harm in telling you. After all, you're already a dead man. Brat, you've offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Someone is willing to pay 10 million divine crystals to buy your life. All right, cut the crap and die. Ding. System notification. Target set, 7th grade, upper profound god. Ding. System notification. Hidden hostility detected. Host, please take note. Hidden hostility? Did that mean that someone was secretly lying in ambush? Who were these people? Assassins? They should be. Since they said that someone paid for Yi Xian's life, then they should be assassins. But the key point was, who would pay for Yi Xian's life? Huiwa City's Lin family. Chapter 2253. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian did not know who wanted to kill Yi Xian. But no matter who it was, Yi Xian would not sit still and wait for death. 135-7924 6810J. If you want to kill me, just you? You don't have the qualifications. There were a total of 3 people on the other side, but other than the 7th grade profound god, the other 2 were nothing to be afraid of. As for the assassin hiding in the dark, Yi Xian did not care too much. This kind of assassin could only rely on sneak attacks and wanted to kill in one blow. However, with the system, It was almost impossible to sneak attack Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian's fearless appearance, the leader laughed and said, "Kid, do you think you can save your life by pretending to be calm? You can't escape today. Kill him." As the leader's voice fell, the two mid-grade profound gods beside him suddenly moved and rushed toward Yi Xian. A faint light appeared between their hands, and they did not use any artifacts. No, they had refined their own hands into magic treasures. What a strange cultivation method. It could be said that Yi Xian had never seen such a method before. There were many people who cultivated their bodies, and even Yi Xian strengthened his physique. However, to refine one's own body into an artifact, Yi Xian had never heard of such a strange method before. Of course, with just this little bit of skill, Yi Xian wouldn't put it in his eyes. Deity vanquishing slash. Yi Xian casually slashed out. In Yi Xian's eyes, this slash was enough to kill the two people. However, the result was out of Yi Xian's expectations. This time, Yi Xian attacked with 6 slashes. 6 deity vanquishing slashes sword lights. Not to mention mid-grade profound gods. Even high-grade profound gods would be severely injured. But the reality was that those two had actually caught Yi Xian's attack with both hands. In fact, he even dared to crush the sword light with both of his hands. What a strange cultivation method. Yi Xian was stunned. At that moment, Yi Xian actually saw a mysterious power appear between their hands. That power directly bound the deity slaying slash, which was condensed from divine power and then squeezed. The divine power shattered and turned into nothingness. Yi Xian had never seen such power before. It seemed that these people also had some special divine abilities. However, if they could withstand the deity slaying slash, would they be able to withstand the 6-syllable mantra? Die, Yi Xian said coldly as he looked at the two of them. A mysterious power was activated. A mysterious power that only Yi Xian could sense suddenly rushed towards the two people. In just an instant, the two figures that were sprinting stopped. Then, with a thump, they fell to the ground, never to get up. Their godheads had been shattered, and they couldn't be more dead. When the superior profound god saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't even see Yi Xian make a move. He only said the word die, but his two subordinates died immediately. This kind of terrifying strength made him feel apprehensive. Ding! Warning. An unknown attack has been detected. The system has automatically taken over the defense. Ding! Crisis averted. It was the hidden killer. This guy knew how to find the right time to make a move. However, if he wanted to sneak up on Yi Xian, he wasn't qualified enough. That person's figure was exposed, but his eyes were filled with astonishment. Logically speaking, the time just now was undoubtedly the best time to make a move. Yi Xian's vigilance was already at its lowest. However, he clearly saw that Yi Xian had relaxed, but when he made a move, Yi Xian still made the most timely and correct choice, which was to directly resist the opponent's attack. It could be said that he had killed countless people, but he had never seen anyone with such a fast reaction. In fact, even a superior profound god didn't have such a strong reaction time. The killer was stunned. Naturally, his figure slowed down by half a beat, and he didn't retreat immediately. However, just because he was in a daze didn't mean that Yi Xian was also in a daze. You dare to sneak up on me? You're courting death. Wei Zhentian, kill him for me. Following Yi Xian's order, Wei Zhentian directly controlled the god-slaying sword and suddenly rushed out. Uft. The killer didn't even have time to react before the god-slaying sword pierced through him. His godhead shattered instantly, and he gradually lost consciousness. In just one encounter, 3 of the 4 killers had pen names. As for the remaining superior profound god assassin, one could imagine the shock in his heart. Damn it, whose information is this? What do they say that this kid is just an ordinary mid-level profound god? Can this kind of power be considered ordinary? The killer's face was filled with shock, and at the same time, he quickly retreated. He actually didn't dare to make a move against Yi Xian and wanted to escape. Want to escape? Is it that simple? Psychic control. Psychic control couldn't control this person but Yi Xian just needed to buy some time. A powerful psychic attack erupted from Yi Xian's body. Psychic control wasn't something that could be resisted easily. Although the superior profound god assassin resisted and broke free of the psychic control attack in a moment, he still couldn't recover. However, when he recovered, he was shocked to find that there was a huge wound on his chest, and his godhead had long been shattered. When did you? Perhaps he wanted to ask when Yi Xian attacked. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to finish this sentence. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian collected the 4 interspatial rings. There are quite a lot of things. It seems that they're all the things of the targets they killed. Unfortunately, there's nothing that I need. Then, I'll just devour them. Ding! The host has broken through. The current level is mid-level, 6th level profound god. He had broken through again. It could be said that Yi Xian needed to devour a huge amount of resources to level up. However, these 4 people's interspatial rings were actually enough for Yi Xian to level up once. It was obvious that they must have killed many people and robbed many people of their resources. Of course, now it was all Yi Xian's fault. Yi Xian also wanted to know who sent these people, but after all, Yi Xian's main goal now was to find the Divine Talisman tribe. Therefore, Yi Xian had to put the matter of these killers aside for the time being. However, once Yi Xian was free, Yi Xian would definitely ask for an explanation for what happened today. Yi Xian continued to move forward. Following the guidance of the leaf, Yi Xian hurried on with the carriage. Before he knew it, he had already traveled the distance of 700 Du realms. However, Yi Xian was now lost. In other words, Yi Xian was blocked by a mysterious restriction. Hey, Fian, no, we're back to where we were just now? Yes, just an hour ago, Yi Xian had left this place. However, an hour later, Yi Xian had returned to the original place. It should be known that using a carriage to hurry on with the journey was extremely fast. In fact, an hour was already very far away. QWPM, however, there was only one possibility for returning to the original place. That was, Yi Xian had gone in a big circle. It should be known that Yi Xian had been following the direction of the golden line on the leaf. Chapter 2254. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. If Yi Xian had returned to the starting point, there was only one possibility. 1357924 6810 J. Golden thread on the leaf wasn't pointing in the wrong direction. It was pointing to a single point. The reason Yi Xian hadn't discovered this was because Yi Xian had been careless. However, it was more likely that someone had set up a powerful restriction here. Anyone who entered this place would subconsciously be led in the wrong direction without realizing it. It seemed that Yi Xian had found the location. The Divine Talisman tribe should be hidden within this restriction. However, if Yi Xian wanted to find the people of the Divine Talisman tribe, the first thing he had to do was find a way to break the restriction in front of him. System, break the restriction. Ding. System notification. This restriction is too powerful. The host level is not high enough to break it. What? The system couldn't break it? After all, this was the hidden place of the Divine Talisman tribe. It would be strange if there weren't any special protective restrictions. Now, with the existence of such a restriction, Yi Xian's heart was much more at ease. He had finally found the place. Yi Xian hadn't searched for so long in vain. However, the question came up again. Then, how could Yi Xian break through this restriction and enter? Yi Xian could roughly understand how this restriction worked. This restriction was similar to a trick in a trick. It didn't have any intention of harming people. It just wanted to lure them away. Therefore, it didn't make sense to use one's eyes or divine consciousness to find the way. So what should he do? 1,000 Beast Sword Servants. Suddenly, Yi Xian summoned the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants. 1,000 Beast Sword Servants seal off your 5 senses, divine consciousness, and other senses. Then, follow this direction and go straight. Yi Xian ordered, "Since you want to lure me away, I don't need any senses. Let's see how you're going to do it." Upon receiving Yi Xian's order, the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants immediately took action. In an instant, The Thousand Beasts sword servant became blind and deaf. His divine sense also disappeared. However, his footsteps did not stop at all. He continued to walk forward. "Girl, let's go. Let's follow them." Without hesitation, Yi Xian followed behind the Thousand Beasts sword servant. A moment later, as expected, the path the Thousand Beasts sword attendant took changed from the straight line in Yi Xian's eyes. At this time, a large boulder blocked the Thousand Beasts sword servant's path, but the Thousand Beasts sword servant did not hesitate and directly crashed into it. However, the Thousand Beasts sword attendant was not blocked by the stone. Its figure blurred slightly as it passed through it. It was indeed a smokescreen. Yi Xian naturally didn't hesitate and immediately followed him. Once they passed through, the scene immediately changed. All kinds of strange scenes appeared inexplicably. Sometimes it was a sea of fire, sometimes it was thunder and lightning, and sometimes it was mythical beasts running amok. However, no matter what kind of scene it was, there was one thing in common, and that was that there was no real danger here. What a divine talisman tribe. They don't want to be discovered, but they won't even use vicious mechanisms to hurt people. I want to see what's so special about this divine talisman tribe. Yi Xian led Fian. Not long after, they finally passed through the layers of illusions and directly arrived at the interior. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the chain random mission. Find the divine talisman tribe. There is no reward for now. This was a quiet mountain village. Many unique houses stood around. From time to time, a few people would casually walk around. It was as if this was a paradise in the realm of the gods. The people here seemed to be completely isolated from the outside world. Yi Xian also noticed that these people were indeed from a different race. QWPM, they were not tall, only about 1 meter tall. Their eyes were both blue and red. They did not have hair, and there were rings of light above their heads. Their left hands generally had 6 fingers, but their right hands only had 4. Were these people from the divine talisman tribe? Halt! Who are you? When Yi Xian put away the Thousand Beast sword servants and walked toward the village, a person holding a spear blocked his way. "Hello, I am Yi Xian, and she is Fian. Are you from the divine talisman tribe?" "Yes, we are from the divine talisman tribe. However, how did you find this place?" "We use this." Yi Xian took out the leaf. Since this leaf was given by the divine talisman tribe, it must be a symbol of status. "Yeah, a leaf from the divine talisman tree. So you are a guest. Please follow me." Sure enough, when he saw the leaf, a smile appeared on that person's face. At the same time, he was much more polite to Yi Xian. "How rare. Our tribe has not had a guest for more than 100,000 years. I will immediately inform Elder Fu Yi. He will definitely be very happy." That person brought Yi Xian into the village. After introducing Yi Xian and the others to the villagers, he immediately left. When they heard that Yi Xian had come with a leaf from the divine talisman tree, the people of the divine talisman tribe were very enthusiastic. Many young men and women even surrounded Yi Xian and asked about the outside world. These people had never left the tribe before. Even if they migrated every time, it was in an illusion. It could be said that they had no idea what the outside world was like. To be honest, Yi Xian did not know much. However, he still patiently explained to them what Yi Xian knew. Soon, an elder came over. "Elder Fu Yi." All the villagers bowed respectfully to Elder Fu Yi. Ding! System notification. The target's realm is too high. Unable to detect. It was actually a super strong cultivator. Since the system could not detect, it proved that this person was most likely a super existence at the King God realm. Yi Xian naturally did not dare to be presumptuous. He immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Junior Yi Xian greets Elder Fu Yi." "Haha, good. It has been a long time since someone came to our tribe. Our tribe has never been in contact with the outside world, and we do not know about divine talismans. I did not expect that you would have the guidance of the divine talisman tree." The elder first looked at the leaf in Yi Xian's hand and said happily. It was obvious that they were very interested in the leaf in Yi Xian's hand, although Yi Xian did not know what use it had. However, he was sure that this leaf was not something simple. Fian seemed to be from a spiritual god tribe, so she could communicate with the talisman tribe quickly. At that moment, Fian had already been pulled to the other side by a few young women of the divine talisman tribe. Yixian naturally did not care so much. "Little guy, why have you come to our divine talisman tribe?" Elder Fu Yi asked Yixian with a smile. Chapter 2255. Therefore, Yixian directly told him that he had originally planned to look for the Void Spirit Stone, but had come here because he found out that the divine talisman race's rune techniques were even more powerful. 1357924 6810 G. Oh, you want to learn runes? Or do you want to obtain rune materials? Unexpectedly, it was just as Fian had said. The people of the divine talisman tribe didn't care about their motives. When Yixian said his intentions, Elder Fu Yi didn't ask any more questions. "Of course I want to learn runes. However, I also need to obtain some rune materials." "Oh, so that's how it is. You have the leaves of the rune divine tree, so we can allow you to learn the basic rune techniques in the rune pavilion. However, because you're an outsider, you can only learn the first 3 pavilions. If you want to learn more runes, then you need to go to the Rune Valley by yourself. You can kill rune beasts there and obtain the materials you want. You can also learn some rune methods." Yixian nodded. The way the rune tribe treated their guests was really simple. However, if it was a simple rune, it wasn't necessary for Yixian. If Yixian wanted to learn runes, then he wanted to learn the highest level runes. "Elder, if I want to learn the highest level runes, can I?" "You want to become a high-level rune master?" "Ha, young man, of course I won't stop you. If you really have the talent, then of course you can learn it. However, it's not that easy to become a high-level rune master. In the outside world, the so-called rune masters are only intermediate-level rune masters in our tribe. Now you should know how difficult it is to learn runes." Yixian nodded, but didn't care at all. Because he had the system, there was nothing that Yixian couldn't learn. "Elder, don't worry. I will work hard." "Ah, good boy, do as you wish. I will arrange a place for you in the tribe, and all the places in our tribe are open to you. You can go wherever you want. However, young man, I don't know if you can give me the leaf of the rune divine tree in your hand. I'm willing to give you rune materials." "Huh?" Yixian was a little surprised. He didn't know what this elder wanted the leaf for. Yixian took it out and handed it to Elder Fu Yi, then asked, "Elder, there's something that I don't understand." "Elder, why do you want this leaf?" "Haha, human brat, you're not a member of my divine talisman clan, so it's not strange that you don't know. There's only one divine tree of runes in the entire divine world, and it's our divine talisman clan's natal divine tree. There will always be 1,000 leaves, and if you pluck a leaf, you'll need 90 million years to grow another. 5 Xian, 10 Yes divine. Yi leaf, divine. Yi. There are only 1,000 leaves in the entire divine realm, and one would only grow every 90 million years. Yixian was shocked. This wasn't something that could only be described as precious. What was Fian's identity? Why would the divine talisman tribe give her such a precious thing? As for Yixian, Yixian understood why he was able to receive so much special treatment. In the eyes of this tribe, even 10,000 Yixians wouldn't be as precious as that leaf. Of course, the leaf of the rune divine tree was useless in Yixian's hands. In that case, it wasn't a loss to use it to exchange for something that Yixian needed. Yixian displayed his strong learning ability in the following days. According to the Divine Talisman Tribe's classification system, rune masters were divided into 6 levels: apprentice, primary, intermediate, advanced, master, and legendary. An ordinary person would need at least a few hundred years to reach the apprentice level. However, Yixian only took 7 days. In 7 days, Yixian had grasped all of the elementary runes. QWPM everyone in the Divine Talisman Tribe looked at him as if he was a monster. However, the real shock was yet to come. Yixian only took 3 months to become a primary rune master. Yixian only took 5 months to become an intermediate rune master. One had to know that in this tribe, there were less than 300 intermediate rune masters. There were more than 30,000 people in this tribe, but only 300 of them had become intermediate rune masters. This showed how low the ratio was. However, Yixian only took 8 months. In just 8 months, he completed all the intermediate Runemaster cultivation and started the advanced Runemaster cultivation. This was simply like a legend, as expected of the person who owns the Rune Divine Tree's leaf. How would he be a human? Such a person would have a chance to become a legendary existence in our Divine Talisman tribe. Elder Fu Yi looked at Yi Xian, who was studying runes from afar, and his eyes were full of reluctance and shock. He was reluctant because Yi Xian was so talented, but he wasn't a member of the Divine Talisman tribe. At this time, Yi Xian had a large pile of materials in front of him. Ever since Yi Xian had displayed his powerful talent, the Divine Talisman tribe had provided him with all kinds of materials to facilitate his learning. However, Yi Xian finally encountered a problem when he reached the advanced Runemaster level. System, I've already failed 3 times in these 17 consecutive explosive runes. Are you sure you can't help me anymore? Ding. System notification. Host level is not high enough. The system's authority is limited and cannot help the host. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the Chain Random mission, Intermediate Runemaster. There is no reward for now. His level was not high enough. Sigh. Yi Xian was also quite depressed. This meant that Yi Xian had already mastered the highest rune refinement technique that he could at his current level. Was he going to give up just like that? However, Yi Xian was still quite unwilling to give up. Moreover, it would be very difficult for Yi Xian to obtain a second leaf from the Divine Tree of Runes. How could Yi Xian be willing to give up such a good learning opportunity in vain? However, should he level up now and come back? It wasn't as if Yi Xian hadn't tried. Those rune beasts would drop some rune materials, but the experience gained after devouring them was very little. This was because almost all of those rune beasts were reared by the Divine Talisman tribe, and they were generally at the True God realm or the Sky God realm. It was very difficult to find even a single spiritual God realm cultivator. According to the rules, once Yi Xian left this tribe, it would be considered as giving up this learning opportunity. The tribe would migrate again, and it would be impossible for Yi Xian to find him again. This made Yi Xian feel like he was in a dilemma. Of course, Yi Xian also knew that with what he had learned now, he would probably be considered a super rune master in the outside world. After all, the ultimate rune master of the Divine Talisman tribe was already a master in the outside world. Moreover, Yi Xian had also learned all the rune techniques in this tribe that he could learn, including some rare rune techniques that have been passed down since ancient times. Chapter 2256. Yi Xian sighed. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth after all. 135-7924 6810 GG. However, Yi Xian was still quite satisfied with his harvest this time. After learning so many runes, his strength would definitely increase by a lot. It was time to leave. Yi Xian had already stayed in the Divine Talisman tribe for almost a year. It was time to leave. When Yi Xian suggested leaving, the people of the Divine Talisman tribe were obviously reluctant to part with him. After all, in their eyes, Yi Xian should be part of their tribe, not a human. Elder Fu Yi looked at Yi Xian with some reluctance in his eyes. Yi Xian, are you really leaving? Elder, don't try to persuade me. Although I can't bear to part with everyone, I still have my own mission. Therefore, I can't continue to stay here. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. If there is a chance, I will come back and learn runes again. Elder Fu Yi's expression kept changing. Suddenly, he seemed to have made a very difficult decision. Yi Xian, this time, this old man will take a gamble. For you, this old man will also take a gamble this time. Gamble? The people of the Divine Talisman tribe actually said the word gamble. What was Elder Fu Yi thinking? Yi Xian, as the 9,432nd Guardian Elder of the Xian Divine Talisman tribe, I now appoint you as the 945th Honorary Guardian Elder of the Xian Divine Talisman tribe. Furthermore, from today onwards, the Xian Divine Talisman tribe announces the birth of the tribe. What? The entire Xian Divine Talisman tribe was shocked. Birth? They were actually going to be born? One had to know that there were many hidden tribes in the Divine Realm. They didn't participate in any of the matters of the Divine Realm. They lived in the divine realm with their own unique way of survival. The Divine Talisman tribe was the same. However, each tribe of the Divine Talisman tribe had the right to choose whether to live in seclusion or birth. The condition for the birth of the Divine Talisman tribe was that their guardian elder had to be recognized by the Divine Rune Tree. Xian Divine Talisman race's elder Fu Yi was indeed gambling. Before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, he heard elder Fu Yi continue. Yi Xian, during this period of time, we have all seen your actions and character. We elders have discussed this matter several times, and we have decided to appoint you as the next guardian elder. This is everyone's decision. Are you willing to accept it? I'll say this first. If you become our guardian elder, not only will you not receive any benefits, you will also have to take care of our tribe at all times. Otherwise, you will be punished by the Divine Talisman Tree. You have to think carefully before making a decision. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the chain random mission. The recognition of the Divine Talisman tribe will not be rewarded for now. Yi Xian began to ponder. On the surface, this seemed like a burden to Yi Xian. Once he agreed, he would need to take care of the Divine Talisman race. But so what? Since the Divine Talisman race was willing to trust him, Yi Xian had no reason not to trust them. All right, Elder, I promise you. I am willing to protect everyone. I am willing to take everyone out with me. Boom! Suddenly, a ray of rainbow light descended from the sky. An extremely mysterious array formation condensed in midair. Countless rays of light converged on the array formation from all directions, then poured into Yi Xian's body from the array formation. The recognition of the Divine Talisman Tree. Yi Xian quickly absorbed the power of these divine talismans. The Divine Talisman Tree has recognized you. Elder Fu Yi seemed to be even more excited than Yi Xian. He was actually howling loudly. At this time, Yi Xian also heard the system notification. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the chain random mission. The recognition of the Divine Talisman Tree will not be rewarded for now. Ding! System notification. The Divine Talisman Tree's blessing has been detected. The system is automatically accepting it. Ding! System notification. The host level is continuously increasing. Ding! System notification. The host's bloodline is continuously strengthening. Ding! System notification. The host's divine sense is continuously strengthening. Ding! System notification. The system is continuously repairing. Ding! System notification. The Divine Talisman Tree has bestowed a special blessing. The host's devouring space has been completely repaired. Ding! System notification. The Divine Talisman Tree has bestowed a special blessing. The host's devouring space has left behind a seed of the Divine Talisman Tree. Ding! System notification. According to the contract with the Divine Talisman Tree, the system will use a large amount of resources to nurture the seed of the Divine Talisman Tree. Does the host agree? Holy sh**t. At this time, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He did not expect that there would be so many benefits. Even more so, he did not expect that the Divine Talisman Tree would actually want to sign a contract with him. Of course, even a fool would understand that this was a good thing. If he, Yi Xian, were to reject it, he would be worse than a fool. Agree, I allow the contract to be signed. Ding! The host has authorized the contract to be signed. From now on, half of the experience points that the host devours will be used to nurture the seed of the Divine Talisman Tree. Ding! The Divine Talisman Tree has bestowed upon the host a special identity. The host has obtained a special title, the Divine Talisman Protector. Ding! The host has obtained a special title. The host's rune skills have increased by 1 level. The host is now a high-level rune master. Ding! According to the contract, the Divine Talisman Tree has bestowed upon the host the 10 ancient ancestral talismans. The system has automatically accepted. Ding! According to the contract, the Divine Talisman Tree has bestowed upon the host a special item, one of the 10 ancient ancestral talismans, the Clone Ancestral Talisman. Clone Ancestral Talisman. The host can use the Clone Ancestral Talisman to instantly create 10,000 clones of the same level and strength as the host. In addition, this Ancestral Talisman can only be used once. Ding! The Divine Talisman tree's blessing has ended. The host's level has stopped increasing. The host's current level is the 9th level Profound God Realm. In one breath, he had leveled up so many times. This unexpected surprise shocked Yi Xian to the point that he was speechless. However, could he really take so many benefits for free? Obviously not. Ding! System notification. The host has signed a contract with the Divine Talisman tree. From now on, not only the Xian tribe, but the entire Divine Talisman race will be under the host's protection. At the same time, if there are special circumstances, the system will forcibly transport the host to the required location through the contract. The system's last notification finally revealed the price of signing a contract with the Divine Talisman tree. In other words, Yi Xian would be bound to the Divine Talisman race from now on. He had found a burden for himself to carry on his back. Of course, this burden was actually not that heavy for Yi Xian, because there was a seed of the Divine Talisman tree in the devouring space. At worst, he could just absorb the Divine Talisman race into the devouring space. After all, as long as there was the Divine Talisman tree, it didn't matter where they stayed. Chapter 2257. Since Wei Jintian isn't a living creature, that's why he can be summoned. If Old Shu and the Azura Ghost Sovereign are still in the space, it shouldn't be possible. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then decided to let Wei Jintian scout the way first. Wei Jintian turned into a thin needle and chose the first path to pass through. Through sharing his vision, Yi Xian could clearly see that there were mechanical arms all along the way. Moreover, the journey was long and not something an ordinary person could pass through. This labyrinth of mechanisms extends in all directions. I wonder where the exit is. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Although Wei Jintian could deal with this mechanical arm, he still needed to do something in order to use the immortal devouring system to draw a map. Since he couldn't use the void eyes here, he could only wait for Wei Jintian to find the exit before coming back and going through it again. This step took quite a while, but it was only half a day. After that, Wei Jintian spent another half a day to return and once again transformed into the profound god battle armor and put it on Yi Xian's body. Next, it was Yi Xian's turn to move. If Yi Xian, who was a Grade 2 Immortal Sovereign, was allowed to pass through, using the Skyfire 3 Profound Change could temporarily raise Yi Xian to a Grade 5 Immortal Sovereign. However, the Skyfire 3 Profound Change had a duration. Once the duration passed, Yi Xian would fall back to a Grade 2 Immortal Sovereign. However, after wearing the Profound God Battle Armor, it was different. There doesn't seem to be a place to rest along the way. After using the Skyfire 3 Profound Change, I'll try my best to hurry up. When the Skyfire 3 Profound Change cools down, I can only be beaten up by these mechanical arms. Yi Xian thought, if there was a place to rest along the way, it would be easy. However, there wasn't one along the way, so he could only be beaten up. This could be considered a rest. Yi Xian, who possessed the profound God Battle armor and the bloodline of the immortal Divine Phoenix, shouldn't have a problem withstanding these attacks. After mentally preparing himself, Yi Xian immediately took action. With a stride, he charged into the labyrinth. Yi Xian, who was wearing the profound God Battle armor and using the Skyfire 3 Profound Change, was extremely fast. He easily avoided these obstacles and advanced according to the map in the immortal devouring system. However, the duration of the Skyfire 3 Profound Change quickly passed, causing Yi Xian's speed to drop. Bam! 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 Muffled sounds rang out as Yi Xian was hit by the mechanical arm and bounced around like a ball. Fortunately, the profound God Battle armor was extremely hard. Coupled with the recovery speed of the immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline, Yi Xian was able to endure it. After a period of time, Skyfire 3 Profound Change, third form. Yi Xian once again used the Skyfire 3 Profound Change, then began to sprint once more. After a few tries, he finally left the labyrinth. However, it was already 2 days later. Adding the day that Wei Jintian used, it was 3 days. In these 2 days, Yi Xian didn't know how many times he'd been beaten up, but fortunately, he'd already left the labyrinth. If even I have such a hard time, then those 8th and 9th grade immortal sovereigns probably won't be able to pass, right? Yi Xian thought. However, he couldn't care less. The lives of those people had nothing to do with him. This path was chosen by the other party. Moreover, the other party might not have come in yet. After passing through the labyrinth, Yi Xian sized up his new environment. This place was very spacious, as if he was in a large hall. There was only one mechanical puppet in front of him. "Young man, defeat this puppet and you can pass." A voice entered Yi Xian's ears. "Who's talking?" Yi Xian asked in astonishment. "Young man, as long as you defeat it, you will be able to see me. At that time, you will know who I am." The voice rang out in the hall again. "Since that's the case, then let's destroy it." Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself. System analysis. This puppet definitely had a flaw, and with how powerful the immortal grade devouring system was, it shouldn't be a problem for it to find a flaw. Crack! At this moment, the puppet also began to move. Its speed was very fast, and it was at least at the Immortal Emperor level. Yi Xian also recalled that the labyrinth from before should be at the Immortal Emperor level. However, it was better to solve this problem first. Ding! Analysis successful. Without waiting for the puppet to rush over, the system prompted. The vital point of this puppet was a certain point on its back. As long as it was hit hard, it could be defeated. Attack! Yi Xian didn't waste any words. He directly took out the Leaf Fire Immortal Sword and charged forward while wearing the profound God Battle Armor. Clang! 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 Crisp sounds rang out one after another in the Great Hall. Right now, Yi Xian was unable to use the Skyfire 3 Profound Change, so he could only rely on the profound God Battle Armor to fight the puppet. Of course, he was always the one who was beaten up during the battle. However, after the Skyfire 3 Profound Change cooled down, he directly exploded. Skyfire 3 Profound Change, 3rd form. In an instant, Yi Xian's cultivation rose from a Grade 2 Immortal Sovereign to a Grade 5 Immortal Sovereign. Immediately after, he quickly used the Eye of Assassination to arrive at the back of the puppet and stabbed out with his sword. Crack! This sword had accurately pierced into the puppet's vital point, without missing a single inch. In the next moment, the puppet instantly disintegrated. "Young man, you are not bad. Originally, I set it to be a battle of the same level, but I didn't expect that you would dare to enter my ruins without being an immortal emperor. You have truly impressed me." The mysterious voice rang out. "Senior, you flatter me." Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists. "Put this puppet away. I deliberately left that vital point behind. Otherwise, with your strength, it would be impossible for you to defeat it." Following the meaning of the voice, Yi Xian hurriedly put away the puppet that had already disintegrated into pieces. He could tell that this was a good thing. "Through that door, you can find me." Immediately, Yi Xian quickly walked through the door in front of him. After he passed through, he saw the shadow of a middle-aged man standing in front of him. "Greetings, Senior," Yi Xian hurriedly said. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, "This ruin was casually built by me, but I have left behind my life's absolute arts here. You have already passed 2 stages, and as long as you pass one more stage, you will be able to obtain my inheritance." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Taoist Master Ling Xin. I don't know if I'm still alive, but this is just a remnant of my will. If you can obtain my inheritance, then you can try to find me. I might take you in as my disciple." The middle-aged man said. "Taoist Master Ling Xin?" Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. What kind of title was that? If this middle-aged man was still an immortal emperor, then he would probably call himself Immortal Emperor Ling Xin or something like that. Chapter 2258. Yi Xian frowned. Why did this guy call him Lord? Perhaps this guy was really wrong. 135-7924? 6810 Yi Xian didn't mind and led the Xianxian clan's people and Fian to start making arrangements. Only when Yixian's group was far away did the Heavenly Jade School's elders gather in the pavilion and discuss in low voices. That Yixian just now, is he the brat that Master Goddess Mealy specially came to ask about? His cultivation isn't that high. Do you think the brat that Master Goddess Mealy took a fancy to is so simple? Let me tell you, he already had a letter from our school, but he didn't come directly. Instead, he joined a small 3-star school. What I'm talking about is not the matter of him joining the sect. But do you know what his cultivation level was at that time? Let me tell you, at that time, he was only at the middle of the 2nd grade Profound God Realm. But look at him now, in just 2 years, he is already at the peak of the upper Profound God Realm. Also, do you know who his followers are? Let me tell you, those people, aside from the girls standing behind him, are all Rune Grandmasters. What? Impossible. How could a Rune Grandmaster be his follower? No matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for a Rune Grandmaster to follow him. Haha, impossible? Take a look at this. After saying that, the man casually tossed a jade pendant over. Isn't this the high-rank protective rune you exchanged from our school's Rune Grandmaster? How could it be? No, this is a Grandmaster-level rune. A Grandmaster-level protective rune. Since when did our school have a Grandmaster-level Rune Grandmaster? Haha, we've had one since today. And it's not just one, but 10. To tell you the truth, it was just a little girl among them who wasn't satisfied with it. So she modified it. It's true. Chong Run was shocked. A Rune Grandmaster was already very difficult to deal with, let alone a Rune Grandmaster. And now, someone was telling them that there were 10 Rune Grandmasters in front of them. How could they not be excited? Of course, Yixian didn't know what these people were talking about. However, Yixian still saw the little girl changing the jade talisman. However, Yixian didn't intend to interfere. Although the identity of a Rune Master would bring them some trouble, it would also bring them more benefits. After all, they were in the Heavenly Spiral School, so Yixian wasn't too worried about their safety. After everything was settled, Yixian said to them, "All right, you all can stay here and study first. I will have Fian stay behind to watch over you. If any of you dare to disobey, don't blame me for being merciless and directly sending you back to your clan. Before I return, no matter what happens, the 10 of you are not allowed to leave the sect. Do you understand?" Yes, Elder. Everyone was still very afraid of Yixian. After hearing Yixian's words, no one dared to object. Of course, they also understood that Yixian was doing this for their own good. Yixian looked at these guys. To be honest, these people were generally young. However, they weren't really children. In fact, if they were to calculate their ages, each of them was probably several times older than Yixian. However, they knew too little about the world, so Yixian couldn't help but worry. "Little girl, take this universe ring. I left you some resources. Take good care of them. Before I return, teach them about the outside world." "Don't worry, young master. This little girl understands." Fian nodded in agreement, and Yixian left again and set off on his journey. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. "System, are you sure this is the place?" Ding. System notification. The target was last seen here, and now it has disappeared again. All right, continue to detect. I'll take a good look. Yixian was now on top of a bare mountain. He had already been here for 3 days, but he still hadn't caught the divine beast. About 5 days ago, Yixian suddenly heard the system notification that a devouring beast had been detected. Yixian would never let go of a devouring beast. Hence, Yixian gave chase without hesitation. QWPM, however, this devouring beast was obviously a special type of devouring beast. Although Yixian had been constantly setting up seals and detection runes, he still hadn't been able to catch this guy. He clearly knew that it was in this bare mountain. However, Yixian still hadn't seen what this devouring beast looked like. If not for the system notification, Yixian would have thought that he had lost the target. Suddenly, the system notification sounded again. Ding! System notification. The target has appeared. Following the system notification, Yixian also saw it. Furthermore, it was his first time seeing what the devouring beast looked like. However, that wasn't the key. The key was the distance. At this moment, The devouring beast was less than 10 meters away from Yi Xian. What did 10 meters mean? Yi Xian could travel millions of miles in the blink of an eye. A distance of 10 meters could be said to be within Yi Xian's absolute range of detection. However, within this absolute range of detection, this devouring beast was actually able to get so close to Yi Xian without being detected. Looking at the devouring beast that was as small as a squirrel, Yi Xian was completely convinced. Although this guy didn't have any combat power, his ability to conceal himself was simply terrifying. He was able to easily barge into a 10-meter range of detection. This was definitely not something that could be done by any ordinary ability. However, this little guy had delivered himself to Yi Xian, so why would he be polite? In an instant, more than 10 seals were activated at the same time. Without any suspense, they were taken down. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining 3 devouring points. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the Heart of Concealment. Another 3 devouring points were obtained. Yi Xian was extremely satisfied. It could be said that Yi Xian had never been so rich since he entered the realm of the gods. He now had 9 devouring points. However, before Yi Xian could even warm up, he heard the system notification. Ding! System notification. Host has obtained the special material, the Heart of Concealment. In addition to the special materials previously obtained, you have fulfilled the requirements to create a special treasure, the Nameless Cloak. Host, do you wish to create it? Nameless Cloak? What treasure is this? Yi Xian quickly checked it out. Nameless Cloak, a support-type treasure. It can effectively conceal the host's figure. Once this treasure is activated, the host can freely choose his appearance, body size, cultivation level, etc. People who are not more than 3 cultivation levels higher than the host will not be able to see through it. At the same time, the Nameless Cloak has an invisibility ability. It can be activated for 1 hour every day. Similarly, people who are not more than 3 cultivation levels higher than the host will not be able to see through it. 3 cultivation levels? Chapter 2259. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Good stuff. What am I waiting for? Let's refine it. System, this treasure is not bad. It's exactly what I need. Let's refine it now. Ding. System notification. Detected special materials that can be added to the Nameless Cloak. Heart of Fury. Heart of Teleportation. Would the host like to add them? Heart of Fury and Heart of Teleportation were both special materials used to kill the devouring beast. Who would have thought that they could be used now? 1357924 6810 G. Okay, I'll add them. Ding. System notification. For this fusion, the host is using 3 special materials from the devouring beast. Requires 9 devouring points. Would the host like to confirm? How? How many devouring points? 9? Yi Xian was depressed. He had only obtained 9 devouring points, and now he had to use all of them in one go. However, using 9 devouring points and many special materials to refine a treasure, it would definitely not be bad. Gritting his teeth, Yi Xian took the gamble. System, give me the best materials. This time, I want to see what kind of treasure I can get. Ding. Beginning fusion. Ding. Fusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a unique treasure, Wings of Gods. Wings of Gods. In ancient times, countless gods fell during the Great War of the Gods. Their divine sense was not extinguished and remained in the world. Wings of Gods is the embodiment of the divine sense of the gods. Treasure grade, unlimited growth. This treasure is permanently bound to the host. As the host grows, the treasure will grow as well. The Wings of the Gods had 3 special abilities. Special Ability 1. Cloning of Gods. The host can transform into any fallen god, but the host's strength will retain the host's original strength. The host will only have the form, but not the spirit. This ability can be used once every 3 months. Use will consume the wing's energy. Special Ability 2. Permanent Positioning. As long as the host has been to a place before, the Wings of Gods will be able to teleport without any restrictions. This ability can be used once a year, and cannot be used in secret realms or other places that are beyond the realm of the gods. Use will consume the wing's energy. Special ability 3, Wrath of the Gods. Host can activate the power of the wings of the gods to launch an absolutely powerful attack. If this attack is used on a single target, it can deal a critical hit that is equivalent to 10,000 times the host's normal attack. If used in a group, it can attack 10,000 targets at the same time. This ability can be used once a year. Using it consumes the energy of the divine wings. The wings of gods' energy was a unique energy to the wings of gods. It was the manifestation of the consciousness of the fallen gods, and the wings of gods could absorb this energy at any time. At the same time, the host would have a chance to obtain this energy if they killed an over-god or above. Currently, the wings of the gods could store 100% of the divine wings energy. If he wanted to increase the storage capacity, he would need special items to strengthen it. Ding! System notification. Host currently possesses 5% of the divine wings energy. Good, very strong. It could be said that the wings of the gods was Yi Xian's most powerful treasure. It was even stronger than the Godslayer. The Godslayer's Godslayer / could only amplify its attack power by 10 times, but the wings of the gods could amplify it by 10,000 times. An entire 10,000 times attack power. Didn't that mean that even if Yi Xian were to face a super existence at the Overgod realm, he would still have the confidence to speak? Of course, this thing had a very long cooldown time, and it was very dependent on the energy of the divine wings. But so what? Such a treasure would only be used at critical moments. Who would be so bored as to use it to kill ordinary enemies? Therefore, Yi Xian was very satisfied with the fusion this time. It could be said that Yi Xian had made a huge profit by using only 9 Devour points and some special materials to fuse the wings of the gods. Good. Yi Xian said good 3 times in a row. It could be said that this was a rare occurrence for Yi Xian. Yi Xian was very fond of the squirrel-like devourer. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he had given Yi Xian such a huge gift meant that Yi Xian would not let him die so easily. System. I want to use the 6-syllable mantra to revive this squirrel. Can I do that? Ding! System notification. Host can consume a certain amount of resources to revive this devourer. Good, then let's do that. This little guy has given me such a huge gift. I can't treat him badly. 6-syllable mantra. Life. Following Yi Xian's words, a mysterious power surged out from Yi Xian's body and wrapped around the small, dead devourer. After a while, the devourer came back to life. Ding! System notification. This devourer is on the verge of leveling up. Host, do you want to use resources to strengthen it? Sure, I've gotten the wings of the gods today. Let's splurge. Following Yi Xian's words, more energy surged into the devourer. The devourer that had just been revived did not even understand what was going on before the powerful energy entered its body and strengthened it continuously. This process lasted for about 6 hours. Within those 6 hours, Yi Xian had consumed a large amount of resources, as well as a portion of special resources. At this point, the devourer had a new name. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host for obtaining the 10,000 Seeker God technique. Ding! System notification. 10,000 Seeker God technique has met the requirements of a Sword Servant and has been automatically promoted to Sword Servant of 10,000 Seeker. Ding! Host has obtained the ability of the 10,000 Seeker Sword Servant. Host's senses have been strengthened. 10,000 Seeker Sword Servant. Special ability. Search. Able to search for specific targets for the host. It is especially sensitive to natural treasures. Special ability. Unlimited teleportation. The 10,000 Seeker Sword Servant has the ability to teleport and travel thousands of realms in a single day. At the same time, it will not be obstructed or discovered by anything while traveling. What guy? Yi Xian looked at the little thing in front of him. He was simply shocked by this little thing. This special ability of his was extraordinary. Not only could it travel thousands of realms in a single day, but it would also not be obstructed or discovered by anything. Didn't that mean that it could pass through any impasse and not be afraid of being searched by a sovereign god? Oh no, oh no. Although this guy did not have much combat power, it was definitely an expert when it came to teleporting things. Besides, Yi Xian had only thought of this little guy as a toy from the start. He did not expect it to become a sword servant. Yi Xian casually kept the 10,000 seeker sword servant into the Devourer's space and let it do as it pleased. After that, he continued on his journey. Originally, he had planned to go to the Drought Sea after leaving the Heavenly Jade Academy. However, this little guy delayed him for a while. But now, it seemed that the delay was worth it. The Drought Sea was one of the 5 mysterious places in the Kunlun God domain. It was said that it used to be an ocean, but it disappeared due to the Great War of the Gods. It could be said that the Drought Sea was a remnant of the Great War of the Gods during the Ancient Age. Chapter 2260. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When Yi Xian arrived at the Drought Sea, he realized that it was indeed an extraordinary place. Perhaps the current Drought Sea could also be called the Fog Sea. 1357924 6810 Gs was because the fog would not dissipate all year round, and many of the fog was highly toxic. The Drought Sea was originally an ocean. Therefore, the terrain that was revealed now was extremely strange. According to the descriptions of those who had entered the Drought Sea, the divine beasts in the Drought Sea had evolved from the original divine beasts of the sea. The divine abilities they possessed were also very strange. The Drought Sea was so huge that it could be said that any place could be an entrance. As for Yi Xian, he didn't pay much attention to it. He casually found a spot and directly entered. When Yi Xian entered, he realized that the fog was not only invisible, but could also block the divine consciousness of those who entered. Even Yi Xian's divine consciousness was greatly weakened in this place. Yi Xian was unusually careful as he advanced, because no one knew what kind of dangers were hidden in the fog. However, what was bound to come would come. After all, the Drought Sea was an extremely dangerous place. How could it be so easy for Yi Xian to enter? Ding! Warning! Warning! A powerful attack has been detected. Following the system's notification, an extremely thick tentacle descended from the sky in an instant. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge crater was immediately blasted open where Yi Xian had been standing. However, this attack appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. Yi Xian didn't even find the location of the attacker, but that thing once again disappeared without a trace. If not for the huge mark on the ground, Yi Xian would have suspected that it was an illusion. It seems that this place is still quite dangerous. Sword Attendant Wan Sun. Yi Xian summoned the little sword attendant Wan Sun and instructed it to explore in front of him. This little guy did not have any other abilities, but its ability to explore was top-notch. Moreover, its ability to escape was not bad, so Yi Xian did not have to worry about its safety. Moreover, this little guy did not have the ability to resurrect like the 1,000 Beast Sword Attendant. However, Yi Xian needed an acceptable amount of resources to revive it. Whoosh! Suddenly, Sword Attendant Wan Sun retreated. At the same time, an ugly monster suddenly appeared at the place where it had just been standing. This thing had the appearance of a fish, but it had 2 legs and 2 hands. It was somewhat similar to the demon Murloc he had encountered before. However, this divine beast did not have any eyes. That's right, its eyes seemed to have deteriorated, and it could only rely on its divine sense and hearing to determine the location of its enemies. This was the first divine beast Yi Xian had seen, but this did not mean that Yi would be spared. God Slayer. Suddenly, Yi Xian brandished the God-slaying sword and a sword light shot out. Although the divine beast did not have eyes, its perception was much stronger. Almost at the same time that Yi Xian attacked, it dodged to the side. However, how could Yi Xian's attack be so easily dodged? All of a sudden, the sword ray split into 7 and attacked in 7 different directions. Yi Xian had already guessed that this thing would not be easy to deal with, so he would not only attack one direction. Even though this divine beast had sharp reflexes, it could not escape Yi Xian's attack in the end. QWPM 1 hit kill. This divine beast was just an appetizer. Yi Xian's real target was the strange tentacle that had attacked Yi Xian at the beginning. Although the attack was Yi Xian's, that thing had only used one tentacle. However, Yi Xian knew that that thing was not simple. It was at least at the true god realm. Suddenly, Yi Xian sensed something and turned to look at the fog on his left. The fog was so thick that Yi Xian could not see anything at all. However, he keenly sensed that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. Yi Xian's perception had been strengthened because of the sword attendant Wan's son. Therefore, his perception was much stronger than before. He could sense the greed and brutality in that pair of eyes. It was a gaze that wanted Yi Xian dead. Yi Xian's body stiffened, and he instinctively stopped in his tracks. His entire body had stopped moving. All of a sudden, a violent attack arrived. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard, and what accompanied this sound was the powerful attack of a tentacle. Yes, it was a tentacle. In other words, Yi Xian had finally found the thing that had attacked him the first time. Even though Yi Xian had yet to see what this thing looked like, he had already been attacked twice. The tentacle's speed was extremely fast. When it attacked, it immediately triggered a chain reaction. This time, the attack was even more ferocious than the previous one. Furthermore, Yi Xian finally sensed the special power of this mythical beast. Runes. Yes, Yi Xian saw traces of the mythical beast runes from this attack. This was because this tentacle attack had actually triggered chain of runes attack. Puffed, puffed, boom. As Yi Xian had sensed it in advance, he managed to escape in time. However, as soon as he left, the spot where he was originally standing was attacked by a devastating attack. First, dozens of thin lines directly surrounded the spot where Yi Xian had just been standing. Then, the giant tentacle directly smashed that spot to pieces. Damn it, what kind of mythical beast is this? Yi Xian frowned. This was because he could clearly sense the existence of the eyes, but he could not see the mythical beast that had attacked him. System, detect the target. Yi Xian ordered the system. He could not see it, so he could only pin his hopes on the system. Ding, detecting the target. Detection failed. Ding, system notification. The target is protected by a special ability. Would the host like to use faith points to strengthen the detection? Faith points can be used to strengthen the detection of the system? Then, let's strengthen it. Alright, system, allow me to use faith points to strengthen it. I want to see what is causing this. Ding, system notification, strengthen detection successful. Target detection successful. Ding, target specified. 1,000 tentacles sea beast, lower rank 7 true god realm. Special ability, hide. 1,000 tentacles sea beast can use the surrounding fog to hide itself. Ding, 1,000 tentacles sea beast skill, 1,000 tentacles attack. 1,000 tentacles sea beast is a type of mythical beast that cultivates the body. Hence, all of its attacks come from its body. The 1,000 tentacles give it enough power to attack. Ding, 1,000 tentacles sea beast skill, rune control. 1,000 tentacles sea beast special ability allows it to freely control some special rune attack methods as its own auxiliary attack method. Yi Xian looked at the data and nodded slightly. Although the 1,000 tentacles sea beast data did not seem complicated, in reality, it was not easy to deal with. Chapter 2261. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Ding. System notification. Host can use special formations and runes to disperse the fog. 135-7924-6810 J Ding. System notification. Host can choose to create a large-scale spirit dispelling seal. This seal will be able to disperse the fog. Alternatively, host can create a large number of spirit dispelling divine talismans that will also disperse the fog. Why do all of their names have the word spirit dispelling in them? Ding. System notification. The fog here is no ordinary fog. It contains a large amount of special divine power. Not only can it strengthen the sea beasts within it and provide them with an endless supply of divine power, it can also make some strange changes on its own. So that was the case. Yi Xian would not choose to create a seal now because the thousand-feeler sea beast would not give Yi Xian enough time to create a large-scale seal. Therefore, it was probably the best choice to create a divine talisman. Yi Xian's best choice would be to create a seal while dodging the attacks. Even so, it was still quite dangerous. However, it was better than facing it directly. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately took action. He casually summoned the materials and began to create a seal. QWPM boom! A tentacle attacked. Yi Xian, who was in the middle of creating a divine talisman, dodged without hesitation. The tentacle attack missed. It was as if the thousand-feeler sea beast had finally started to take Yi Xian seriously because it could not kill Yi Xian. This time, it directly used 10 tentacles to attack Yi Xian fiercely. However, Yi Xian still dodged leisurely. At this time, Yi Xian kept a part of his consciousness on creating a divine talisman and another part of his consciousness on observing the thousand-feeler sea beast's actions. Such an action might be extremely dangerous to others. However, Yi Xian had the system. Even if Yi Xian did not discover any hidden dangers, the system would help him in time. This way, Yi Xian could be said to be in no real danger. Of course, if this continued, it would only be a waste of time. However, as time passed, every time Yi Xian created a divine talisman, he would quickly throw it out and disperse the fog in an area. The advantaged divine talisman slowly began to shift towards Yi Xian. The fog divine talisman. The fog divine talisman was not only useless to Yi Xian, but it could strengthen the thousand-feeler sea beast. And at the same time, it could block Yi Xian's divine sense and his sight. It was. Now, as the fog continued to disappear, the thousand-feeler sea beast couldn't be strengthened. Furthermore, Yi Xian could see what that thing looked like. When the thousand-feeler's sea beast's final body was revealed in front of Yi Xian's first reaction was big. It indeed. In front of Yi Xian, a terrifying divine beast had revealed its body. Yi Xian would only be able to see one of its tentacles if he did not use his divine sense and only use his eyes to look at it. However, this one tentacle took up more than a dozen mountains. According to Yi Xian's estimation, this thing's tentacles would probably take up more than 1,000,000 square kilometers. Yes, 1,000,000 square kilometers. This was the first time Yi Xian had seen such a terrifying divine beast. It could be said that Yi Xian had never thought that he would see such a powerful divine beast before. The realm of the gods was huge and full of wonders. Could it be that Yi Xian had finally seen a special divine beast of the realm of the gods? Boom! Just as Yi Xian was shocked by the divine beast's eyes, the divine beast launched another attack. This time, Yi Xian could clearly see its attack method. It was indeed the purest form of physical attack. The tentacle in front of Yi Xian wriggled quickly. In an instant, the tip of the tentacle smashed down on Yi Xian. At the same time, another tentacle came crashing down from afar. Perhaps in the eyes of this divine beast, it was just a very ordinary attack. However, in Yi Xian's eyes, it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Boom! A mountain collapsed. If Yi Xian had not dodged in time, one could only imagine what kind of destructive attack he would have suffered. The pair of eyes that Yi Xian had just sensed were not the thousand tentacles sea beast's real eyes. They were just eyes on the tentacle. In other words, the thing that had frightened Yi Xian was just one of the tentacles of the thousand tentacles sea beast. What a thousand-feeler sea beast! Although he was only a 7th grade lower true god, even if 10 lower true gods came, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. If Yi Xian did not get rid of such a huge divine beast, he would not be able to advance at all. Was he going to turn back just like that? No, that was impossible. Yi Xian would not say that he would turn back just like that. The thousand tentacles sea beast was so powerful. It was imaginable how much experience points he would gain after devouring it. Thousand beast sword servants. Flower god sword servants. Come out. In an instant, 2 of Yi Xian's sword servants appeared. At the same time, they activated their divine beast mounts and flower god sword servants. Then, without waiting for Yi Xian's orders, they charged forward. Mai Jintian! Yi Xian shouted, and Mai Jintian immediately began to transform. Unfortunately, this time, none of the three forms of the magic treasure were suitable for the current battle. Yi Xian had no choice but to let Mai Jintian control the God Slayer and join the battle. However, Yi Xian's enemy was only one of the tentacles of the 1,000 Tentacles Sea Beast. Boom! With a casual sweep of the tentacles, hundreds of divine beast mounts were sent flying. Although those divine beast mounts were not fatally injured, they were still in a sorry state. The tentacle was actually able to cause Yi Xian to be helpless against it? No, that was impossible. Yi Xian did not believe that he could not deal with it. On the contrary, only such a powerful existence could ignite Yi Xian's fighting spirit. It's time to create some special divine talismans. Yi Xian thought to himself. He was now an advanced divine talisman master of the divine talisman race. If he was in the realm of the gods, he would be a master. Moreover, Yi Xian had a large number of methods to create special divine talismans. For example, the 10 great ancient divine talismans. System: I want to create an ancient divine talisman. Which one is the most suitable for the current situation? Ding! System notification. According to the current situation, the Giant God Talisman is the most suitable for the host to create. Giant God Talisman? Yi Xian suddenly thought of it. This item was not to be underestimated. Although the name sounded a little old-fashioned, its actual power was not to be underestimated. This was because this Giant God Talisman could increase the size of Yi Xian by 100,000 times. Yes, this item was used to increase the size of one's body. Since the 1,000 Tentacles Sea Beast in front of him was extremely huge, why couldn't Yi Xian become bigger to deal with it? Alright, this is the item. System: I want to create this Giant God Talisman. Chapter 2262. I don't care anymore. Let be a waste. If I can kill this big guy, I can earn back the rest. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and ordered the talisman to begin. 1357924 6810 GE. The speed at which the talismans were made by the system was no joke. Soon, a talisman appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was the Giant God Transformation Talisman, one of the top 10 ancient talismans. Yi Xian did not hesitate and chose to use it. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's body expanded rapidly. The Giant God Transformation Talisman could increase Yi Xian's body by 100,000 times in an hour. As for Yi Xian, he had to kill this 1,000-feeler sea beast within this hour. Yi Xian's body suddenly grew larger, and in his eyes, some things changed. The mountains that were originally by Yi Xian's side now seemed insignificant. As for the 1,000-feeler sea beast, it was no longer as enormous as before. Although the current Yi Xian was still extremely huge when he looked at the 1,000-feeler sea beast, he didn't feel as small as before. The Giant God Transformation Talisman could only make Yi Xian bigger. It could not make the 1,000 beast sword attendants, God Slayer, and other items bigger as well. However, this was impossible. Could it be that Yi Xian waved his hand casually. He pulled out a mountain and held it in his hand, making it his new weapon. Boom! Yi Xian jumped up and used the mountain to smash the 1,000-feeler beast. This time, he was not going for the tentacles, but the 1,000-feeler beast body. Bam! The mountain smashed into the 1,000-feeler beast and shattered immediately. But Yi Xian did not care. At the same time, he opened his hands and pulled out another huge mountain, which he then smashed down. Now, it was a battle of pure physical strength. The current Yi Xian looked at the 1,000 Tentacles Sea Beast as if he was fighting with a giant octopus. Following Yi Xian's footsteps and movements, this area of the Drought Sea could be considered to be extremely unlucky. Countless mountains collapsed, and the entire earth shook. In the distance, some gods who had entered the Drought Sea to seek opportunities were stunned. Because of the fog, they could not see what was happening, but they could hear the tremors under their feet and the roars in the distance. All of them knew that two terrifying experts were fighting, and they could not afford to provoke those two terrifying fellows. Hence, they retreated and fled. When they came out, they found that countless people were looking at the drought sea. Naturally, these people were also puzzled and looked over as well. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't seen it, but when he saw it, he was shocked. The drought sea, the clouds. Two incomparably huge monsters were fighting each other. Not two monsters, but a human and a monster. Heavens, what is that? Could it be the legendary ancient giants? It said that the ancient giants were gigantic and terrifyingly strong. But didn't they go extinct? Why? Why can we still see the ancient giants now? Countless people were puzzled. They did not know that the ancient giant they were talking about was actually Yi Xian. In their eyes, he was a powerful being who could cause such a huge commotion in the drought sea. He would break through the fog and jump high before landing. Moreover, every attack would cause the ground to shake. With a casual grab, he could turn a mountain into a weapon. They could not think of any other explanation for such a powerful being other than an ancient giant. Of course, Yi Xian did not know this. Even if he knew, he would not care. QWPM at this moment, Yi Xian had already fought to his heart's content. This kind of most primitive collision of power was actually the most exciting part of the battle. Yi Xian had not fought like this in a long time. But this time, he was excited to be able to fight like this. Punch after punch, kick after kick. It was that simple. Tang Tang and Tang Tang were using the most ordinary method to decide the victor. However, if one underestimated them because of this, then even a mid-level true god would be killed by the aftermath of their battle. The power contained in each of his punches and kicks was not something that could be imagined by anyone. Terrifying and powerful. This was the most realistic portrayal. More and more people gathered outside the drought sea. He watched the soul-stirring battle in the drought sea from afar. The thousand-feeler sea beast. Of course, this was not the first time it had appeared there. In fact, many people had seen the thousand-feeler sea beast before, but seeing it did not mean that one could defeat it. In fact, most people who saw it would only end up dead. Even a high-grade spiritual god would die if he didn't have a way to disperse the fog. Some people said that the thousand-feeler sea beast had the strength to fight a divine lord. This was because it was the purest form of physical attack, and because of its enormous size. Therefore, the thousand-feeler sea beast had always been the last thing people wanted to see in the drought sea. However, today, that thing had finally met someone who could defeat it. Everyone was excited. Why was Yi Xian able to fight this guy? Was it only because of the gigantified, primordial, divine talisman? No, of course not. In fact, Yi Xian's main assets were his 3 special bloodlines. Whether it was the battle god bloodline, the sword god bloodline, or the eternity bloodline, they all gave Yi Xian a strong physical body. Yi Xian, strengthened by the 3 bloodlines and the gigantified primordial divine talisman, could be said to be able to fight the thousand-feeler sea beast. Of course, it was only enough for one battle. It would not be easy to defeat that guy. In fact, Yi Xian had been at a disadvantage. After all, the thousand-feeler sea beast had thousands of feelers. If not for Yi Xian's powerful recovery ability, which allowed Yi Xian to keep fighting from afar, Yi Xian would have been defeated long ago. Boom! The thousand-feeler sea beast lashed out with its feeler again. Yi Xian was forced to take 3 steps back. A bloody mark appeared on his chest, and a piece of flesh was even torn off his shoulder. However, Yi Xian did not care at all. He continued to walk forward. As he walked, Yi Xian's body continuously recovered by relying on his incomparably powerful bloodline power. In less than a moment, he'd already recovered to a state where he wasn't injured at all. Did it hurt? Very much. However, it was this kind of pain that allowed Yi Xian to keep fighting so fiercely. Yi Xian grabbed one of the thousand-feeler sea beast's feeler and roared. Then he used his strange strength to tear off the thousand-feeler sea beast's feeler. Ignoring the thousand-feeler sea beast's needles, Yi Xian directly swallowed the feeler. At the same time, he continued to attack crazily. Yi Xian did not know how long the battle lasted. In Yi Xian's eyes, there was only the thousand-feeler sea beast. Chapter 2263. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, however, the people around them were very clear. 3 months. For 3 whole months, the two gigantic figures have been fighting nonstop. 135 7924 6810 DE from the beginning. The giant could only defend and occasionally counterattack. Later on, the man and the beast were both attacking and defending. Until now, the man was actually suppressing the 1,000-feeler beast. Yi Xian spent 3 months, an entire 3 months, 90 days of sleepless battles, before finally tearing this guy apart. One had to know that the gigantification god talisman only lasted for an hour. In order to maintain this gigantification, Yi Xian had paid an extremely heavy price. Everything he had, be it devour points, eternal points, faith points, resources, special materials, etc., had been emptied. In the end, Yi Xian was even willing to use his level to exchange for that powerful battle technique. Because at that time, Yi Xian was already unable to stop. If he could not continue fighting, then everything would have been in vain. Therefore, Yi Xian had no choice but to use his level to exchange for resources to maintain the gigantification god talisman. QWPM, however, what surprised Yi Xian the most was the faith points. The faith points seemed to have a special relationship with the gigantification god talisman. One had to know that Yi Xian only had 150,000 faith points in the beginning. If he exchanged them for devour points, he would only get 150. Eternal points were out of the question. However, these 150,000 faith points had maintained the gigantification god talisman for a full 85 days. On the other hand, all of Yi Xian's resources had only been combined for 5 days. It could be said that without the faith points, Yi Xian would never have been able to defeat this damn guy. Now, this guy was finally dead. Yi Xian's body shrank rapidly. He was exhausted, and his whole body was in pain. Devour. Yi Xian chose to devour immediately. However, he did not even have time to see what he had obtained before he fainted. Fortunately, this was the place where Yi Xian and the 1,000-feeler sea beast were fighting, so no one or divine beast dared to approach this place. Therefore, even if Yi Xian was unconscious, he would not be in any danger. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian finally woke up. However, when he woke up and saw his cultivation, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. First grade lower true god. Yes, just a little bit more, and Yi Xian's quintessence would shatter. Last time, when Yi Xian was on the demonized Fishman Island, he had no choice but to use one level to exchange for the right to use the demon-slaying seal. At that time, Yi Xian was in an incomparably miserable state. And this time, Yi Xian had used the level exchange 3 times in a row. 3 times. One could only imagine how severe Yi Xian's losses were. It could be said that Yi Xian was very lucky that his quintessence did not shatter. Yi Xian did not dare to move at all. With his current first-grade lower true god cultivation, he was afraid that any random thing he encountered would be able to kill him. Therefore, it was safest to stay here. The fog had not filled this place yet, and the battle between Yi Xian and the 1,000-feeler sea beast had destroyed this place beyond recognition. Yi Xian only needed to hide well, and slowly wait for his recovery. He believed that even if someone came to investigate and sensed that he was just a first-grade lower profound god, they would not be in the mood to investigate. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately went into hiding. Activate the wings of the gods. Previously, when Yi Xian's body had enlarged, he could not use the wings of the gods. Now that he had returned to normal, he could use it. Yi Xian silently recovered his strength. At the same time, he also checked his gains. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Current cultivation level is 5th grade, middle true god realm. Level locked to 3rd grade. This meant that after devouring the 1,000-feeler sea beast, Yi Xian had made a breakthrough to 8th grade middle true god realm. However, this was only the upper limit of his cultivation level. His current cultivation level had fallen to true god realm, and he still needed some time to recover. Although Yi Xian was extremely miserable now, if Yi Xian was given a choice again, Yi Xian would still choose to kill the 1,000-feeler sea beast without hesitation. Without effort, there would be no gain. This battle was extremely dangerous, and Yi Xian did not have much confidence in this battle at the beginning. However, didn't he win? As long as he won, he would definitely gain more than what he had sacrificed. This was because Yi Xian had obtained a very special resource this time, a resource that Yi Xian dreamed of obtaining. Ding! Attention host, you have obtained a rare and special resource, Bloodline Fusion Stone. Ding! The Bloodline Fusion Stone can replace any item used to fuse bloodlines and directly fuse the host's bloodline. As the host's eternal bloodline is special, it can't be used to fuse. However, the host can fuse the demigod Divine Sword bloodline and Divine Battle bloodline into a true divine bloodline. Ding! The host is currently severely injured and cannot use it. It can only be used after the host recovers. Yes, it was the Bloodline Fusion Stone, an extremely rare and special material. It could be said that it could replace any bloodline fusion of any level. However, Yi Xian wouldn't keep it. The power that he obtained was his own. What was the use of keeping it? Who could guarantee that he would not encounter a special divine beast like the Thousand-Feeler Sea Beast again? If he chose to fuse it at that time, he would have lost the best opportunity. Of course, all of this would have to wait until he fully recovered. Moreover, it had to wait until he fully recovered. In addition to the Bloodline Fusion Stone, Yi Xian also obtained a random reward from the system. Yes, this was a special reward from the system. Ding! System notification. The host has killed a super existence, the Thousand-Feeler Sea Beast. The host has obtained a special title, the Challenger. Ding! The Challenger title will increase the chances of the host's critical strike when fighting against opponents who are stronger than the host in the future. The increase will be based on the opponent's level. Ding! The host has obtained a special title. The system will randomly reward you with a special reward. Ding! The reward is being randomly selected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Eternal Rune. Ding! The Eternal Rune has automatically fused with the host. Ding! The Eternal Rune is divided into two types, attack and defense. It is a special reward that is unique to the system. It can only be obtained through the system's rewards. The Eternal Rune that the host has obtained is a defensive type. The host's defense is permanently increased by 10%. Looking at the special reward this time, Yi Xian was about to go crazy with laughter. It was worth it. Just this Eternal Rune was enough for Yi Xian to earn a lot. Unfortunately, this item was unique to the system and could only be obtained through the system's rewards. However, it was not that easy to obtain the system's rewards. It could be said that after this time, Yi Xian did not know when he would be able to obtain the system's special reward. Chapter 2264. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, a 10% increase in defense. That was equivalent to Yi Xian obtaining a boost in strength. How many levels would he need to obtain such a boost in strength? The most important thing was that this buff was outside of his level. Powerful. Powerful as expected. 1357924 6810 GG Xian strength was recovering almost every day. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have any special medicinal pills to speed up his recovery. He could only rely on his own physical body to recover. Moreover, the damage caused by his level couldn't be recovered so quickly. No one disturbed this place for half a year. The battle between Yi Xian and the Thousand-Feeler Oceanic Beast made both humans and divine beasts not dare to rashly enter this place. During this half a year, Yi Xian's strength had finally recovered to the mid-level domain in Enlightened God Realm. However, this wasn't enough. So, Yi Xian still didn't move. He continued to wait and slowly recover. However, half a year later, someone finally couldn't help but come over. That was an earth-shattering battle. No one wouldn't notice this place. Once they did, they would naturally have thoughts in their hearts. Who knew what would happen in the battle between those two powerful experts? There were many people who had such thoughts. In the divine realm, there were also many people who were willing to take risks for a little bit of power. So, finally, people started to enter this place. With the first, there would naturally be a second. After that, more and more people started to search this place. Moreover, those who entered first were at least at the profound God realm. Those whose cultivation were too low didn't dare to enter rashly, no matter how greedy they were. Who knew what dangers there would be? So, only those who were at the profound god realm and above dared to try their luck. After all, their strength couldn't be considered to be too weak. However, these people were destined to be disappointed. The only thing left behind was the corpse of the thousand-feeler oceanic beast. However, the thousand-feeler oceanic beast had already been devoured by Yi Xian. These people were naturally unwilling to accept this and started to search the ruins. They refused to believe that those two super experts didn't leave anything behind. In fact, every single ruin was carefully examined. Damn it, why are these people so greedy? If they continue searching like this, I'll be discovered sooner or later, Yi Xian thought to himself. At the same time, he had no choice but to drag his exhausted body out. Fortunately, Yi Xian didn't get discovered because of the wings. Yi Xian didn't want to use the art of the gods. After all, using the art of the wings, art of the wings, art of the gods. So, this energy was that energy, Xian translation. QWPM, fortunately, he's still. Perhaps, the next time the dry CCC, Yi Xian directly took out the carriage. His goal was to go to Hui West City. Because in Hui West City, Yi Xian had a manor that belonged to him. He wanted to go there to recuperate. Yi Xian successfully returned to his own manor. After that, he closed the door tightly and didn't appear. However, he did not expect that, even so, trouble would still come knocking on his door. Yi Xian had killed the young master of Hui West City's Lin family. So how could the Lin family let him go? In fact, the Lin family had never given up on searching for Yi Xian. It was just that Yi Xian had always been very secretive, so the Lin family hadn't discovered him. However, as Yi Xian's only asset in Hui West City, he naturally received special care from the Lin family. It could be said that the Lin family sent people to monitor him at all times. However, because Yi Xian had not appeared for a long time, they did not send people to keep an eye on him every day for the time being. However, they would still send people to check on him every once in a while. On the third day after Yi Xian returned to his manor, someone discovered that something was amiss. Lin family, main hall. Patriarch, the news has been confirmed. That guy's manor has indeed been opened. The small detection restriction we set up outside has been destroyed. There is no other possibility except that someone entered. If that's the case, then that damned thing is back. Good, very good. This time, I will make it impossible for him to escape. I will make him accompany my son in death. Command all the elites of the family to move out. Surround that area and wait for my orders. Patriarch, why don't we just attack and kill that guy? He is in the manor right now. Killing him would be as easy as flipping our hands. No, the other three families are watching us at all times. If we act rashly, we will inevitably leave an opportunity for the other three families. Therefore, I need to arrange this matter. No matter how unwilling the Lin family patriarch was, once the operation began, there would be unavoidable battles. If he did not arrange things, and the other three families took the opportunity to cause trouble, it would be quite troublesome. In the eyes of the Lin family patriarch, Yi Xian was bound to die. However, compared to Yi Xian's life, perhaps the other three families' opinions were more important. However, the Lin family patriarch did not know that because of his hesitation, he had already missed the best opportunity to kill Yi Xian. A few days later, Yi Xian's strength finally recovered to the lower tier, one profound god realm. In fact, the higher the level of one's strength, the faster it recovered. Yi Xian believed that he would be able to recover his previous strength in a short time. Moreover, once the three locked realms were unlocked, Yi Xian's strength would definitely increase by a large margin compared to before. However, a notification from the system surprised Yi Xian. Ding! System notification. A large amount of hostility has been detected. Host, please take note. Earlier, when Yi Xian had just returned, the system had already notified that someone had been spying on them. However, Yi Xian did not pay much attention to it at that time. In Yi Xian's mind, it would be strange if the Lin family did not send someone to spy on them after he had killed the young master of the Lin family. However, He did not expect the Lin family to wait for so many days before making a move. Yi Xian did not know why, but he still moved and prepared to fight at any time. No one knew what the Lin family wanted to do. Yi Xian was not afraid of the Lin family, but he still had to make the necessary preparations. After all, Yi Xian's heart had already recovered to the profound God realm. Even if he didn't have any resources on hand, he could still set up some simple restrictions. With the system here, it wouldn't take long to set up such a simple restriction. In order to prepare for the worst, Yi Xian set up a large number of such restrictions that did not require any resources to set up. After that, he continued to recover. Finally, the Lin family patriarch arrived. Chapter 2265. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Lin clan and the other 3 clans were considered the 4 great powers of Huiwa City. Logically speaking, none of them could do anything to the other. However, the patriarch of the Lin clan had actually said that he would destroy the other 3 clans. Was he being arrogant, or did he have other reasons? With the arrival of the patriarch of the Lin clan, the servants and revered elders of the Lin clan began to attack. 135 7924 6810 GGGGGD boom. A loud bang resounded. Yi Xian knew that the entrance to his manor had been forcefully destroyed. There were special restrictions on the entrance to his manor. However, these restrictions weren't invincible. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that someone could break them open with brute force. Yi Xian knew that it was the members of the Lin clan, so he didn't hesitate to stand up. Actually, Yi Xian wasn't very worried at all. His wings of the gods had the ability to teleport him away. Therefore, Yi Xian was in an invincible position since the beginning. Sure enough, a large number of footsteps resounded from outside. A large group of servants charged in. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Then, I'll let these fellows experience the feeling of being attacked by countless restrictions first. As soon as the servants of the Lin clan charged in, countless restrictions suddenly attacked them from all directions before they could even make a move. These restrictions were all simple ones. However, how could something made by Yi Xian be too weak? Screams resounded incessantly. The servants who charged in were generally around the domain god realm. Therefore, they suffered heavy losses at this moment. At least a dozen people had died on the spot. There are restrictions here. They're just simple restrictions. They can't threaten us. Let's charge in. The patriarch will definitely reward us handsomely if we can take that fellow down. So, it's the revered elders' turn this time. Yi Xian want to see how capable these fellows were. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of restrictions exploding continuously resounded from outside. Some were triggered and launched attacks, while the rest were undoubtedly destroyed. The revered elders of the Lin clan charged in one after another with their servants. They didn't care so much and directly destroyed everything along the way. As for Yi Xian, although he didn't care about the manor at all, he couldn't really ignore it either. Yi Xian stood up and walked out with light steps. Don't you know that you have to pay the price for trespassing on someone else's manor? Yi Xian looked at those people with a look of mockery. There were some things that everyone knew didn't need to Yi Xian. To them, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword to revolve around Yi Xian. He was already prepared to attack. Take him. Go. Take him. When the few consecrators saw Yi Xian, they didn't hesitate in the slightest. They directly attacked, wanting to capture him. You want to cause trouble for me with just a few of you? Go to hell. Yi Xian's tone was calm, but the god-slaying sword had already flown out under Wei Zhentian's control. Translation. With one sword, 7 rays of sword light had directly killed those few consecrators. These revered elders weren't weak. Unfortunately, they were still much weaker than Yi Xian, killing 3 revered elders and 4 servants in one stroke. Yi Xian's display of strength shocked the others. Of course, the commotion also alarmed the remaining people. Soon, the people of the Lin clan gathered around Yi Xian. The head of the Lin clan was no exception. Yi Xian, how dare you come back here? Today, I will take you down and avenge my son." The head of the Lin clan looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of resentment. Beside him, the servants and revered elders of the Lin clan were already prepared to attack. "Ha, what a joke! How dare you trespass on my manor? You are the ones who are courting death," Yi Xian said. Don't think of leaving this place alive today. Attack!" The head of the Lin clan couldn't be bothered to talk to Yi Xian. He immediately gave the order to attack. In an instant, hundreds of revered elders and servants of the Lin clan charged toward Yi Xian. "You are courting death." Among these servants, the strongest one was only at the low-level or mid-level mystic god realm. Although there were a few true god realm experts among the revered elders, Yi Xian didn't take them seriously. Thousand Beast Sword Servants. Flower God Sword Servants. Yi Xian casually summoned 2 great sword servants. Then, the Divine Beast Mount and the Flower God Sword Servants appeared as well. They charged forward. In an instant, a battle broke out. However, no matter how hard the Lin clan tried, they couldn't break through the defense. It was impossible to get close to Yi Xian. "The Lin clan, huh? It seems that the Lin clan is courting death. If I don't fulfill your wish today, wouldn't I be a little petty?" Yi Xian said calmly. However, his words infuriated the head of the Lin clan. The Lin clan was one of the 4 great clans of Huiwa City. Although the head of the Lin clan had only brought along a few revered elders and servants, this wasn't the full strength of the Lin clan. However, he felt that Yi Xian wouldn't be able to escape with so many people. Unfortunately, he never thought that Yi Xian would actually possess such a powerful combat strength. One person, just one person, but the people he brought couldn't do anything to him. He even said that he would destroy the Lin clan. "Kid, you are very arrogant. It seems that I will have to teach you how to behave on behalf of your master. Now die." Boom! The head of the Lin clan personally attacked. QWPM, the cultivation of an upper-level true god, was clearly visible. However, Yi Xian, who had just fought the thousand-feeler beast, didn't take the head of the Lin clan seriously at all. "Are you in such a hurry to die? Fine, I will fulfill your wish. Wei Zhenqian, go kill him for me." Wei Zhenqian rushed out without hesitation. At this time, the entire manor was engulfed in battle. Only Yi Xian was still standing there leisurely, watching the Lin clan as if he was watching a show. Sometimes, more people didn't mean more power. In front of Yi Xian, these people weren't worth mentioning at all. Just the 1,000 bee sword servants and the Centauria flower goddess that he had summoned were enough to stop them. As for the head of the Lin clan, he was also stopped by the God Slayer. "How boring. That's all you have. How boring. Then it's time to end this. I don't want to waste any more time with you. 1,000 Beast Feast. Go." Following Yi Xian's words, a berserk energy instantly exploded out. All of the divine rank mounts had their strength increase explosively as they directly charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the servants and revered elders of the Lin clan suffered heavy casualties. How could the remaining people not understand that Yi Xian wasn't someone to be trifled with? "Head of the Lin clan, leave this place quickly." A few revered elders looked at Yi Xian in horror. Chapter 2266. Yi Xian's leveling speed was even more terrifying. When they saw Yi Xian's sudden burst of power, they understood that they were no match for Yi Xian, so they quickly ordered the Lin family head to leave. 135-7924 6810 Lin family head naturally understood this, but the God Slayer was right in front of him. How could it be so easy to leave? When a loyal servant saw that the Lin family head could not escape, he could only charge at the God Slayer with all his might. Wei Zhenqian controlled the God-slaying sword. Originally, he was prepared to kill the Lin family head. However, because of that guy's interference, he failed in the end. When the God-slaying sword killed the troublemaker, the Lin family head had successfully escaped. "You want to escape? Your Lin family has provoked me, and not just once or twice. You think you can leave so easily? How can there be such a good thing?" Yi Xian's figure moved as he directly chased after the Lin family's patriarch. At this time, many people in Huiwa City already knew what was going on, But when they heard that the Lin family was behind this, no one dared to say anything. They could only hide as far away as possible. However, just as these people were wondering what the Lin clan was going to do, they saw the Lin clan's clan head running away pathetically. Everyone was flabbergasted, not understanding why the Lin family head was in such a sorry state. This was the Lin family head, one of the 4 most powerful people in Huiyue City. Who would have thought that he would be in such a sorry state one day? Not long after, they saw Yi Xian chasing after them with the Godslayer in hand. No, it wasn't just Yi Xian. There were hundreds of divine beasts following behind Yi Xian. These divine beasts were now Yi Xian's helpers. The divine beasts roared and charged through the streets, and their target was the Lin family's headquarters. It seems that the Lin family has provoked an extraordinary existence this time, someone said. At the same time, many people immediately fled. In their hearts, anyone who dared to go against the Lin family was definitely not an ordinary person, so they had no choice but to flee. In reality, the Lin family head had indeed received information regarding Yi Xian's identity token. However, it was impossible for Yi Xian's identity medallion to dispel the Lin family's patriarch's thoughts. This was because his son had been killed by Yi Xian. However, it was a huge mistake for him to provoke Yi Xian. Yi Xian chased after them. However, other than escaping, the Lin family's patriarch didn't dare to resist at all. This was because Yi Xian's god-slaughtering sword had already caused him enough suffering. Just a single sword was enough to cause him to suffer, let alone Yi Xian himself. Therefore, he only wanted to return to his family as soon as possible. QWPM only by returning to the clan would he be able to use an even more powerful force to eliminate Yi Xian in one fell swoop. Suddenly, Yi Xian stopped chasing after the Lin family's head. Under the Lin family head's shocked and frightened gaze, Yi Xian actually retreated. The Lin family head did not know why Yi Xian did this, but he did not dare to stop. So why did Yi Xian stop? It was because Yi Xian could not hold on any longer. Damn it, exchanging levels is indeed a source of trouble. At this moment, Yi Xian felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. That uncomfortable feeling forced him to stop chasing after them. Because he had used exchanging levels, Yi Xian had not recovered his strength yet. Now that he was forced to fight, he was unable to do so. After returning to his own manor, Yi Xian collected the interspatial rings of the Lin family's servants and worshippers. Only the corpses were thrown outside the manor by Yi Xian. Hundreds of Lin family corpses were casually thrown outside, but no one dared to ask about them. Everyone was very suspicious of the manor's owner, but no one knew who he was. Although Yi Xian had been in the Radiant Moon sect for some time, he had not come into contact with many people. The Lin family had returned home in a state of shock, feeling extremely vexed. His desire to kill Yi Xian had become a demon-like existence. Therefore, as soon as he returned home, he immediately began to gather his strength. He needed to gather his strength and use his strongest strength to deal with Yi Xian. The Lin family actually had quite a few experts. Among them, there was one upper-level true immortal. This was the main reason why the Lin family had become one of the 4 great families of Huiyue City. Yi Xian's strength was much weaker. However, even though the Lin clan had a lot of experts, they were scattered all over the place, managing their own affairs. It was impossible to gather all of them with just a few words. In addition to the preparation time, there was no doubt that Yi Xian had another chance to recover. On this day, Yi Xian finally smiled in satisfaction. He had finally recovered his cultivation base to the mid-level grade 5 true immortal realm. Unfortunately, the 3 unlocked levels could not be recovered as quickly as they were now. He could only wait for the unlocked levels to be unlocked. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have been able to fuse with his bloodline. However, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He knew that the Lin family would definitely not let this matter rest. They would still come back. Therefore, Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately started to make arrangements. Although the resources they had obtained were not a lot, it was enough for Yi Xian to set up some restrictions and refine some divine talismans. This time, Yi Xian wanted to see how these D** Ned people would send themselves to their deaths. As Yi Xian leveled up, the number of resources and corpses he needed to devour increased as well. Furthermore, the requirements for quality had also increased. Although ordinary resources could also help Yi Xian level up, the amount of resources required would definitely be terrifying. Therefore, Yi Xian might as well use these few resources to set up restrictions. Furthermore, under the circumstances of a level seals, devouring would not increase one's level. Restrictions and divine talismans were extremely powerful when it came to increasing one's combat strength. As expected, the Lin family was already on full alert. As more and more powerful cultivators returned, the Lin family's movements became faster and faster. On this day, they finally charged towards Yi Xian once again. Yi Xian had been waiting for this day for a long time. Between him and the Lin family, either you die or I die. What's the matter, you stray dog? I spared your life last time. Do you want to die again this time? Yi Xian said calmly as he looked at the Lin family head. The Lin family's patriarch had no way of refuting Yi Xian's words. In fact, he was chased by Yi Xian to such a sorry state that day. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xian didn't know why he gave up chasing after her, she probably would have died long ago. What Yi Xian said was true. Don't be so smug, kid. This time, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. The Lin family head glared at Yi Xian with murderous intent in his eyes. Although he said this, he still hid behind the crowd. System, detect those people's strength. Chapter 2267. Almost all of them were true Immortal Realm experts. This was the full strength of the Lin family. They were indeed very strong, but unfortunately, they had encountered Yi Xian. 1-3-5-7-9-2-4 6810. Yi Xian had already used his eternal points the last time, but Yi Xian had not used the ancient talisman. Even though there were more than 30 true Immortal Realm experts and thousands of ordinary Lin family disciples here, Yi Xian still had not used it. Yi Xian was fully confident that he could kill them all. Of course, Yi Xian would not use the ancient talisman unless he had no other choice. It could be said that the ancient talisman was Yi Xian's last and greatest trump card. If he used it now, Yi Xian would really have no more trump cards left. What could he use to defend himself in the future? However, Yi Xian was already prepared. He would let these people have a taste of the combined power of seals and runes. Yi Xian was a Grandmaster level restriction master and a Grandmaster level rune master. He wasn't bragging about it. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to the Lin family's patriarch as he indifferently looked at the Lin family members. Finally, the Lin family head could not take it anymore. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him for me. The Lin family head ordered. QWPM in an instant, all the Lin family disciples rushed out. Yi Xian smirked. Since these people were in such a hurry to die, perhaps Yi Xian would grant them their wish. First layer of seals, attack. This time, all of the restrictions that Yi Xian had set up were offensive restrictions. Even by Yi Xian's own side, there weren't any defensive restrictions like the invincible restrictions. They were all offensive. Yi Xian had not prepared to defend himself from the start. He wanted to see if the Lin family could afford to wear him down. Following Yi Xian's order, the first layer of seals was fully activated. More than 300 seals triggered powerful attacks at the same time. These seals were all set up by Yi Xian. However, only 3 of the 300 seals were advanced seals. Fire dragons, earth monsters, water snakes, and all sorts of offensive techniques suddenly erupted. The entire entrance was in a state of chaos. Either the blinding light or the dark auxiliary restrictions disrupted the formation of the Lin family. Then, all kinds of offensive restrictions began to kill these people. In an instant, the Lin family's first wave of attacks had failed. At the same time, hundreds of corpses were left behind. How is this possible? The Lin family patriarch was shocked. One had to know that the last time they came over, although Yi Xian had also activated a restriction attack, it was far from being as powerful as this time. Could Yi Xian have made another breakthrough in such a short time? No, Yi Xian had not made a breakthrough. He had only regained his strength. Continue to kill. Whoever can kill that guy, no matter who it is, I will make him the deputy family head. Deputy family head. As soon as he said this, the entire Lin family went crazy. Their young master was already dead. To put it bluntly, whoever became the deputy family head would have a chance to become the family head in the future. Who would not go crazy? Who would be able to remain calm in this situation? The frenzied attacks began again. However, what greeted them was still an overwhelming array of seal attacks. No matter how many people came, they would only become cannon fodder under the seal attacks. However, no matter how many seals there would come a time when they would be exhausted. Finally, after the last seal was destroyed by the Lin family, they could finally attack Yi Xian head-on. However, was that really the case? Yi Xian raised his hand, and countless divine beasts appeared. If they were not the 1,000 bee sword servants and the divine flower sword servants, what else could they be? The divine beasts roared and rushed forward. Once again, they formed a circle of defense in front of Yi Xian, blocking the Lin family's attacks. As for Yi Xian himself, he directly took out one divine talisman after another from behind the divine beast. They were either lightning or thunder. As Yi Xian continued to attack, the Lin family disciples fell one by one. Even the most powerful Lin family cultivators were injured or killed. Who exactly was he? Why did he have such terrifying, offensive power? The Lin family head regretted it. Yes, this time, he really regretted it. How could he not regret seeing his own family members being killed one by one? However, what was the use of regret? No, it was useless. Since he had started this war, he could only persevere. Even if he let Yi Xian go, Yi Xian would never let him go. The battle continued. Yi Xian collected the yin and yang rings of those who died in battle. On one hand, he made the system refine talismans and seals, while on the other hand, he launched wave after wave of attacks against the Lin family. Slowly, the advantage shifted to Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian was no longer just defending and counterattacking. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. After all, as time passed, the Lin family disciples died in large numbers. This filled the hearts of the remaining people with fear. The person in front of them was like an existence that could not be defeated. No matter how strong they were, they could not break through. Instead, they could only leave more corpses behind. Those powerful restrictions and divine talismans made the Lin family suffer a lot. It's time to end this. Suddenly, Yi Xian's voice sounded. No one knew what he was saying. At least, the Lin family did not know. However, when Yi Xian displayed his next move, they knew. Oh no, it's a master-level seal. Run. Yes, Yi Xian had been accumulating power all this time. This Heavenly Lightning 9 locks restriction was Yi Xian's final trump card. The Lin family realized it, but it was too late. With a casual wave of Yi Xian's hand, the Heavenly Lightning 9 locks restriction appeared directly above the Lin family's heads. Many of the Lin family members died in confusion. Seals, especially high-level ones, were supposed to be fixed in one place. Why? Why could Yi Xian's restriction be activated according to Yi Xian's will? Rumble. Bolts of heavenly lightning fell from the sky. Was heavenly lightning strong? Not all. Many people knew how to use heavenly lightning as a means of attack. However, when the heavenly lightning was concentrated, it was divine lightning. Even a deity would not be able to withstand the attack of divine lightning. Wails rang out continuously. The Lin family members fell one by one. They begged Yi Xian to let them go. However, how could Yi Xian let them go? If Yi Xian's strength was average, and he was the one trapped this time, would the Lin family be kind enough to let him go? Impossible, right? The Lin family might immediately let Yi Xian die, right? Therefore, Yi Xian was the same. He could not let these people go. Was it just the Heavenly Lightning 9 locks? Impossible. Yi Xian had prepared many other means of attack. Finally, when everything calmed down, the crowd realized that the Lin family had been wiped out. Yes, almost all of the Lin family's elites had died at the hands of one person. As for those who remained, how could they be a match for Yi Xian? Chapter 2268. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, however, even so, no one dared to attack the Lin family. 135-7924 6810 GE. After all, the Lin family was Yi Xian's spoils of war. Yi Xian did not hesitate. After killing the Lin family members and taking their Qian Kuan rings, he headed straight for the Lin family's headquarters. It was time for him to reap his harvest. Unfortunately, ordinary people would not attack the Lin family, but that did not mean that the other three families would not. After learning that the Lin family had been destroyed, they had already arrived at the Lin family. Their plan was simple, to divide the Lin family's wealth. When Yi Xian arrived, he only saw that the Lin family was surrounded tightly. The *M in it. How dare they steal from me? Are they tired of living? Yi Xian was frustrated when he saw those people trying to take advantage of him. However, Yi Xian could not do anything. After all, they were from the other three families. Could he just let it go like this? Yi Xian could not accept this. If he gave up this opportunity so slowly, then what was the point of Yi Xian fighting so hard? Hence, Yi Xian could not give up. He would not give up. The problem was, what should he do now? Should he force his way in? If Yi Xian had the help of the restriction and the divine talisman, he might be able to fight against a high-grade true god. However, he could not do it with his own strength. Yi Xian frowned. These *M people, how dare they take advantage of Yi Xian? They were courting death. He activated the hidden ability of the wings of the gods. Yi Xian was not willing to give up. QWPM. Although there were people from the other three families guarding this place, they had only just arrived. Perhaps they had not discovered the Lin family's secret vault in time. In this way, Yi Xian had a chance. Yi Xian's figure shuttled back and forth quickly. No one noticed his movements. After all, the concealment ability of the wings of the gods was very strong. Therefore, it was impossible for the enemy to discover Yi Xian. The Lin family was one of the four great families of Huiyue City, so how could their headquarters be small? Damn it! Where's the Lin family's secret vault? In the main hall of the Lin family, the remaining members of the Lin family were all gathered together and continuously interrogated. Unfortunately, these people did not know anything at all. If you don't want to say it, then don't blame us for being impolite. The three great clans were extremely vexed. When they found out that the Lin clan's forces had been destroyed, they joined forces and surrounded the Lin clan, preparing to divide up the Lin clan. However, when they entered, they discovered that the Lin clan's treasury was not something that could be found easily. Even if they dug 3 feet into the ground, they still could not find anything. After listening from afar for a while, Yi Xian was certain that the secret vault had not been discovered. At this moment, Yi Xian was somewhat regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have used the Heavenly Thunder restriction spell to kill the Lin family patriarch. He should have planned to obtain the location of the secret vault first. Now, Yi Xian did not have the slightest clue. Suddenly, Yi Xian noticed 2 people sneaking around and carefully walking towards a certain direction. For some reason, Yi Xian felt that the 2 people were a little strange. Therefore, his figure flashed, and he directly appeared behind them. The 2 people did not notice that Yi Xian was behind them at all. At this moment, they were whispering to each other. "Sister, let's run quickly. The patriarch and the others have all been killed. If we continue to stay here, we will definitely die." "I know, little brother. However, before we leave, we have to leave a way out for our own future. Father is a guard of the secret vault, so he took me to the vault before. I know where it is and how to open it. We only need to take a small part of the things inside, and we will be able to live a peaceful life for the rest of our lives. But, sister, it's too risky. Although the 2 of us are servants of the lowest rank, so the 3 great clans do not care about us now. They will remember us sooner or later. No, brother, this is our last chance. Otherwise, with our cultivation, we may only die if we go out. Since the heavens have given us this opportunity, it is our great opportunity. If we don't cherish it, then I will definitely regret it in the future." When Yi Xian heard this, how could he not understand? These 2 people were servants of the lowest rank in the Lin family. Without the detection of the system, Yi Xian could see that their cultivation was very low. Both of them were lesser gods, so it was no wonder that they did not attract attention. However, who would have thought that these 2 servants of the lowest rank would know the biggest secret? Xian did not bat an eyelid and directly followed the two people. He wanted to use these two people to enter the secret vault. Soon, the two people arrived at a cliff. Yes, it was a cliff. This was the Lin family's back garden. It was not very big, just a few mountains and a valley. The people from the three great clans had already searched this place many times and used all kinds of methods, but to no avail. In addition, this was the Lin family's hinterland, so they did not pay much attention to it. However, at that moment, the siblings directly arrived at the cliff. Then, with a leap, they jumped off the cliff. Xian quickly followed, but found that the cliff was bottomless. There was even lava flowing at the bottom. Could it be that the Lin family's treasure vault was hidden in the lava? Ding! System notification, detecting the presence of a high-level seal ahead. The system prompt solved Xian's doubts. So that's how it is. There's actually a restriction here. Xian did not hesitate and directly jumped down. Of course, he would not destroy the seal here. Perhaps when the experts from the three great clans arrived, they would be able to find some clues. However, before that, Xian would have already left. The fall did not last long. Yes, it was a fall. When Xian jumped down, he did not use any divine power to defend himself. This was because he knew that the high-level seal in front of him was not as simple as it seemed. Apart from being an illusion, this restriction was also able to sense the presence of divine power. Once the seal detected the fluctuation of divine power, it would immediately activate. Then, it was very likely that the secret vault under his feet would disappear. For a seal grandmaster, Xian did not even need to use any detection to know. Indeed, just as Xian thought, when he landed, he finally found a floating island. This floating island built under the cliff, hidden within the seal, and could be moved at any time, was actually the Lin family's secret vault. Of course, the Lin family seal could not be said to be just a small thing. In fact, when Xian landed, several puppets immediately surrounded him. Chapter 2269. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Xian did not dare to use his divine power. No one knew what kind of trouble it would cause. 135-7924 6810 G4. He only used the Godslayer to slash down. With the sharpness of the Godslayer and Xian's strong physique, these puppets were nothing to Xian. In an instant, the puppets were killed. However, this also exposed a flaw of the wings of the gods. That was, he actually couldn't guard against the probing of puppets and the like. Puppets and the like generally relied on pure sensory power to detect their surroundings. In other words, the wings of the gods couldn't prevent sensory detection. Detection was usually done using one's eyes, divine consciousness, and perception. Perception was a pure instinct, and it was difficult to describe it with words. Xian's sensory abilities had been strengthened by the sword servants of Thousand Search. That said, it was clear that those puppets were also refined using a special method. Unfortunately, their controllers were no longer around. Even if they discovered the enemy, it would be useless. Perhaps the fundamental use of these puppets was only for sensing. Xian's figure moved as he continued to chase after them. He needed to find that pair of siblings and find the secret vault under their lead. Fortunately, the siblings' cultivation was limited and they were not advancing very quickly. In a short while, Xian caught up with them. He saw that the sister was using some unknown method to open up a huge rock. Yes, this was a huge rock. No matter what method Xian used, he could only see a rock. The Lin family's secret vault was hidden in a rock. Who would have thought that it was there? Following the sister's actions, a door appeared in the rock. Xian did not hesitate and entered first. The cultivation of these two siblings was very low, so they weren't a threat to Xian at all. Moreover, they could be considered to have helped Xian, so Xian naturally wouldn't stop them from obtaining some benefits. Of course, the lion's share would go to Xian. There was only one level in the secret vault. That's right, the Lin family's secret vault was not like other places that had many levels. There was only one level. In this secret vault, there were all sorts of magical treasures, resources, and other things. Xian did not hold back. Besides the item at the entrance, Everything else that Yi Xian could see was taken into his devouring space. Yi Xian's speed of taking things was extremely fast. Therefore, the siblings only came over when Yi Xian was done. The elder sister looked at the empty treasury in astonishment. She didn't understand why it was like this. How could this be? Treasures? Why are all the treasures in this place? Sis, isn't there another one here? Let's get the things and leave quickly. Otherwise, if those people find us, we won't be able to leave. Ma'am, all right. Brother, you should hurry up too. Let's take these things and leave quickly. Yi Xian nodded as he looked at the siblings. It was rare that they were not greedy. Soon, the siblings also packed up their things and rushed outside. As for Yi Xian, he could have easily left, but he chose to stay behind and follow behind the siblings. Hey, there seems to be some movement up ahead. Let's go take a look. After the siblings came up, Yi Xian heard someone say something in the distance. QWPM Yi Xian scanned the area with his divine telekinesis and knew that they were just two sky celestial ants. Of course, they were nothing to Yi Xian. However, if he found the siblings, they would definitely die. Six-syllable mantra die. Yi Xian waved his hand and directly killed the two of them without even causing the slightest movement. The siblings had no idea that they had just walked out of the gates of hell. After that, Yi Xian secretly protected the siblings the entire time. As long as they were in danger, Yi Xian would kill them. Soon, the three of them successfully left the Lin family. The younger brother had a look of disbelief on his face the entire time they escaped. Sis, we escaped. We actually escaped. Ha, brother, let's go. We are no longer part of the Lin family. Father died in battle and mother was killed. Sooner or later, I will personally take revenge for these three damned families. All right, sis, it's good enough that we managed to escape. What's the point of talking about revenge? Let's go. Yi Xian watched the two of them leave. He did not continue to follow them. Yi Xian was such a person. If anyone offended him, then even if they had to annihilate his entire family, Yi Xian would still do it. However, if anyone helped him, even if it was just an unintentional help, Yi Xian would still be willing to help. The siblings had pointed out the Lin family's secret vault for Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian might have been able to find it without them, Yi Xian had indeed received their help. Therefore, Yi Xian would give them a chance and escort them out of the Lin family alive. Yi Xian naturally could not stay in Huiwei City any longer. After leaving the city, Yi Xian took out his carriage and prepared to go to the Heavenly Spiral School to take a look. After all, more than a year had passed. Yi Xian still wanted to see if the Divine Talisman race had been bullied. Besides, unlocking the 3 sealed levels was not something that could be done in a day or two. The more sealed levels, the longer it would take to unlock them. In addition, if there was a sealed level, Yi Xian would not be able to continue leveling up. This could be considered a restriction on Yi Xian's use of level exchange. After all, level exchange could only be used in desperate situations. Moreover, it was extremely dangerous. Take the previous time, for example. Yi Xian had almost lost all of his godhood. This was an extremely dangerous matter. Before unlocking the levels, Yi Xian could not be bothered to check his gains. This was because even if Yi Xian checked the resources now, he would not be able to do anything. So what was the use of checking? Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the Heavenly Spiral School. In any case, Yi Xian was also a disciple of the Heavenly Spiral School, although he was only a disciple in name and had never stayed there for a day. However, it wouldn't be difficult for them to enter. However, when Yi Xian entered, he found that the entire Heavenly Spiral School was in an extremely tense atmosphere. Yi Xian frowned, not knowing what was going on. Yi Xian stopped someone and asked, "Senior brother, what's going on? Why is the school so tense?" That person looked at Yi Xian in confusion. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "I was on a mission some time ago and was delayed. I only returned today." "Oh, so that's the case. Junior brother, quickly go and prepare. The Kunlun realm is here to recruit disciples." Kunlun realm? Recruit disciples? Chapter 2270. No way. Junior brother, you don't even know this? 135-7924? 6810 G. Yi Xian could only smile awkwardly. Seeing Yi Xian's reaction, the senior brother could only continue, Sigh. I guess you're another cultivation maniac. Really, I don't know how a cultivation maniac like you doesn't even know about the Kunlun realm. The Kunlun realm is a super existence that surpasses the three great sections. It was founded by the Lord God, and is the highest existence in our Kunluo God domain. In other words, entering the Kunlun realm means that you have a chance to become an overgod. Of course, that is if you don't die. To become an overgod, one must master at least one law of power. I'm sure you don't know about this. Yi Xian really did know about this, but Yi Xian just didn't care about it. After all, the system allowed Yi Xian to directly devour the law of power to level up. Well, it's fine as long as you know about the law of power. Since you know about the law of power, then you should know that the law of power isn't something that can be obtained just because you want to in the outside world. Even if you have a great opportunity, it's impossible for you to directly touch the law of power. However, the Kunlun God domain is different. In the Kunlun God domain, the law of power is imprisoned in the Kunlun God domain. In other words, once you become a disciple of the Kunlun realm, you will be able to touch the law of power. Now, you understand. Yi Xian nodded. This time, he really understood. Yes, I understand. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian had just bid farewell to the senior brother when he heard the system notification. Ding! System notification. Host has discovered a random hidden quest. Join the Kunlun realm. Ding! Quest completion has no reward. Quest failure will result in 5 punishments. Why would there be a quest? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. One had to know that the system wouldn't randomly give out quests. Even if there were no rewards or punishments, there was a certain meaning to it. System, why did you suggest that I join the Kunlun realm? I don't think there's any need for me to join. Ding. System notification. The host possesses a physique of full law comprehension. When the host levels up, the system will only randomly unlock one law power for the host. Therefore, if the host wishes to obtain greater strength, the host will need to obtain more law power. So that's how it is. Indeed, Yi Xian was right. Once he leveled up to Chief God, the system would indeed give him a nomological power. However, this nomological power was random, and if Yi Xian wanted to obtain greater power, he had to discover nomological laws himself. Furthermore, he had a special constitution that allowed him to learn all nomological laws. If he did not actively discover nomological laws, it would be a waste. Could it be that this was the so-called opportunity? If Yi Xian had not come back this time, then he would not have known about the Kunlun realm accepting disciples. But he came back, so he knew. It seemed that this time, he had to register as well. Although Yi Xian did not want to be restricted by any forces, since the system had suggested that he go to the Kunlun realm to take a look, then it would be a waste if Yi Xian did not go. Yi Xian went directly to the registration office and registered without hesitation. However, because he registered very late, he would have to wait a long time before it was his turn. QWPM the Kunlun realm accepted disciples once every 30 years, and each time, it only accepted disciple from one sect. This way, it was actually equivalent to an opportunity that would only come once every 90 years. Every time the Kunlun realm accepted disciples, it was undoubtedly very grand. It was basically impossible to complete in less than a few months. Yi Xian did not know the extra details, but he was too lazy to care so much. In any case, when the time came, he would naturally know everything. At this time, Yi Xian's purpose was to find Fian and the others. However, when Yi Xian found Fian and the others, he realized that his worries were unnecessary. At this time, those people from the Divine Talisman race were doing much better than Yi Xian, because they were from the Divine Talisman race. Although Yi Xian did not allow them to reveal their identities, they did not hide their ability to refine Divine Talismans. Divine Talisman Master. This was an incomparably popular occupation anywhere. Thus, at that moment, those people already had countless followers gathered around them. With those followers around, how could they possibly have a hard time in their lives? It was the first time these 10 people had come to the outside world, so it could be said that they were rather innocent. It could be said that anyone could coax them into going around in circles. However, these 10 people all followed the same order. The order that Yi Xian gave them was that no matter what, they had to listen to Fei Yin. Therefore, although there were many rumors during this period of time, as long as Fian said a word, no matter what the rumors were, they could only watch helplessly. It was also because of this that Fian had undoubtedly become more popular than the 10 of them. Countless forces gathered their gazes on Fian. Everyone understood that as long as they took down Fian, it was equivalent to taking down those 10 divine talisman masters. In addition, Fian's cultivation was only a low-level, profound god now. Her disguise could be easily seen through. Therefore, her identity as a great beauty could no longer be hidden. If someone had not found out that this Fian was actually from a Master God clan, someone would probably have used force directly. At this time, Fian was teaching those 10 divine talisman masters a lesson, because these simple guys had almost revealed the secret of Yi Xian's existence just now. If Fian had not arrived in time, something big would have happened. Of course, this was only Fian's thoughts. In Fian's heart, since Yi Xian said that he was not willing to stay in the sect and did not want others to know about him, then Yi Xian must have his own arrangements. And these guys had actually almost exposed Yi Xian. How could she not be angry? Therefore, in front of countless people, the 10 guys stood in a row as punishment. As for those followers, they only dared to watch from afar. Suddenly, a young god from the divine talisman race shouted, "Sister Fian, look! What are you looking at? Stand properly for me." "No, Sister Fian, look! Is that young master?" These guys also followed Fian and began to call Yi Xian young master. Hearing this name, whether it was the others or Fian, they immediately gathered their gazes over. To be precise, everyone's gazes were gathered in front. At this time, in front, a young man was leisurely walking towards them. His footsteps were so casual, but following his footsteps, one could clearly feel the shock and excitement of those 10 divine talisman masters and the sect's #1 beauty. "Young master, it's really young master." Fian was very excited. Because of Yi Xian's order, she was kept in the sect. However, Fian was actually more willing to follow by Yi Xian's side. "It's really young master." These 10 guys did not care so much and directly rushed towards Yi Xian. Chapter 2271. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, anyone with half a brain could tell that they were from the same faction. No matter what they did, they were always together. However, no one knew which faction they belonged to. 1357924 6810 GG. But today, the mystery was solved. Quick, gather all our forces and find out who that guy is. Who is he? Tell me, who is he? You bunch of good-for-nothings. Why haven't we heard anything about him yet? Interesting. Pass down the order to investigate this person. This young master wants to see who exactly he is. In an instant, countless people and factions began to investigate Yi Xian. However, they were destined to find nothing. In fact, before Yi Xian joined the sect, Her Highness had come to the sect to ask about him. After Yi Xian joined the Heavenly Jade sect, they did not dare to delay, so they immediately sent the news to the Overgod. Sure enough, the princess came. She disguised herself as an ordinary disciple and interacted with those people. After failing to find out Yi Xian's whereabouts, she left again. How could a kid who could attract the attention of Her Highness be simple? Therefore, the Heavenly Jade sect had already classified Yi Xian as top secret. Yi Xian did not know about this. Yi Xian had probably forgotten about the princess. "Girl, and you guys, how have you been? How have you been?" Yi Xian smiled as he looked at these people. He was extremely happy in his heart. They found a secluded place, and Yi Xian chatted with them for a long time. Yi Xian was relieved to know that they were doing well. At the same time, Yi Xian told them that he was going to participate in the Kunlun Rel selection. Of course, no one objected to Yi Xian's decision. In the following time, Yi Xian tried to speed up the sealing of the realms. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. The 3 realms that were sealed could only be slowly unsealed. This was the system's seal, not something that could be activated by any treasure. In reality, it might not take much time to seal a single level. However, the higher the level of the seal, the more time it would take. Fortunately, Yi Xian had unlocked another level of seal after a dozen days. By now, Yi Xian's cultivation had already reached the level of a mid-grade true god. At the same time, Yi Xian received a notice that his first match was about to begin. Now, it was only the preliminary selection stage. Throughout the entire sect, 100 people would be selected to be the final direct selection of the Kunlun realm. Yi Xian didn't care about this at all. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that before he went on stage, he saw a person. It was a person that Yi Xian had never expected to see again. "You are? Princess." Yi Xian looked at the princess and asked in surprise, "Why? Is it strange to see me?" At this time, the princess only had 2 attendants by her side. However, Yi Xian knew that these 2 attendants were probably incredibly strong. Yi Xian just couldn't understand why the princess would appear here. "You came to find me? Humph. Did you think I wanted to come? It's all because of Big Sis. You asked me several times, but it was like you disappeared. I couldn't find you at all." Yi Xian knew that God Lord Mimi had been entrusted by her master to take care of Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had always been very wary of the old man who had brought him to the Kunlun realm. At the same time, he was also somewhat wary of God Lord Mimi. However, it seemed that this god, Lord Mimi, didn't have any ill intentions towards him. QWPM, of course, Yi Xian was only thinking about it. However, he didn't have any ill intentions. There was one thing that Yi Xian was sure of, and that was that it was impossible for him to have too much contact with the Master God clan. Since Overgod Mimi was willing to take care of Yi Xian because of the old man's words, then one day, she might also kill Yi Xian because of the old man's words. One must always be on guard against others. However, before such a situation occurred, Yi Xian was still willing to befriend Mimi and the princess. "Fine, it's my fault. But you must know that if I don't go out and temper myself, how can I get stronger? So, there are some things that can't be avoided. Who cares about that, right? Do you also want to join the Kunlun realm?" "Amen, that's right. Why else would I come back?" "Fine, let's go. We can go together. We can enter directly in the name of the Overgod clan." "Amen, at least you and I can enter directly." Yi Xian didn't know what the princess wanted to do, but he still refused. "Hee, I appreciate your good intentions, but to me, this kind of battle opportunity is extremely rare. Only by continuously fighting can I improve my battle instincts. So, it's better for you to go, and I'll participate in the assessment myself. It's good if I pass, but even if I don't, it doesn't matter. Why are you so stubborn?" "Fine, this princess will also take the test with you." Yi Xian looked at the princess, not knowing what she wanted to do. Meanwhile, the conversation between Yi Xian and the princess fell into the eyes of countless people. There were those who were envious, those who were jealous, and even those who were hostile. There was only one overgod in the Kunlun realm, and that was me. The other overgods couldn't possibly be overgods. There was also only one princess, and that was the one in front of Yi Xian. So, there were many people who wanted to win the princess's favor. However, the noble princess wasn't someone ordinary people could come into contact with. However, Yi Xian was dressed ordinarily, and no one knew who he was before. How could they not be suspicious of him speaking so casually to the princess? At this moment, Yi Xian's first battle was about to begin. Yi Xian could only wait for the arena to begin. The arena was built using a special spatial ability. It could be said that although the arena didn't look very big on the surface, one would only discover that it was actually an arena mystic realm when they fought inside. No matter how crazy the battle between the 2 people inside was, it was impossible for the shockwaves to spread outside. Yi Xian's opponent was also a mid-level true god. The moment this person came up, he looked at Yi Xian with disdain and said arrogantly to Yi Xian, "Kid, I don't care who you are. If you get out of the arena immediately, you can suffer less. Otherwise, once I make a move, you can only crawl out of the arena." Yi Xian also looked at this guy. He didn't know where this guy got the guts to speak to Yi Xian like that. "I want to play with you, but it seems like there's no need for that. 6 syllables mantra wound." Yes, this guy wanted to show off in front of Yi Xian because the princess was watching Yi Xian's arena. So why should Yi Xian give him a chance? One word, just one word, and that guy knelt on the ground. Chapter 2272. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Everyone was shocked. They had not seen Yi Xian move at all, but Yi Xian's opponent had been defeated. He had been defeated so thoroughly and so strangely. Those who did not have a good impression of Yi Xian immediately exclaimed that Yi Xian had cheated. 135-7924? 6810 GG. However, when the sect's elders came to investigate, they immediately announced that Yi Xian had won. Actually, the sect's elders were also puzzled. They had not seen Yi Xian make a move either. They had just casually said a few words, and Yi Xian's opponent had been defeated. More importantly, when they went to investigate, they found that the opponent had been severely injured all over. Moreover, it was not self-inflicted, but external. Such a bizarre situation was unheard of even in the Heavenly Spiral sect. In the end, they could only conclude that Yi Xian had mastered a special mystique. Of course, they did not know what mystique it was. Yi Xian had won easily, using a method that no one could see. This undoubtedly made Yi Xian's reputation rise again. The son of one of the 10 great rune masters and the sect's #1 beauty. The princess had rushed over to cheer him on, and the mysterious person who could converse so casually. A super expert with a special mystique that could severely injure an opponent of the same level with a single word. No matter which one of these things it would definitely be talked about for a long time. Moreover, all of these things were concentrated on one person. In the end, everyone could only come to one conclusion. Yi Xian was a genius, a monstrous genius. Yi Xian's subsequent opponents were not much of a challenge. Against such opponents, Yi Xian could not even be bothered to make a move. He would just use the mantra of the 6 suns to end the battle. Until one person appeared. Wow, it's really the 3rd young master of the Western Garrison aristocratic family. The one known as the Shadowless Sword, Guan Mo Yun. He's actually here too. Isn't that so? It is said that Guan Mo Yun has a special divine ability, and he walks the path of body refinement. His body is already strong to an unimaginable degree, and his special shadowless godly sword is even from an ancient secret treasure. Incomparably powerful. Yeah, it's said that he's a predetermined candidate for the selection this time. Coming to participate in the battle is merely a formality. I'm afraid this time, it's also because of the princess that they attacked that guy. Everyone was discussing fervently. Unfortunately, Yi Xian couldn't hear them. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. Who cared about the shadowless divine sword? Who cared about the ancient secret treasure? How could Yi Xian be afraid? Ding! System notification. Target is at Soldier Grade 6 Stage Upper True God Realm. Hearing the system notification, Yi Xian silently unsheathed the God Slayer. This opponent was no longer someone Yi Xian could easily deal with, even if it was only the lowest rank, soldier rank. Moreover, this was an upper-level true immortal. This was an opponent that Yi Xian had to deal with carefully. QWPM, there were battle restrictions. Apart from not being able to kill, no matter what kind of magical powers or treasures one possessed, one could use them. At this moment, the two of them stood still. Yi Xian heard the voice of that person. Kid, I heard that you're very arrogant. I heard that you're very impressive. Today, I'm going to beat you up so badly that even your parents won't recognize you. This guy was talking to Yi Xian through voice transmission, while the other was politely gesturing to Yi Xian to make the first move. He signaled for Yi Xian to make the first move. Yi Xian frowned. He really didn't like this hypocritical guy. If he had said these words directly to Yi Xian's face, then Yi Xian might not have cared too much. However, he had used voice transmission techniques. In that case, he shouldn't blame Yi Xian for being ruthless. This time, Yi Xian was going to teach this guy an unforgettable lesson. He was going to make this hypocritical guy reveal his true colors. As for now, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He waved his hand. The 1,000 Beast sword servants and Blossom God sword servants appeared in front of Yi Xian. The moment they appeared, thousands of God-level mounts and hundreds of Blossom God sword servants appeared. Yi Xian didn't care about the mystique being exposed. After all, Yi Xian's mystique could be changed at any time. Moreover, Yi Xian only needed to unlock his tier to obtain a new bloodline. Naturally, there might be some changes to his current mystique. Seeing Yi Xian summon so many god-level beasts, many people started discussing, wow, what kind of mystique is that? He can actually summon so many battle beasts. And they're not weak at all. Yes, for most people, the number of battle beasts they could summon was in the single digits. Having more than a dozen was already impressive. But Yi Xian could summon more than 1,000 in one go. This naturally shocked them. However, what shocked them was only the beginning. Suddenly, Yi Xian waved his hand, and large amounts of resources appeared in front of Yi Xian. At first, no one knew what Yi Xian was going to do. But Yi Xian's next move made everyone understand. Yi Xian was going to refine seals. No, not just seals, but also talismans. He was actually refining seals with his left hand and talismans with his right. How is this possible? It was already very impressive to become a seal master or talisman master. But now, someone was refining seals with his left hand and talismans with his right. Was he trying to scare everyone to death? No, he must be bluffing. No one can refine seals or talismans in the middle of a battle. That's impossible. What's more, he's refining them at the same time. The crowd stood up in an uproar because Yi Xian's current performance was too strong and too terrifying. However, until now, no one was willing to believe that Yi Xian could do it. But what frightened them was that Yi Xian could not only do it, but also do it at an extremely fast speed. No one had ever seen Yi Xian's refining technique before. Of course, it would be strange if anyone had seen it before. Yi Xian only used his hands to select the materials and then took them out when the system was done. Therefore, everyone could only see Yi Xian continuously refining restrictions and divine talismans one after another. But they didn't know how he did it. The materials were quickly decreasing. These resources, once in Yi Xian's hands, will be turned into various seals and talismans in the blink of an eye. As for Yi Xian, there were already countless restrictions or divine talismans surrounding him. In front of Yi Xian, Guan Yin was already dumbfounded. Yi Xian was preparing to use seals and talismans to defeat him. One had to know that restrictions were quite common, but they were all fixed in place. Restrictions that were directly used in battle were extremely rare. As for talismans, talisman masters were even rarer than seal masters. It was not easy to get one. So using seals and talismans in battle was a very extravagant thing to do. But what was Guan Yin doing now? Challenging a seal master and a talisman master at the same time, and at the same time, a cultivation genius? Chapter 2273. Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios' Guan Yin was overwhelmed by fear. He knew that he was going to lose miserably this time. No, this was something he couldn't accept. 135-7924 6810 Her Highness the Princess was watching from below. Moreover, her gaze had been fixed on that brat. Only by defeating him completely could the princess know who was the real strong one, and who was worthy of the princess's favor. Guan Yin's eyes were vicious as he launched a fierce attack. In an instant, the defense line formed by the god-class mounts seemed to be in danger. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up as he silently said, "Thousand Beasts Feast." Yes, Yi Xian had activated the Thousand Beasts Feast. In an instant, all the god-class mounts were boosted in strength. Guan Yin couldn't do anything to them. However, this was only the beginning. Yi Xian was already on his way. Countless seals and talismans floated around Yi Xian. With every step Yi Xian took, not only Guan Yin, but everyone watching Yi Xian felt their hearts tremble. How were they going to fight? At the start, everyone thought that Guan Yin was an upper-level true immortal, while Yi Xian was only an intermediate-level true immortal. This was a battle where the outcome was certain. However, when the battle started, they realized how ridiculous it was to judge Yi Xian's strength based on his cultivation level. Seal Grandmaster. Talisman Grandmaster. What was this? This was simply bullying, under everyone's watchful eyes. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian sent countless seals and talismans flying toward Guan Yin. Lightning, thunder, fire dragons, meteorites, divine swords, dharma, and so on. All sorts of attacking methods were displayed on the arena. How was this a battle? This was simply bullying. From the start, Guan Mo Yin didn't even have the right to stand beside Yi Xian. He had already lost the battle. This was even more terrifying than Yi Xian's previous words that caused his opponent to lose. Many people were even praying that they wouldn't encounter Yi Xian. Even if they did, they prayed that Yi Xian wouldn't use seals and talismans to deal with him. They would rather be defeated by Yi Xian with a single sentence than be attacked round after round like Guan Mo Yin. Yi Xian had just created close to 100 seals and talismans. He was going to use up all of them. According to the rules, the battle could continue unless one side was either Yi Xian or had lost all ability to move. In other words, although everyone understood that Guan Mo Yin had already lost and had completely lost, Guan Mo Yin didn't admit defeat. Furthermore, he hadn't lost his ability to move, so Yi Xian had the right to attack. Suddenly, Yi Xian raised his head, and all the attacks stopped in an instant. How boring. You actually dare to fight on the stage with such strength? Yes, that was what Yi Xian said. That was Guan Mo Yin, but in Yi Xian's eyes, he was so unbearable. When Yi Xian walked out, the crowd automatically opened up a path for him. No one dared to block Yi Xian's path because Yi Xian's terrifying performance was too much for them to bear. They didn't even dare to look Yi Xian in the eye. Restriction Grandmaster, Divine Talisman Grandmaster, and Super Genius. These three identities made Yi Xian an existence that people could only look up to. No matter what they thought of Yi Xian, at this moment, they all looked at Yi Xian strangely. Those who were hostile to Yi Xian at the beginning finally realized that Yi Xian wasn't someone they could provoke. However, this gave rise to endless jealousy. For many people, it would be extremely difficult for them to become one of Yi Xian's three identities in their entire lives. However, Yi Xian had monopolized all three titles by himself. How could they not be jealous? Restriction Grandmasters and Divine Talisman Grandmasters took in very few disciples. Moreover, the requirements for aptitude were very high. QWPM, these two professions could be said to be very resource-intensive professions. Of course, there wasn't a single sub-profession that didn't need to be accumulated with resources. Even in a short period of time, the clan only supported a few restriction and rune grandmasters. To nurture a restriction or rune grandmaster, not only did they need to find an extremely talented disciple, but they also needed to spend a large amount of resources to nurture them. As for cultivating restriction and divine talisman at the same time, it wasn't impossible, but it was almost impossible to succeed. But Yi Xian did it. Yi Xian did what they only dared to think, but not do. You know how to refine restrictions and divine talismans? When Yi Xian walked to Fian and the others, the princess was also there. The princess was also present. Her gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with astonishment and surprise. Although she was a princess, she had never seen someone with such high talent. It was as if she finally understood why her sister, Lord Goddess Mi Yin, was so concerned about Yi Xian. Once such a talent matured, it was simply unimaginable. However, she was actually overthinking it. Mi Yin didn't know that Yi Xian knew these things. What's so strange about this? Yi Xian said indifferently. In Yi Xian's mind, as long as the system was there, no matter what he did, it was natural. Therefore, he didn't care at all. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. In Yi Xian's mind, becoming a restriction and divine talisman grandmaster really didn't take much effort. However, Yi Xian's words made everyone speechless. What did he mean by what was so strange about this? This was very strange in the first place. There was almost no suspense in Yi Xian's following battles. In fact, most of his opponents chose to admit defeat. This was because they knew that even a peak true god shouldn't try to challenge a super existence who had the dual support of a restriction and divine talisman grandmaster. Even if they admitted defeat in a battle against Yi Xian, there was nothing to be ashamed of. How could ordinary people be on the same stage as monstrous geniuses? The selection requirement of the Kunlun realm was that only peak true gods could appear. Once one became an overgod, the Kunlun realm wouldn't accept them. Of course, after becoming an overgod, One would be a powerful figure with a certain level of strength in the Kunlun realm. It was impossible for them to participate in such a selection. Although the difference between the over-god realm and the true god realm was only one major realm, it was the first major breakthrough in the cultivation system of the god realm. Many people cultivated from the true god realm to the peak true god realm in one go, displaying incomparable talent. However, even the over-god realm couldn't be crossed. If one wanted to break through to the over-god realm, it was no longer possible to just rely on talent. If one wanted to break through to the over-god realm, it required a lot of coincidences and great luck. It could be said that among 100 cultivators, there were at least 10 who could reach the peak true god realm under the premise that they didn't die. Chapter 2274. However, even if 100 peak true gods were given sufficient resources and an excellent cultivation environment, perhaps only one of them could become an overgod. Gogok's the difference of one step was huge. The overgod realm was a realm that countless people dreamt of, but it was something they could only dream of. This was also the reason why so many people were attracted to the Kunlun realm when it started to recruit disciples. There were even some disciples from aristocratic families who were stuck at the Kunlun realm and joined sections. They fought desperately to join the Kunlun realm. Among them were the 10 great geniuses of the Kunlun realm, the 4 great spiritual children, and disciples from various aristocratic families. These people were seen as the ones who had the highest chance of becoming one of the 100 people. As the battle progressed, Yi Xian's opponents became stronger and stronger. However, most people would choose to avoid Yi Xian as long as they had the chance. This was because every battle was decided by one round. The selection would not give you a second chance. No matter what the reason was, once you lost once, it was equivalent to saying that you would not be qualified in the future. Therefore, the person that most people did not want to face the most was not the disciples of aristocratic families or the geniuses, but Yi Xian. Yi Xian's left hand was a seal, and his right hand was a divine talisman. He left a deep impression on people. Of course, there were some exceptions. By now, Yi Xian had entered the final stages of the selection. His opponents were constantly getting stronger, and they were basically all upper-level true gods. Yi Xian's strength had also been unlocked once more, and he was now a mid-level grade 7 true god. However, even though he was a mid-level grade 7 true god, Yi Xian was the one with the lowest cultivation level among those who remained. This time, Yi Xian was facing a super existence again. This was because this person was a person who had been famous for a long time. Hello, Yi Xian. I am Kuan Buyu from the Kuan family. I never thought that I would have the chance to fight with you. I hope that we can unleash our greatest strength in this battle. In front of Yi Xian was a youth with a sunny smile. At least, his first impression of Yi Xian was quite good. Don't worry, I won't go easy on him. Yi Xian replied with a smile. Haha, that's good. However, I have to remind you in advance that I am also a restriction grandmaster. Moreover, before I participated in the battle, my family gave me a lot of special magic treasures. Therefore, when the battle starts later, I will have an advantage. This fellow was rather interesting. In this arena, who didn't use all the methods available to them. No matter what method they used, as long as they could stand on the arena, they would receive the full support of their respective families. Many people even brought along their family's treasures to fight. There was no need to explain this at all. Anyway, according to the rules, as long as it was not a super treasure that could destroy the world, it was allowed. And as long as it was a magic treasure that could be brought onto the stage, then it proved that it was approved and could be used. It doesn't matter where it came from. Since it's in your hands, it's yours. All right, then I have no choice but to use my restriction to deal with your restriction. Yi Xian had a smile on his face. For someone like Kuan Buyu, it was difficult for you to say that you were hostile towards him. Because of his magnanimity, he told you his trump card from the very beginning. Even if you knew that he was borrowing external forces, it wouldn't be good for you to get angry. Moreover, this was a battle that allowed external forces to be used in the first place. Yi Xian versus Kuan Buyu of the Kuan family. Battle begin. It was the voice of an elder of the sect. As the competition progressed, there were now elders involved in every match. They would observe the battle between two people in the arena. Once one of them was in danger, they would immediately step in to save the other party. After all, to be able to make it this far, which one of them wasn't of noble status and powerful strength? If they fell, it would be a heavy loss. Haha, Yi Xian, it's starting. Are you going to make the first move, or should I? This guy was a weirdo. He actually asked such a question, but made sense. Most of the super geniuses from aristocratic families had been taught lessons in experienced environments since young. They would never imagine how difficult it was for someone like Yi Xian to fight his way up step by step. Please. Yi Xian didn't care about the advantage of making the first move. Hence, he casually gestured for Kun Buyu to attack first. At this moment, outside the arena, the crowd had already started discussing again. Even Her Royal Highness didn't know what to do. This Kun Buyu is one of the top 10 geniuses of the divine realm. It's said that his restriction ability is already at the level of a master. Furthermore, the Kuan family is famous for their illusionary mythical beasts. They can summon illusionary mythical beasts that don't even exist. They're extremely powerful. That's right. Apart from these two, Kun Buyu also possesses a special ancient bloodline. Furthermore, the Kuan family spent a huge amount of resources to successfully awaken it. I heard that Kun Buyu has 3 explosive forms, each more powerful than the last. Perhaps many people didn't understand what these people were talking about, but Her Royal Highness knew very well. It was said that Kun Buyu's mother was from an ancient lost clan. Who would have thought that his mother's special bloodline would be inherited by Kun Buyu? Originally, no one cared about the special bloodline's name, but now it was known as the Triple Divine Body. Under normal circumstances, there was nothing special about the Triple Divine Body. On the surface, it was just a slightly stronger physique. However, if the first seal was undone, then one's strength would multiply. Undoing the second seal would multiply 10 times. The third seal would multiply by 100 times. Such a powerful physique allowed Kun Buyu to successfully rank in the top 3 of the top 10 geniuses. Furthermore, it was said that Kun Buyu could already undo the second seal. As for the third seal, it was said that he had the ability to undo it as well. For a moment, Her Royal Highness actually began to worry about Yi Xian's safety. One had to know that 100 times strength was not something that Yi Xian could withstand. Go inform the sect and have them be prepared. Whether it's Kun Buyu or Yi Xian, I don't want any of them to fall. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Her Royal Highness couldn't help but worry because unlocking Kun Buyu's 3 outbursts had a price, and that was his mind. As his strength was unlocked, his mind would become more and more violent. When he undid the second seal, his mind would become numb, and most of what was left would be his battle instincts. When the third seal was completely undone, he might become a monster that only knew how to kill. This was something that couldn't be helped. However, Kun Buyu was not a bad person. Therefore, although everyone knew that he would become extremely violent after his transformation, no one blamed him. Chapter 2275. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, if he were to kill Yi Xian today, the princess believed that his elder sister would definitely be furious. 135-7924 6810 GG. It had been many years since the princess had seen his sister care so much about someone. During Yi Xian's participation in the selection, Mealy had asked him about his progress 3 times. QWPM, both of them were geniuses of the god domain. No matter which one of them it was, they couldn't be allowed to die. At this moment, Yi Xian signaled Kun Buyu to attack first. Kun Buyu didn't argue and directly said to Yi Xian, "All right, pay attention. I'm going to attack." After saying that, a ray of light covered his body. Armor of light. This was one of the 3 great treasures of the Kuan family. It was said that this treasure armor didn't have a physical body and was completely refined by light. It was a super treasure that could be used for both offense and defense. Moreover, it would be adjusted according to the strength of the wearer. Who would have thought that this thing would be in Kun Buyu's possession? Of course, this treasure of the Kuan family was passed down to their number one genius. Who else would be passed down to? Then, a pair of strange things appeared in Kuan Buyu's hands. This thing was a close combat weapon. However, Kuan Buyu's wasn't just for close combat. Double Stinger Massacre. Suddenly, Kuan Buyu's hand swiped. 2 rays of light attacked Yi Xian. However, the 2 rays of light turned into 2 shadow-like phantoms halfway and pounced on Yi Xian. Good heavens, to be able to turn into phantoms when attacking. This technique wasn't simple at all. Ding. System notification. Target is a 7th grade soldier, grade upper true god. Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. Target has been detected to have a hidden strength. Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. Target has been detected to have a special ability. The system's 3 notifications rang out, letting Yi Xian know that this Kuan Buyu was the greatest opponent he'd ever faced. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly summoned the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants and the Blossom God Sword Servants. The Divine Beast Army, led by the 2 sword attendants, could still be of some use. However, Yi Xian did not expect that Kuan Buyu also had the ability to summon God of Illusions, Will of Slaughter. Suddenly, Kuan Buyu put the 2 swords together and casually tossed them out. They rapidly turned into a void gate, and from that void gate, countless phantoms rushed out. Yi Xian frowned. What kind of transcendent artifact was this? There were clearly 2 of them, but they were summoning-type transcendent artifacts. This was something Yi Xian had never seen before. System, detect that one. Ding. System notification. Insufficient data. Unable to view. Alright, so be it if there was no way to detect it. Yi Xian was also helpless. Soon, Yi Xian's mythical beast army clashed with Kuan Buyu's phantom army. It could be said that the individual strength of Yi Xian's mythical beast legion was stronger than those illusions. However, the phantoms seemed to be endless. They were rushing out from the void gate nonstop. In an instant, they were actually fighting to a draw. White is not white, black is not black. The light and the shadows, seal domain. What? A domain? It was actually a domain. A small semi-domain created by using seals. Although this could not be considered a complete domain, it was, after all, half a domain. Everyone was in an uproar. The strength that Kuan Buyu displayed now was already beyond their imagination. None of them had expected that Kuan Buyu actually had such a trick up his sleeve. A semi-domain. This was a semi-domain. Even many Overgod Realm powerhouses did not have a domain. However, Kuan Buyu, this true God Realm guy, was able to unleash a semi-domain. In an instant, a gray light screen enveloped Yi Xian and Kuan Buyu. Ding! System notification. Host is affected by a domain. Defense reduced by half, attack power reduced by half, and divine telekinesis reduced by half. Ding! System notification. Kuan Buyu is affected by a domain. Defense increased, attack power increased, and divine telekinesis increased. What a powerful semi-domain. It could weaken the opponent and strengthen the user at the same time. Such a domain was really too useful. Yi Xian, pay attention. This is my greatest trump card. I'm going to attack. Kuan Buyu's voice rang out, reminding Yi Xian that he was about to attack. Come on, let me see how strong you are. Yi Xian lightly smiled. This fellow even reminded him before attacking. It could be said that Yi Xian was extremely satisfied with him. Of course, Yi Xian did not forget to find a way to crack the domain. System, is there any way to crack it? Ding. System notification. Host does not have enough resources. Unable to find a suitable method. There was no suitable method. Yi Xian's heart trembled slightly. Could it be that he was really going to lose this time? No, Yi Xian would not admit defeat so easily. He also believed that he would not lose so easily. If he had eternal points, Yi Xian would be able to use a domain, which was the eternal body. Yi Xian's eternal domain, but Yi Xian did not have any eternal points. Therefore, he could only imagine. Although the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra was very powerful, it was obviously impossible to use it. Perhaps all that was left was to devour the spiritual consciousness. If Yi Xian were to use the second ability of the spirit god Devour, the system would be converted into a success rate. In that case, Yi Xian would be able to devour the spiritual sense of the person in front of me. However, Yi Xian was unwilling to do so. In Yi Xian's heart, this guy was qualified enough to be Yi Xian's opponent. If he used his spiritual consciousness to devour Yi Xian's spiritual consciousness, that was not the result that Yi Xian wanted. It seemed that he could only use the summoning ability of the wings of the gods. Cloning of the gods. This was a skill that came with the wings of the gods. By consuming the divine wings energy, one could transform into a fallen god. Although Yi Xian would retain his original strength, he would only retain his form, not his soul. However, Yi Xian believed that since the system had given him such a skill, this skill could not be said to be completely useless. Yi Xian had never used this ability before because the divine wings energy was very rare. However, it seemed that he had no choice but to use it now. If it was not useful, could he still use the ancient divine talisman? All right, since that is the case, let's use it. System, I want to use all the divine wings energy to possess a random ancient god. Yi Xian ordered loudly. Ding! The host now has 30% of the divine wings energy. Do you wish to use all of it? Yes, use all of it. Boom! A boundless power that made everyone want to prostrate themselves in worship suddenly erupted from Yi Xian's body. No matter who it was, no matter what cultivation base they had, they all felt an absolutely terrifying crushing pressure at this moment. Yes, it was crushing pressure. It was crushing pressure. Yi Xian's body erupted with an incomparably valiant aura. Chapter 2276. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation A set of armor appeared on his body. No one knew what kind of armor it was, and the Godslayer in his hand had turned into an ancient black greatsword. 135-7924 6810 GE beside him. There was an illusory shadow. Yi Xian finally understood the true purpose of the Godslayer replica. Indeed, Yi Xian was still Yi Xian. His strength had not increased, but the key was the equipment. These were all the equipment of the gods before they died. In other words, the most important purpose of the Godslayer replica was not to let Yi Xian obtain the power of the gods who had died. It was to let Yi Xian experience using the magical equipment of the super strong when they were alive. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully used the Godslayer replica. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully replicating the nameless ancient god. Ding! Because host is using the Godslayer replica with 30% of its power, all magical equipment possessed will have 30% of the original power. Ding! Congratulations to host. The Godslayer has been strengthened by the Black Demon Sword. You have obtained the special mystique, Crushing Light. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have obtained the Black Demon Armor. Defense increased tenfold. Ding! Host has obtained the Black Demon Armor's special ability, Black Demon Summon. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the Shadow Servant. Host has obtained the special ability, Servant Battle. Servant Fusion. A series of notifications allowed Yi Xian to understand how to use the Godslayer replica. At the same time, it also brought Yi Xian many unexpected benefits. Very good. Yi Xian spat out 2 words. He was cheering for the duplication of the gods, as well as the wings of the gods. Fortunately, he had not used the wings of the gods. Otherwise, he would not have been able to obtain these items. At this moment, Kuan Buyu's attack arrived. Yi Xian did not hesitate and swept his sword over. Boom! A violent force was released. Kuan Buyu's attack, which he had been confident in, was actually blocked by Yi Xian. What kind of divine ability is this? Kuan Buyu looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. He didn't know what kind of divine ability Yi Xian had used to transform into a completely different person. This isn't a very magical ability. It's just borrowing the power of the ancient gods. Why? How could this not be a special divine ability? Everyone was once again shocked by Yi Xian. They didn't know how many unknown tricks this Yi Xian had up his sleeve. Ancient gods, that was the power of the ancient gods. If he could borrow the power of the ancient gods, then what couldn't he do? The ancient gods had always been the incarnations of powerful beings. The bloodline of the ancient deities, the magic treasures of the ancient deities, and the divine abilities of the ancient deities. All kinds of things passed down, as long as they had the word ancient in them, seemed to have infinite power. But now, Yi Xian could actually borrow the power of the ancient gods and use it for himself. This kind of technique was simply unprecedented. Who is that guy? How can he be so strong? How many more secrets does he have? This guy, I thought he would definitely lose this time. How? How can he come up with such a shocking technique again? It's over, it's over. Could it be that Kun Buyu is going to lose too? Who is it? Who could defeat him? The crowd was in an uproar. It was precisely because Yi Xian's display of strength had exceeded everyone's expectations that they were even more afraid and terrified. At the same time, they also hoped that someone could defeat Yi Xian. Kun Buyu, do your best. It was unknown who took the lead to shout this, but in an instant, everyone followed suit and shouted. Towards the end, it turned into a unified voice. Kun Buyu, Kun Buyu, Kun Buyu. Almost everyone was shouting Kun Buyu's name, as deep down, they were hoping that someone would be able to defeat this monstrous existence. Defeat Yi Xian. Her Highness, Fian, and the others were very unhappy, but they were also very happy. Because the more these people were like this, the more it showed that they were afraid of Yi Xian. Of course, the two people in the arena had no idea what was going on outside. They couldn't even see outside. This arena's secret realm allowed people outside to see what was going on inside, and even hear what the people inside were saying. However, the people inside couldn't sense what was going on outside at all. It could be considered a special secret realm. At this moment, Kun Buyu sensed the powerful energy erupting from Yi Xian's body. Without any hesitation, he said to Yi Xian, "Yi Xian, pay attention. I'm going to undo my special seal. Once the seal is undone, my mind will change greatly. Remember, if you can't win, immediately withdraw from the battle. When that happens, my mind will be damaged, and I won't be able to control my actions." Was Kun Buyu going to undo the seal in his body? He was going to use the last of his true strength. Yi Xian nodded. Although he didn't know why Kun Buyu would say such a thing, Yi Xian would forgive him for everything he did after Kun Buyu said those words. Seal, first seal, undone. Suddenly, Kun Buyu's strength doubled, and a powerful energy erupted from his body. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Ding. Host, please take note. The target's strength has increased. Currently, he is a 7th grade general upper class true god. The title of the front crown directly increased by 1 level. From the soldier rank to the general rank? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect this guy to be able to increase his title of the front crown. He was indeed an opponent worthy of a battle. Yi Xian, I'm coming. Kun Buyu undid the first seal, and his battle intent skyrocketed. However, he didn't lose his mind. Therefore, before he made his move, he still reminded Yi Xian. In an instant, the two of them were entangled again. However, the ancient armor on Yi Xian's body and the ancient black demon sword in his hand were definitely not to be trifled with. Therefore, he was still suppressing Kun Buyu for a while. Kun Buyu's battle intent grew stronger and stronger. Every time he lost, he didn't give up. Instead, it stimulated his battle instincts. Suddenly, Kun Buyu roared. Seal, second seal, undone. Boom! Kun Buyu's strength skyrocketed again. Ding! System notification. Target has been upgraded to a 7th grade king upper class true god. King rank. He had actually upgraded to the king rank. Even Yi Xian was incomparably shocked. This guy had actually upgraded to the king rank in an instant. Damn you, I'm going to kill you. Kun Buyu's voice sounded. Yi Xian finally understood why this guy had warned him before unlocking his strength. The price for unlocking his strength was losing his mind. However, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Chapter 2277. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The battle continued. The two of them attacked each other in a frenzy, neither backing down. Yi Xian was sent flying again and again, while Kuan Buyu was not faring much better. 1-3-5-7-9-2-4 68-10 GE. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have forgotten that they could still use seals and divine talismans. Instead, they were using their strongest strength to clash fiercely. The battle between the two of them caused the space in the arena to fluctuate continuously. The sect had no choice but to send out people to reinforce the seal of the mystic realm in the arena. The battle between the two of them was extremely intense. However, the people outside the arena were even more excited than them. A battle of this level could be said to be the most intense battle they had ever seen. At this moment, countless people had gathered around Yi Xian and Kuan Buyu's arena. There were people from the sect, people from outside the sect, and even people from the Kunlun realm. Two good seedlings. I didn't expect them to meet each other. This time, I will make an exception. No matter who wins, the loser will be allowed to continue the battle. Yes, both Yi Xian and Kuan Buyu had received the approval of the Kunlun realm's envoy, who allowed them to continue the battle. With this sentence, it was equivalent to acknowledging their identities and directly recruiting them. Of course, the two of them in the middle of the battle did not know. At the same time, the people from the Kuan family also arrived. Kuan Buyu was the heir of the Kuan family. This was without a doubt. Kuan Buyu's battle naturally attracted the attention of the Kuan family. However, this time, they were more focused on Yi Xian. In the eyes of the Kuan family members, it was simply impossible for someone to be able to face off against their crown prince after he had unlocked the second seal. However, this was only the beginning of their shock. I want you dead. I want you dead. Third seal unlocked. At this moment, Kuan Buyu had completely lost his mind. As his powers were unlocked, all that was left of him was his battle instincts and the desire to defeat Yi Xian. This was not something that could be controlled. Even though Kuan Buyu had not said that he was going to kill Yi Xian at the start, with the removal of his 3 seals, his intelligence had basically disappeared. All that was left was his battle instincts and the will to kill. Ding. System notification. Warning. Warning. Target's strength has increased to the 7th stage, True God Realm. Emperor rank. An Emperor level title. Yi Xian was shocked in his heart. An Emperor tier had actually appeared. One had to know that Yi Xian had yet to encounter an Emperor tier powerhouse until now. This guy was the first one he had encountered. Boom. One punch. With just one punch, Yi Xian was sent flying. Ding. Warning. Warning. The host is in mortal danger. The system has automatically taken over the defense and activated the Godslayer's special ability, Absolute Defense. Ding. Threat contact. Ding. Warning. Warning. The designated target is too powerful. It is recommended that the host withdraw from the battle immediately. Withdraw from a battle? No, Yi Xian would not withdraw from the battle. This was the kind of battle that Yi Xian wanted. It had been a long time since Yi Xian had felt so hot-blooded. A battle of this level was the kind of battle that Yi Xian dreamed of. System, shut up. I will not give up on this battle. I will persevere until the end, even if I lose. Ding. System notification. The host consciousness is abnormal. Ding. System notification. The host's intelligence is in chaos. Yi Xian was about to go berserk. At this moment, the only thing left in Yi Xian's eyes was the fellow in front of him. Waves of incomparably powerful energy were continuously condensing on his body. Yes, Yi Xian was about to go berserk. System, use that ancient talisman. What's the point of keeping it? Isn't it supposed to be used now? Yi Xian's fighting spirit had been stimulated by Kuan Buyu. All that was left in his heart was the thought of going all out in this battle. Naturally, the system would not go against Yi Xian's wishes. Therefore, following Yi Xian's command, the one and only ancient talisman was immediately activated. Boom, boom, boom. Over 10,000 shadows appeared. There were actually 10,000 identical Yi Xian. Yi Xian had actually created 10,000 clones. The entire sect was in an uproar. No, it should be said that everyone was in an uproar. They had already forgotten how to speak. A battle of this level was already something that they could only worship. It could be said that even a battle between two sovereigns would not be as shocking as this. The battle between Yi Xian and Kun Buyu had exceeded the limits of their imaginations. Boom, boom, boom. Any one of Kun Buyu's attacks, even if it was just a casual attack, would shatter one of Yi Xian's clones. However, over 10,000 clones still charged towards Kun Buyu in a frenzy. This was because Yi Xian's main body was now on the verge of going berserk. Therefore, in reality, those clones were also incomparably frenzied. The battle was unprecedentedly intense. At this moment, it was no longer something that the few elders of the sect could control. If the two of them really were to engage in a battle to the death, it was not something that the few elders could stop. Let's go to the arena space. The people from the Kun Nan clan stood up. Along with the Kun Nan clan, a few other overgod powerhouses also stood up, including the Kun Luan realm's emissary. Regardless of whether it was Yi Xian or Kun Buyu, neither of them should die here. They were the true geniuses of the entire Kunlun god domain. They were the pride of the Kunlun god domain. So many powerhouses had entered the arena's secret realm just in case. If the battle between the two of them really could not be separated, they could only step in to stop it. This was to prevent the two of them from dying because of their frenzied slaughter. The death of any one of them would definitely be a great loss to the Kunlun god domain. Kill! Suddenly, Yi Xian's roar rang out. Finally, Yi Xian had gone berserk. The berserk ability could only be activated when Yi Xian was greatly stimulated. And now, Yi Xian had been greatly stimulated by Kun Buyu. It was large enough for Yi Xian to launch an incomparably violent attack. It was large enough for Yi Xian to go berserk. Between Yi Xian's hands, seals and talismans constantly appeared. After going berserk, Yi Xian did not care about anything else. In his mind, there was only the thought of defeating the guy in front of him. As for the rest, Yi Xian did not think too much about it. The battle instantly intensified once more. The two people in the arena were like two madmen, attacking each other wildly. That battle had frightened everyone watching the competition. Even the overgod powerhouses were shocked beyond words. The strength of these two people was clearly only at the true God realm. Why? Why did they erupt with such powerful strength? Overgod realm was a general term. In fact, godly lords, godly kings, and the like could all be considered as overgods. However, only Yi Xian would understand this when he entered the overgod realm. Each major realm had its own rules. Without strength, it was very difficult to understand the secrets within. Of course, in the berserk state, how could one think so much? Otherwise, how could it be defined as berserk? The two frenzied figures tangled together in the arena secret realm. Neither was willing to back down. You punch, I kick. These two guys were actually using the most primitive fighting method, fighting to the death. Outside the arena, countless people were already shocked to see this. From the initial clamor to the later silence, QWPM people were no longer biased towards either side, because these two people in front of them were worthy of their recognition. Chapter 2278. The battle continued. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Kun Buyu, who had already unlocked the third seal, and Yi Xian, who was in a berserk state, would not stop their frenzied battle unless they exhausted their last bit of strength. 135-7924 6810 GGD. Countless people watched this scene with fear and trepidation. The dozens of overgod experts also watched the battle between Yi Xian and Kun Buyu without stopping. No one stepped forward to stop them. As long as there was no danger to their lives, they could not bear to interrupt such a battle. Yi Xian's movements were clearly much slower, and Kun Buyu needed to gather strength for a long time just to swing his fist once. As time passed, Yi Xian's powerful physique finally revealed itself. Even Kun Buyu, who had unlocked the third seal, was exhausted from such an intense battle. However, Yi Xian was still able to launch attacks again and again. However, even Kun Buyu was being thrown around like a sandbag by Yi Xian. The people from the Kuan family did not stop him either. Finally, Kuan Buyu stopped breathing and fainted completely. However, Yixian also collapsed at the same time as Kuan Buyu collapsed. The result of this battle was already revealed. Unfortunately, no one cared about the result. Both of them had received everyone's approval in this battle, regardless of whether it was strength or battle intent. By the time Yixian woke up, several months had already passed since the battle. Their soul-stirring battle had lasted a total of 4 months, not to mention the time to rest. Yixian's powerful physique allowed him to wake up very quickly. However, Kuan Biyu did not have such a powerful physique, so he still had not woken up until now. "Master, you're awake," Fian immediately said happily when she saw Yixian wake up. The people from the Divine Talisman race in the room immediately came over to welcome him. It turned out that when Yixian came down from the stage, although Her Highness the Princess and the Kuan aristocratic family wanted to take Yixian away, Fian and the others firmly refused. It was to the extent that with a wave of his hand, he set up layers upon layers of restrictions, as if he had the intention of starting a battle at the slightest disagreement. Fortunately, everyone knew that they were Yixian's followers, so they didn't make things difficult for them. Otherwise, how is it possible for Fian to be the opponent of several dozen overgods and countless true gods with just 10 rune masters? Yixian nodded and asked, "Where is this?" "Don't worry, young master. I've rented a manor outside for young master to recuperate. Young master can stay here at ease. I've already asked them to set up countless restrictions inside and outside the manor." Yixian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was there a need to be so secretive? Yixian understood what Fian meant. In Fian's heart, Yixian had countless secrets. Fian was worried that Yixian's secrets would be discovered by others. But Yixian himself, his biggest secret and aura was only the system. As for the rest, even if others discovered it, it didn't matter. As for the system, probably no one could discover it at all. But Fian had good intentions after all, so Yixian naturally wouldn't say anything. "Oh, is that so? It's fine. As long as I wake up, I'll be able to recover very quickly. By the way, what was the result of the competition?" After young master and that guy both fell unconscious, the envoy of the Kunlun realm announced that the two of you didn't need to participate in the selection and were directly selected as specially recruited disciples. However, because the two of you were injured, the Kunlun realm told you to go after your injuries have healed. Yixian nodded again, but didn't continue to say anything. Instead, he stood up and began a simple exercise. This was simply a new injury that hadn't healed yet. Fortunately, it was Yixian. If it was anyone else, how could they have recovered so quickly? "By the way, young master, this was sent to you by Her Highness the Princess. She said that it was a divine healing medicine." Fian handed a pill to Yixian. This pill was gold in color, and there was a dragon swimming on top of it. Ding! System notification. Target specified. Swimming dragon pill. It can quickly heal the host's injuries and has a chance to increase the host's cultivation. Not only can it heal injuries, it can also help to break through cultivation. This could definitely be considered a treasure. Yixian didn't hesitate and swallowed it in one gulp. A strong, warm current flowed through Yixian's body. Ding! System notification. Host has broken through. Current rank, 9 middle class, true god realm. And he could indeed break through. Rank 9 middle class, true god realm. He was just one step away from becoming a high-class true god. This meant that when Yixian was fighting, or when he was unconscious, Yixian's last locked level was finally unlocked. QWPM the locked level was because Yixian was the after effect of using the level exchange. Generally speaking, when Yixian used a level exchange, he would be locked in one level, and when 2 levels were used, he would be locked in 2 levels. During the lock period, Yixian wouldn't get any experience from swallowing anything. Moreover, if he wanted to break the locked level, he could only wait. There was no way to speed it up. He could only wait for himself to break it. This was because this was the system's ultimate limit. Level exchange could be said to be able to exchange for any item. Then, the system would of course make restrictions. During the lock level period, even things like bloodline fusion couldn't be done. But now, all the levels were finally unlocked. Yi Xian obviously hoped to use the bloodline fusion stone immediately. That way, his recovery ability would be much faster. But was that possible? With his current state, using the bloodline fusion stone would be looking for trouble. So, he could only wait. All right, Fian, how is that Kuan Buyu? In reply to young master, this little girl is not very clear, but there is no danger to his life. He was just taken away by his family. Oh, is that so? Then let's go and take a look. Young master, is your body? It's fine. Look at me, am I not fine? Yi Xian said faintly. Indeed, although he was a little weak now, he could walk and jump. Fortunately, Fian was by Yi Xian's side. She had seen this kind of thing too many times and was already used to it, so she could still be considered calm. Yi Xian wanted to go out, so naturally, Fian and the people of the Divine Talisman race had to follow him. The most important thing was that the 10 people of the Divine Talisman race knew that Yi Xian was going to the Kuan-Nan family, so they actually went somewhere and got 10 sets of identical clothes. They were quite gorgeous, and they even said that these were the clothes of the followers. Have you ever seen a follower's clothes more gorgeous than the master's? However, Yi Xian didn't care about these small details. As long as these people liked it, Yi Xian wouldn't care about them. Although the headquarters of the Kuan-Nan family wasn't in Heavenly Spiral City, they still had a manor in Heavenly Spiral City. So, at this moment, Kuan Buyu was actually recuperating in Heavenly Spiral City. As for Yi Xian, his reputation was already at its peak. There wasn't a single person who didn't know of his name, and there were quite a few who had seen him in person. Chapter 2279. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Fortunately, the Heavenly Spiral School explained that Yi Xian had joined the school long ago, but he had been training outside. Fian and the others had been in the school all this time, so everyone's concerns were dispelled. 135-7924 6810 GD. After all, the Kunlun Realm's disciple selection required one to have been in the school for at least 2 years. Yi Xian's arrival was beyond the Kuan-Nan family's expectations. Although Yi Xian was only a young man, no one dared to underestimate him. Even a fool from the Kuan-Nan family knew that a person who was specially recruited by the Kunlun realm and was looked upon favorably by the princess would have a limitless future. At this time, the Kuan-Nan family's doors were wide open, welcoming Yi Xian's arrival. Haha, Yi Xian, it's actually you. I didn't expect you to have recovered to this extent. It seems that the divine pill given to you by the princess is indeed different. A middle-aged man came in front of Yi Xian and laughed. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. How did they know about the wandering dragon pills period? Brat, you're really something. You didn't see how anxious Her Highness was when she saw you fainted. However, your servant said that no one was allowed to disturb you guys, so Her Highness had no choice but to leave first. But I believe that she's definitely on her way here now. Ding. System notification. Target's realm is specified. System cannot detect. Unable to detect? Then, it must be an over-god powerhouse. Yi Xian also smiled. Junior Yi Xian greets Senior. What's Senior? I'm Buyu's third uncle. You can call me third uncle too. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He still felt that it was better to call this guy Senior. You're here to see Buyu, right? You really came at the right time. Buyu just woke up, but his physique isn't as good as yours. He's lying on the bed now and can't get up. Yi Xian smiled. As long as Kuan Buyu recovered, it would be fine. Under the guidance of his third uncle, Yi Xian quickly arrived at the main hall, where Kuan Buyu was recuperating. Sure enough, Kuan Buyu had indeed woken up, but his miserable appearance was much more miserable than Yi Xian's. He couldn't even lift his hand. When Yi Xian saw Kuan Buyu's expression, he suddenly laughed out loud. Looks like you're still in a more miserable state. Come, get up. Let's fight another 300 rounds. You rascal, are you here to visit me or to watch me make a fool of myself? Kuan Buyu also smiled. Now that he had regained his intelligence, he naturally wouldn't be as crazy as he was in the arena. Yi Xian gave it some thought. Kuan Buyu was already worthy of being his friend. Since they were friends, they couldn't come empty-handed. But Yi Xian had indeed come empty-handed. Thinking of the wandering dragon pill that the princess gave him, Yi Xian also wanted to give this guy a good pill. System, I need to refine a pill now. I need to refine the best pill that I can refine. Can you do it? Ding. System notification. Host, please pay attention. Please do not ask the system if you can do it. Please give the order directly. Was the system throwing a tantrum? Had the humanness of the system increased again? Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't care about such small details. Instead, he said to the system, QWPM, all right, system. Now, refine a high-grade pill that is most suitable for Kuan Buyu's injuries. Ding. The pill is being concocted. Success. In an instant, a pill appeared in Yi Xian's hand. However, the entire process from the materials to the formation of the pill was done in front of everyone's eyes. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the crowd, this pill was refined by Yi Xian. Yi Xian, don't tell me that you're also an alchemist. Kuan Buyu, who was lying on the bed, asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. Although he hadn't started learning how to refine pills, the system was his. In that case, Yi Xian could really be considered an alchemist. I know a little, Yi Xian said casually. However, at this moment, an old man behind Yi Xian rushed in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian, can you let me take a look at your pill? Yi Xian didn't care. He didn't even know what pill he was refining. So he handed it over without hesitation. The old man took the pill and carefully observed it. His expression changed several times. 9 transformation life, extending heavenly pill. Heavens, I never thought that this old man would actually be able to see this legendary medicinal pill in his lifetime. 5th uncle, is Yi Xian's pill that amazing? The Kuan family naturally had many secondary professions. This old man was Kuan Buyu's 5th uncle, who was in charge of the alchemists. Because Kuan Buyu was injured, the Kuan family had brought their best alchemists over. Naturally, the 5th uncle had come as well. When he heard Kuan Buyu's words, the 5th uncle said excitedly, "It's more than just amazing. This pill is a legendary pill. It's said that it has been lost in the divine realm. I didn't expect to see someone refining this pill with my own eyes. It's said that the 9 transformation life extending heavenly pill contains 9 special abilities. Moreover, they're all linked together and can heal the body step by step. As long as your life force is not completely gone, this pill can help you recover even if your divine spark is broken. Moreover, if you recover before the pill's effects wear off, then you can convert all of the pill's effects into your cultivation. Don't you think this pill is amazing?" Everyone was aghast. There was actually such an amazing pill. However, Yi Xian didn't think much of it. To him, even if he died within 3 days, he could still be revived. Of course, this was Yi Xian's opinion. The people from the Kuan family didn't think so. The Kuan family couldn't possibly refine such a pill. Yi Xian, as far as I know, the 9 transformation life extending heavenly pill was lost 100,000 years ago. How did you know how to refine it? Oh, I just received some inheritance, that's all, Yi Xian said casually. In any case, no one would suspect him if he said that he had received some inheritance. As expected, when they heard Yi Xian say this, everyone looked at him enviously, but they didn't ask any questions. Restriction Master, Divine Talisman Master, and now you're also an alchemist. The key is that your combat strength is actually on par with mine. Are you a monster? Kuan Buyu, who was lying on the bed, wailed. He had always thought that he was a genius who had been blessed with extraordinary opportunities. He had a special ancient bloodline that could increase his combat strength by 100 times when necessary. How could he not be strong? Chapter 2280. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation in front of Yi Xian. Kuan Buyu could only be reduced to an ordinary person. QWPM, how could Kuan Buyu accept this? 135-7924? 6810 GGG, but this was the truth. The Kuan family clan looked at Yi Xian in a different light. What was a genius? Was this what a genius was? No, Yi Xian could no longer be described as a genius. He was a freak, a freakish genius. You'd better take the pill quickly. The girl told me that the two of us have been specially invited to the Kunlun realm. I'm still waiting for you to recover quickly so that we can go together. Yi Xian did not want to dwell on the topic of alchemists, so he could only say this. As for Uncle Wu, he seemed to have just remembered that the pill was made for Kuan Buyu. He hurriedly fed it to Kuan Buyu. Needless to say, the effects of the pill were indeed shocking. Kuan Buyu had already recovered more than half of his strength after taking it. Of course, it would still take some time for him to fully recover. Her Highness the Princess has arrived. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded outside the Kuan Nan family clan. Everyone looked at Yi Xian in a different light. Although the princess had indeed visited the Kuan Nan family clan before, that was when she went to the headquarters. This time, when Kuan Buyu was injured, the princess had only comforted him a little in the arena. But now, the moment Yi Xian arrived at the Kuan Nan family clan, the princess immediately came over. Everyone was well aware of what this meant. Soon, as expected, Princess Simple rushed in. She did not even look at the others. Instead, she ran straight to Yi Xian. Why did you come out? Have you recovered? Why did you come out? Yi Xian was speechless. He knew his own body. He didn't have any major problems right now. But the princess had good intentions, so Yi Xian did not say much. It's okay, I'm fine now. All right, here you go. I personally refined it for you. Let me tell you, this is very precious. I haven't personally refined a pill for thousands of years. This time, I heard that you were seriously injured, so I spent a few months refining this pill. Boom! The faces of the entire Kuan Nan family changed greatly. Who was he? To think that even a master god would be so concerned about him, even spending a few months to refine pills for him. However, Yi Xian did not think so. In Yi Xian's heart, Yi Xian could accept the princess's friendship. However, Yi Xian was still wary of Meili. To be more precise, he was wary of the old man from back then. However, Meili had good intentions, so Yi Xian accepted it. All right, I'll accept it then. Thank me Yin for me. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have dared to call the Lord God by his name. But not only did Yi Xian call him that, even the princess did not react. If you want to thank someone, thank them yourself. I'm the one running errands every time. And I don't get any benefits at all. The princess pouted playfully, but his words only shocked the Kuan Nan family even more. The princess was the one running errands. Could it be that this guy was actually on the Lord God's side? The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. In the end, they only dared to stop thinking about it, because they all knew an open secret. The Lord God of the Kunlun divine domain was single to this day. Of course, that was the Lord God, the existence with the highest cultivation in the Kunlun divine domain. So, no one dared to have the slightest thought of overstepping their boundaries. Then forget it. I don't want to see your sister. I can't stand the pressure. All right, did you come just to give me pills? Yi Xian asked in confusion. Who's going to give you pills? I'm also a special recruit from the Kunlun divine domain. So, of course, I'm here to see if the two of you are dead. If you're not, then hurry up and get well so that we can go together. I think it'll take another 10 days. You've seen Kuan Buyu's current state. Let him set off now. If he dies of exhaustion on the way, you'll be responsible. Yi Xian said with a smile. When he was talking to the princess, no one else could get a word in edgewise. Of course, no one dared to interrupt at this time. The princess also knew that it was not appropriate for him to appear here. So, after comforting Kuan Buyu briefly, she left in a hurry. Once the princess left, the Kuan Nan family finally returned to normal. Yi Xian, can I discuss something with you? What is it? Yi Xian looked at Kuan Buyu's third uncle and asked in confusion. It's actually not that complicated. I just want to borrow one or two of your followers. Our Kuan Nan family's prohibition masters have always been a weak spot. So, I hope that your followers can teach our Kuan Nan family's prohibition masters. Oh, I see. What do you all think? Yi Xian did not act arbitrarily. After all, the people of the divine talisman race could not be considered Yi Xian's followers. We'll listen to you, sir. We'll do whatever you ask us to do. Well, Yixin was asking for nothing. How about this, little girl? I probably won't be able to bring you all along when I go to the Kunlun realm this time. If the Kuan family needs any help in the future, please help as much as you can. Yes, sir. This little girl understands. The people of the Kuan family were overjoyed. Yixin had agreed. They had long noticed that Yixin's followers were all self-contained. Many of their prohibition refining methods were unique. Generally speaking, such people were basically ancient aristocratic families or sections. However, Yixin's identity was obviously very special. He could make any decision without reporting it. Of course, how could the refining methods of the divine talisman race not be special? Although there were many other people of the divine talisman race in the realm of the gods, their refining methods were different from each other. Another few days passed. Yixin's injuries had basically completely healed. Now, Yixin was preparing to fuse the bloodlines. Normally, Yixin should have upgraded the demigod sword god bloodline and the demigod battle god bloodline to the god level before fusing them. Only then would the effects be better. However, Yixin had not found a suitable material at the moment. Moreover, this bloodline fusion stone could also fuse the two bloodlines together and upgrade them to the god level. In that case, Yixin did not need to hold back. According to Yixin's thinking, the realm of the gods was full of dangers, but there were also many opportunities. In that case, rather than keeping the power in his hands, he might as well use it directly. This was because only by maintaining oneself at the peak of one's strength could one grasp opportunities when they encountered them. By upgrading the two demigod bloodlines, Yixin could obtain two god-level bloodlines. From there, he could fuse the main god-level bloodline. It seemed like he had profited a lot. However, if Yixin could not find the materials, wouldn't that mean he would be trapped forever? Chapter 2281. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Moreover, Yixin had a premonition that perhaps, once they reached the Kunlun realm, they would be able to obtain benefits that they wouldn't be able to obtain. Discovering a new divine bloodline didn't seem to be impossible. 135-7924 6810 GGD. Hence, Yixin decided to use the bloodline fusion stone. System. I want to use the bloodline fusion stone to fuse the demigod divine sword bloodline and divine war bloodline. Ding. Host. Bloodline fusion requirements met. Beginning fusion. Ding. Bloodline fusion. Detected faith points that can be used for special enhancements. Host. Would you like to add your believer into the fusion process? Because Yixin possessed over Wave City, his faith value was increasing at any time. But now the increase was getting smaller and smaller. Yixin really didn't know what was the use of using this little bit of faith value to fuse with it. Fusion. However, since the system said that he could use it, Yixin would not let it go. Ding. Fusion continues. Detected that the host has a special resource. Automatically adding it. Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. The final fusion process is about to begin. This process may cause the host some pain. Please be mentally prepared. Yixin nodded and waited for the final step to begin. However, when the final step began, Yixin finally understood what pain was. How could this be considered a little? At this moment, Yixin was in so much pain that he could not even breathe. It was so painful that he could not even speak. It was so painful that he could not see. Even his spiritual will was not clear. Pain, unbearable pain. His entire body and even his spiritual will were trembling. This final step required the removal of the two demigod bloodlines from Yixin's body and the insertion of a new bloodline. It also required the placement of the eternity bloodline. This kind of pain almost caused Yixin to lose consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, the system notification finally sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new divine bloodline, the one Zune bloodline. Ding! System notification. Please take note, host. During the fusion process, the bloodline of 10,000 Sovereign and the bloodline of Eternity have resonated. A new ability of the bloodline of Eternity has been unlocked. Ding, congratulations to host. The Eternity Bloodline's new ability has been strengthened by the bloodline of Wanzun. Host has obtained a special skill, will lock. Mind lock. The host can lock onto the target with his mind and sense the location of the target at any time, no matter where it is, no matter how far away it is. This ability requires faith points. Yi Xian frowned slightly. In his eyes, this ability seemed to have the same effect as the death warrant. However, since he had obtained it, he would just treat it as a pleasant surprise. At this time, Yi Xian finally focused on his new bloodline. Wanzun bloodline, divine bloodline. The 10,000 sovereign bloodline could automatically absorb faith points and continuously improve. It was a bloodline that grew on its own. However, the host's faith points were currently insufficient, so this special ability was temporarily deactivated. At the same time, the 10,000 sovereign bloodline could strengthen the host's use of faith points. In the future, the exchange rate for items that required faith points would be much cheaper. The host's faith points in the 10,000 sovereign bloodline were too low, so this ability was temporarily deactivated. Yi Xian did not expect that the first thing he saw would be two things related to faith points. Although these two abilities did not have names, they were equivalent to passive abilities of the 10,000 sovereign bloodline. However, Yi Xian understood what it meant. To put it bluntly, the 10,000 sovereign bloodline required faith points to strengthen and grow on its own. When it grew to a certain extent, Yi Xian's use of faith points would increase. Not bad. Yi Xian nodded and did not say anything. He continued reading. 10,000 Sovereign Bloodline Special Ability 1. 1,000 Beasts Sword Servant. In this bloodline fusion, the host's 1,000 Beasts Sword Servant ability is retained. However, some enhancements have been made. The 1,000 Beasts Sword Servant is automatically bound to a God-grade mount. In the future, the 1,000 Beasts Sword Servant will have the authority to summon God-grade mounts. Yi Xian nodded. This meant that in the future, the God-grade mounts would be able to accompany the 1,000 Beast Sword Servant in battle and not have to be controlled by Yi Xian every time. When the 1,000 Beast Sword Servant summons God-grade mounts, it can choose the number of mounts it summons according to its needs. However, the daily summon limit is still 1,000. Furthermore, the God-grade mounts that die in battle will automatically have a shared cooldown period. At the same time, the God-grade mounts have been strengthened. In the future, the God-grade mounts summoned by the host will be at least gold grade. The strength of a gold grade God-grade mount will be equivalent to the host's current realm. In other words, a gold grade God-grade mount may summon a rank 1 lower true god or a rank 9 upper true god. After that, a platinum grade mount will be able to summon God-grade divine beasts. The rules are similar, and so on and so forth. In addition, there is a chance for God-grade mounts to summon a divine beast with a front crown. A divine beast with a front crown could actually appear. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Didn't this mean that the God-grade mount's ability had been greatly strengthened this time? One had to know that the system didn't say that the mount had to have a front crown. Didn't that mean that there was a chance for a king grade or emperor grade mount to appear? Awesome, this was simply too awesome. Ding. System notification. The bloodline of Wanzun retains the original host's Divine Sword bloodline and Divine Battle bloodline's physique and recovery abilities. Furthermore, the host has obtained a new special ability, Instant Recovery. Instant Recovery. No matter how heavy the damage the host receives, the host will be able to return to peak condition in an instant. The cooldown period of this ability is not fixed. The cooldown period of this ability is determined based on the damage the host received. The host is advised not to use it casually. It could be used like this? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Although the system had advised Yi Xian not to use it casually, Yi Xian still couldn't help but want to try out this instant recovery ability. System, I want to use instant recovery now to test out this ability, Yi Xian said to the system. The system wouldn't reject Yi Xian's orders. Hence, all of Yi Xian's injuries were healed in an instant. Awesome, this ability is simply too awesome. However, Yi Xian was unhappy when he saw the cooldown period. Ding. Instant recovery cooldown period. 286 days. 286 days. Yi Xian was depressed now. His injuries clearly only needed a dozen days, or even a few days, to fully recover. But he had to try out this instant recovery ability. This was great. A cooldown of 286 days. Fortunately, Yi Xian at least knew what instant recovery was for. Chapter 2282. If Yi Xian encountered a powerful enemy who severely injured him, without this ability, Yi Xian would not be able to continue fighting. 135-7924 6810 GG. However, as long as Yi Xian was not killed instantly, he could use instant recovery. Coupled with other abilities, such as the Wings of the Gods, wouldn't he be able to escape immediately? Or perhaps, if Yi Xian were to face an incomparably powerful enemy, both Yi Xian and his enemy would be injured, and then Yi Xian would instantly recover. What would happen? It could be said that this ability was for Yi Xian to save his life or use in special situations. It was not an ordinary ability. Yi Xian continued reading. He wanted to see if there were any other special abilities. Ding! Bloodline of one Zune special ability, Bloodline Devour. The host can strip the bloodline of any target and strengthen it for the upgrade of one Zune bloodline. That was it. That was it. Yi Xian frowned. It seemed like this bloodline of one Zune wasn't that impressive. Ding! System notification. Bloodline of one Zune's hidden ability, one Zune. After the host becomes a king of gods, this ability will be unlocked. The details are currently unavailable. There was still a hidden ability. That was more like it. However, it seemed like this bloodline of one Zune wasn't as good as it seemed. Could it be that Yi Xian had suffered a loss this time? Of course, whether it was a loss or a gain would only be discovered in the future battles. Bloodline Devour, Thousand Beasts Sword Servant, Instant Recovery, and the hidden ability, one Zune. Although there were only 4 attributes, Yi Xian would only know if it was a loss or a gain in the future. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief despite his doubts. It could be said that Yi Xian was indeed a little dissatisfied with this fusion. However, he did not regret it. Yi Xian had no reason to regret what he had done. Yi Xian could refine any kind of pill, but he did not know how to refine regret pills. After another month, Kuan Buyu finally recovered. With the pills that Yi Xian had refined for him, his recovery was much faster than expected. Of course, it was impossible for him to fully recover. He was not Yi Xian. Once Kuan Buyu recovered, the 3 of them naturally headed to the Kunlun realm. In order to wait for Yi Xian and Kuan Buyu, as well as the princess, there was a Kunlun envoy stationed at the Heavenly Jade sect. In turn, the Kunlun territory did not allow any followers, even if it was the princess. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Xian and the other 2 followed behind the Kunlun envoy and boarded a teleportation platform. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that the teleportation platform was actually connected to a flying boat. As soon as Yi Xian and the others arrived, the flying boat quickly started moving and moved towards the distance with extreme speed. It was said that the Kunlun realm was an independent secret realm. It was extremely well hidden, and it was impossible for ordinary people to discover it. No one knew exactly where it was. About 3 days later, Yi Xian and Yi Xian finally arrived at the Kunlun realm. However, the Kunlun realm did not have only a few thousand people like Yi Xian had thought. Instead, it was a city with close to 1 million people. QWPM. You must be wondering why there are so many people in the Kunlun realm. Actually, there is nothing to be surprised about. In our Kunlun realm, we are allowed to stay for up to 50,000 years. That is to say, as long as you want to, you can stay here for up to 50,000 years. That is why there are so many people here. That's not right. We recruit 100 people every 30 years, 1,000 in 300 years, 10,000 in 3,000 years. Even after 300,000 years, there will only be 100,000 people. According to what you said, we can only stay for 50,000 years. Even if everyone stays here, it is impossible for there to be 1 million people after 50,000 years. Moreover, it is impossible for all of them to not die and not leave. Kuan Buyu said in shock. He was shocked by the number of geniuses. Of course, Yi Xian was also shocked. After all, The Kunlun realm would only recruit the most talented people. 1,000,000 people, wouldn't that be 1,000,000 geniuses? However, 1,000,000 was not a big number, but it was also not a small number. There were many factions in the 8th layer of heaven that had more than 1,000,000 people. However, if they accidentally offended a super strong person, they could very well be wiped out. Then these 1,000,000 people would be reduced in an instant. This question was answered by the princess. Now, Yixian also knew the princess's name. She was called Miyu. Miyu looked at Kun Buyu and Yixian and said indifferently, in name, the Kunlun realm only recruits disciples for the 3 great sections. However, in reality, if the geniuses in the army have special achievements, they will also be recruited. Also, the aristocratic families have some quotas. Don't you know? Kun Buyu was embarrassed. His family had special quotas, but as the heir, he did not know. Fortunately, no one would argue with him on this issue. Under the guidance of the envoy, Yi Xian had a basic understanding of the Kunlun realm. In the Kunlun realm, it was impossible to divide the resources equally. Therefore, the Kunlun realm set up 3 major tests: the ranking board, the luck board, and the points board. The 3 lists were directly tied to each person's identity token, allowing them to see it directly. The ranking board tested one's combat strength. If one wanted to challenge someone, then they would fight directly. The winner would replace the loser's ranking. The luck board was a large-scale test held every year. Whether one participated or not, it was up to one's choice. However, once one participated, one was responsible for their own life and death. Moreover, it was allowed to kill one's opponent and rob them of everything. It was the cruelest test. As for the points board, it was up to one to accept missions and earn points. The points system seemed to be popular in every faction. This was because this system was simple and easy to manage. It was also convenient for everyone to know. In the first 3 years of the ranking board, the top 3 of the points board were those who were qualified to comprehend the laws that year. It could be said that the rules of the Kunlun realm were very simple. It was also very direct. If one did not like to kill, then do missions. Through points, one could obtain the opportunity to comprehend the laws. If one wanted to solve the problem through battle, then go to the ranking board and speak with one's strength. Of course, if one liked to kill and rob, then there was also the luck board waiting for one. However, it was clear that the roll of fortune was not recognized. Therefore, it directly led to the roll of fortune not being able to enter the roll of fortune to comprehend nomological laws. Yixian did not care so much. Anyway, to him, it did not matter what method was used. As long as he could comprehend the laws, that was enough. Suddenly, Kun Buyu asked a surprising question. Then, if one is ranked on both lists, will there be special privileges? The envoy looked at Kun Buyu in surprise and said with a smile, if you have the ability to be ranked on both lists, then you can have the opportunity to comprehend 2 laws at the same time. Kun Buyu nodded and did not speak. Chapter 2283. However, it's already very difficult to enter the top 3 on one list. It's almost impossible to enter both lists. The emissary added, 1357924 6810 G. However, the speaker might not have meant it, but the listener did. At this moment, Yi Xian began to calculate in his heart. Since he could obtain 2 chances as long as he entered the top 3 on both lists, why didn't Yi Xian cherish it? 6 laws of nature, origins. Yi Xian wanted to comprehend all of them. However, for now, perhaps the most important thing was to increase his strength. Perhaps true gods were still the majority here, but Yi Xian believed that there were quite a few over-gods as well. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the distance. The light did not dissipate, so one could tell at a glance that someone had broken through. Has someone broken through to the godly king realm? The emissary said subconsciously, Godly king realm? Yi Xian was a little puzzled. He asked the emissary, Senior, are there still godly kings here? Ha, Yi Xian, aren't you looking down on me a little? The over-god realm is a major realm. The over-god realm includes the godly lord realm, godly king realm, godly emperor realm, godly venerable realm, and godly emperor realm. However, they are collectively known as the over-god realm. Don't tell me you think that the Overgod realm is just a single realm? So that's how it is. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. It seemed that sometimes one could only understand things at a certain level after reaching a certain level. And without reaching that level, even if one knew, it might not be correct. In fact, Yi Xian had always thought that the Overgod realm was just a single realm. However, he did not expect that the Godly King realm was actually a combination of the 5 realms. At this moment, Yi Xian's doubts were all resolved. He finally understood why there was such a huge difference in status between overgods. He also finally understood that, for example, the world of Kunnan had dozens of overgods, but it was still only an aristocratic family. It could not even be considered a major aristocratic family, let alone an ancient aristocratic family. As it turned out, the fundamental reason lay in the division of the Overgod realm. The Overgod realm was not a single realm, but a collective name for 5 different realms. For the next month, Yi Xian was in a learning mode. Miyu was a princess, so there was no one who didn't know her. Kuan Biyu, on the other hand, was a member of an aristocratic family, so he had some acquaintances as well. However, Yi Xian didn't have any friends at all. Aside from Miyu and Kuan Biyu, very few people would take the initiative to interact with him. This made Yi Xian very happy. Of course, in the Kunlun realm, there were also side professions such as skills, seals, and talismans. However, Yi Xian didn't really care about this. With the help of the system, the Yi Xian wouldn't be interested in those normal Yi Xian professions, but the Kunlun realm wouldn't be able to provide those that were too strong. It was the same for mystiques. Ordinary mystiques were nothing to Yi Xian. However, his current strength was too weak. If he really wanted to participate in the ranking battle, he wouldn't be able to achieve a good result. Rather than that, Yi Xian might as well accept missions. Missions required points to be accepted at a special hall. On this day, Yi Xian came to the hall. "Hello, I need to accept a mission," Yi Xian said to the disciple. "True God realm missions? Go take a look yourself. There are detailed descriptions. If you want to accept them, just accept them with your divine sense." Yi Xian nodded and went straight to the place where the missions were issued. However, Yi Xian didn't think much of the missions he saw. There was even a mission to investigate the battle between the ancient giant and the thousand-feeler sea beast in the Drought Sea. It was obviously a battle between Yi Xian and the thousand-feeler sea beast. Moreover, it had been so long. He didn't expect the Kunlun realm to still have such a mission. It could be said that Yi Xian was very disappointed after looking at dozens of missions. Just as he was about to take a look at the Immortal Lord level missions, one mission caught Yi Xian's attention. The description of this mission roughly described how there were hundreds of extermination of clans and sects because of totem beasts in the border areas of the Kunlun realm. There was a mysterious force that kept stealing the totem beasts. Totem beasts. Totem beasts again. One had to know that when Yi Xian was in the 100 territories of Mo, he encountered an incident where a large number of totem beasts were stolen. At that time, no one cared about a small place like the 100 territories of Mo. As a result, the extermination organization successfully revived an ancient demon god. Even now, there was still no news from Yi Xian. It could be said that Yi Xian knew very well how powerless those who asked for help were. Just like the 100 territories of Mo, if not for Yi Xian, if not for everyone's alliance, if not for the countless sacrifices of countless people, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, this mission was not valued at all in the Kunlun realm. It was only worth 100 points. Yi Xian frowned. Just like the 100 territories of Mo, who would care about such a small place? For a place like the Kunlun realm that had millions of territories, who would care about a mere 100 territories and an insignificant and remote place at that? Who would care about what happened there, the life and death of the people there? No, other people did not care, but Yi Xian did. He knew very well that if he allowed the extermination organization to continue like this, it would become a huge disaster sooner or later. Don't forget, he had a terrifying mission punishment. Therefore, Yi Xian accepted this mission without hesitation. One could leave the Kunlun realm through a teleportation portal, and it was to teleport Yi Xian directly to a big city at the border. This place was only 800 territories away from the small area where they were seeking help. Yi Xian used a carriage and did not need much time. Lin Feng's sect had 67 territories under its control. It was smaller than the 100 territories of Mo, but its overall strength was stronger. It was different from Mo Shanggu. Mo Shanggu had been turned into a puppet by the extermination organization, but Lin Feng's sect did not. At this moment, the people of Lin Feng's sect had joined forces with all the other forces in the Kunlun realm to defend against the attacks of an unknown organization. This organization's main objective seemed to be to steal the totem beasts. Of course, if that was all, they might be able to accept it. But every time this organization attacked, they would kill everyone in their target. Until now, a total of 32 sects and clans have been attacked within the territory of the Lin Feng sect. There was only one exception. These 32 forces, from young children to old men who were on the verge of godhead exhaustion, were all slaughtered. It could be said that in the entire Lin Feng sect, everyone was in danger. Many sects were even willing to hand over their totem beasts to other sects or chase them away. But even so, it was impossible to completely avoid that mysterious organization. Yi Xian was extremely fast and arrived at Lin Feng's sect in no time. Chapter 2284. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, Yi Xian's strength made them worried. 1357924 6810. Yi Xian was only an intermediate grade 9 true god, while the sect leader of the Lin Feng sect was already an upper grade 3 true god. How could they not be worried? Sir Envoy, may I ask when the deity domain's army will arrive? The sect leader of the Lin Feng sect asked Yi Xian carefully. After all, although Yi Xian's cultivation level was lower than his, he was still the deity domain's envoy. He did not dare to offend him. What army? Yi Xian was puzzled. He looked at the report and asked casually, could it be that the deity domain only sent you here to support us? Yes, just me. Hearing Yi Xian's reply, many people wailed. It couldn't be just him, a mere mid-level, true god realm brat. What use could he be? Was the deity domain giving up on them? Yi Xian could guess what these people were thinking. However, Yi Xian was not angry. After all, Yi Xian was only an intermediate grade true god. This was the truth. Therefore, it was reasonable for these people to be disappointed. However, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, he wasn't prepared to ask them for help this time. According to your current information, this Plum Valley Villa will most likely become the next target of the enemy. Plum Valley Villa has already amassed more than 3,000 totem beasts, and their strength is not very strong. I think that the mysterious power will not let them go. Who can lead the way for me? I want to go to Plum Valley Villa. Yi Xian said to these people. An elder of the Lin Feng sect stepped forward. Sir Envoy, let me lead the way for you. Yi Xian nodded and followed the envoy to Plum Valley Manor. In fact, Plum Valley Manor also knew that it was very dangerous to collect so many totem beasts. Therefore, at this time, the entire manor was already on high alert. They even temporarily recruited some rogue cultivators to prepare for a fight to the death. It turned out that Plum Valley Villa's plan from the very beginning was to fight against that mysterious power. The Lin Feng sect only knew how to ask for help, but they didn't organize the forces within their borders to launch an effective counterattack. They gathered a large amount of strength, but only knew how to defend. This had already caused the people of Plum Valley Manor to be extremely disappointed. This was also the reason why the Lin Feng sect was still in a state of disunity. That was because the Lin Feng sect was too cowardly. Yi Xian's arrival came as a surprise to Plum Valley Manor. This was especially true when they heard that Yi Xian was an emissary from God's realm. This made the people of Plum Valley Manor even more excited. Therefore, when Yi Xian arrived, the Villa Master of Plum Valley Villa handed over all the authority without hesitation. QWPM, Manor Lord, gather all the old and weak people in the manor's main hall. I will set up a restriction there to prevent the enemy from attacking. All right, Lord Envoy, I'll get someone to arrange it immediately. Young Master, go. and evacuate everyone to the Beast Valley. Except for the necessary security personnel outside. Leave no one else. Ah, Lord Envoy, are you going to give up the defense of other places in the manor? The young master asked doubtfully. For them, the manor was their home. They were unwilling to take a step back. Yes, give up all the places except for the Beast Valley and the main hall. You have to know that the mysterious power is definitely not something you can fight head-on. Instead of that, it's better to just give up and concentrate all your strength to guard one place. At least, guarding one place can be the greatest use of strength and not just send you to your deaths. All right, Lord Envoy, I understand. According to Yi Xian's instructions, the entire manor quickly moved. They gave up what should be given up and moved everything that could be moved away. Yi Xian had set up more than a dozen large-scale defensive restrictions, including the invincible restriction in the main hall. Yi Xian had set up hundreds of attack restrictions in the Beast Valley. Of course, there was also an invincible restriction to take care of the injured. This mission was a rescue mission and could be considered very troublesome. However, the points were only 100. This was also the reason why no one had asked about it. But Yi Xian was different. Therefore, when he carried out the mission, he did not consider the mission itself. While Yi Xian was setting up, sure enough, it was as he had expected. That mysterious force had quietly begun to inquire about the actual situation of the Plum Valley Manor. Although they had inquired about the layout of the Plum Valley Manor and also found out about the arrival of Yi Xian, they did not care at all. Soon, a surprise attack team composed of thousands of people rushed toward the Plum Valley Manor. They rampaged all the way without the slightest hindrance until they reached the Beast Valley. This mere Plum Valley Manor actually wants to compete with us. It's simply courting death. Brothers, kill to your heart's content and enjoy yourself. As soon as they rushed over, a guy in the lower true God realm shouted incomparably loudly. However, he soon welcomed retribution. At this time, from the Beast Valley, a figure flew over and looked directly at those people. Who are you? Yi Xian asked in a flat tone. Who are we? Boy, you don't care who we are. You just need to know that none of you will survive, It was still the lower true God who spoke before. At this moment, he was simply arrogant to the extreme, and the others also laughed with that person, not putting Yi Xian in their eyes at all. Suddenly, Yi Xian stretched out his hand, pointed downward, and then said softly, True 6 syllables, die, die, die. Wherever Yi Xian pointed, that place would immediately become a land of death. One by one, mysterious people died in large numbers before they could even figure out what was going on. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 people died directly. Terrifying. In just an instant, a sense of horror emerged in everyone's hearts. Who exactly was this guy? How could he have such terrifying strength? With a casual point of his finger, groups of people fell down. Inexplicably, their divine personas shattered and died. Moreover, even those in the true God realm were no exception. Among these fallen people, there were actually 3 middle-ranked true gods and 5 low-ranked true God realm powerhouses. How was this possible? 5 true God realm powerhouses were enough to sweep across Plum Valley Manor. But now, they didn't even have the qualifications to speak and were casually murdered. I'll ask you again, who are you? Who ordered you to plunder the totem beasts? Yi Xian was still casually standing proudly in midair. Beside him, 13 divine talismans were constantly rotating, as if they would fall on the people opposite in the next moment. What a terrifying power, what a valiant power. Chapter 2285. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Ding. System notification. Host has gained faith points. Yes, I have gained faith points. 1357924 6810 GGD. Yi Xian was slightly delighted. This was an unexpected gain. Of course, some people were happy while others were worried. At this time, the mysterious people were all panicking, but still, no one said anything. In that case, you can all go to hell. The 13 divine talismans were activated immediately. This was a crushing battle. These people were no match for Yi Xian. Moreover, the 13 divine talismans prepared by Yi Xian were extremely powerful. In an instant, the entire valley echoed with cries of agony. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care at all. Whether it was the cries or the screams, when these people were killing others, did they ever think that this day would come? Why did Yi Xian not hesitate to attack? The reason was very simple. Yi Xian knew that these thousands of people were just the vanguard. In fact, there were a few people silently observing the situation in the distance. Obviously, they were going to report the situation here. Yi Xian wanted to lure the snake out of its hole. He wanted all the mysterious people to come over. The battle ended much faster than expected, and it was also much easier than expected. When Yi Xian took the interspatial rings of those people and landed on the ground, the people of Plum Valley Manor had already knelt in front of Yi Xian. Perhaps Yi Xian's intermediate true god cultivation was doubtful at first, but when Yi Xian displayed his powerful combat strength, there was only worship in these people's hearts. Yi Xian did not pay too much attention to these people. After all, Yi Xian knew that the real battle had not yet begun. The real battle was yet to come. System: detect if there are any special resources. If there are none, devour them all. Ding! Host has broken through. Current stage 1, Upper True God Realm. Without any special resources, the thousands of interspatial rings only allowed Yi Xian to upgrade by 1 level. It was indeed much more difficult to upgrade now. Of course, Yi Xian was already mentally prepared. The next 3 days were rather peaceful. However, on the 4th day, what was supposed to come finally came. A huge army of more than 50,000 people finally charged towards the Plum Valley. Yi Xian's plan had succeeded. He had successfully lured the entire mysterious army to Plum Valley Manor. At this time, the direction of the Plum Valley Villa had already become the focus of everyone in the Maple region. Many people knew that the sacred emissary had led the people of the Plum Valley Mountain Villa to battle. Furthermore, he had already obtained a victory. However, due to their fear of the mysterious power, many people were still in a wait-and-see state. To be honest, Yi Xian could only say that such a person deserved to die. What was the use of them just standing there and watching? Did they really think that they would be safe if they didn't participate in the war? Yi Xian was very clear about Annihilation's methods. Therefore, Yi Xian also understood that even if these people did not participate in the battle, once Annihilation saw their weakness, they would kill them one by one. In fact, watching from the sidelines was just waiting for death. However, Yi Xian did not want to care so much. To Yi Xian, the life and death of these people had nothing to do with him. They could do whatever they wanted. Yi Xian looked down on such cowardly people. When the mysterious army finally arrived, the Plum Valley Villa did not panic at all because Yi Xian was still there. Yi Xian was still leading them. As long as Yi Xian was in the Plum Valley Villa, they would not be afraid. Damn Plum Valley Villa. I will definitely flatten this place and avenge our dead brothers. Brothers, charge and flatten Plum Valley Villa. An upper-level, true, immortal shouted loudly. However, he himself was hiding behind the crowd. Brothers? Yi Xian was concerned about this name. Why did this guy call others that? Yi Xian subconsciously took a few more glances at that guy. Of course, Yi Xian was not in the mood to care at this moment. Everyone in Plum Valley Villa, I don't want to say too much. This is your home. Whether you want to protect your home or not is your own business. Now, I will fight with you. As long as you don't stop fighting, then I will not stop either. Yi Xian did not have any impassioned battle mobilization because these people did not need to be mobilized at all. They knew very well why they were fighting. Perhaps they could not protect these totem beasts, but it was impossible for them not to protect their family. Behind them was their home. A battle to the death was their only choice. Kill. In an instant, both sides erupted with extremely powerful auras. It could be said that the Plum Valley Villa side did not have the advantage in numbers. However, because of Yi Xian's arrangement, they only needed to defend the entrance of the Beast Valley. If those mysterious people wanted to try other places, whether it was Yi Xian or the people of Plum Valley Villa, they were very welcome. This was because apart from the entrance, Yi Xian had already set up restrictions in other places. Of course, the mysterious organization was not aware of this at all. Therefore, They finally sent out a branch force to try to bypass the front of the valley. Unfortunately, they were soon met with destruction. Those who attacked from the ground were better off. They were only trapped by the restrictions. As long as their reaction was fast enough, they still had a chance to escape. However, those who wanted to fly over from the sky were not so lucky. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous roars sounded. Those were the consequences of those who tried to bypass the valley. In the front of the valley, the killing was incomparably bloody. Broken limbs littered the ground. Here, there was no reason to speak. There was only killing. Yi Xian watched all this quietly. It was not that Yi Xian was indifferent, nor was it that Yi Xian did not make a move. QWPM, but now, he could not make a move. His experience in the 100 territories of MO told Yi Xian, if these people were truly from the Annihilation Organization, there would definitely be an expert among them. Yi Xian was precisely waiting for the appearance of that expert. The battle continued. One could say that the overall strength of the Plum Valley Manor was still too weak. Fortunately, they were able to maintain their advantage due to their geographical advantage. However, such an advantage would not last long. Could it be that Yi Xian had guessed wrongly and no Annihilation Organization members had participated in this battle? Yi Xian casually raised his hand, and a mysterious power was suddenly activated. Mantra of the 6 syllables life. In an instant, several hundred Plum Valley disciples that had died in battle were resurrected. Next, Yi Xian's hand started glowing once again. Those heavily injured Plum Valley disciples were pleasantly surprised to find that their wounds were healing rapidly. Even their internal injuries were healing rapidly. Countless people looked at Yi Xian. In their eyes, apart from worship, there was also fear. However, Yi Xian did not care at all. As far as Yi Xian was concerned, this was merely a matter of convenience. His goal was to wait for the appearance of that expert. Suddenly, the system's alarm sounded. Ding! Warning! Warning! Detection of a powerful attack. Boom! A ray of light rushed towards Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian had been on guard, so this attack missed.